that Israel implements this apartheid system in 3 clever ways: through an entrenched occupation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, through discriminatory laws and practices within its own internationally recognized borders, and through a brutal siege and blockade in Gaza. And the roots of all of that is in Zionism, and that's what this next session is all about. Thank you.
Takbir. That was a great history lesson. As you can see, many of this evil has been occurring way before many of us were even brought into this world, which is means for us to be even more animated and vocal about staying on the truth as not only Muslims, but as human beings. So, just so everybody's aware, there are also parallel sessions going on, with one of them being about Imam Jamil Al-Amin and Dr. Afia Siddiqui, that is happening in the parallel session room. So just so you're aware, it's occurring right now. But without further ado, I would like to call up our other 2 speakers, Brother Raja Abdul Haq and Sheikh Saad Taslim, if you could come up on stage. Okay, so now that the Avengers are assembled, alhamdulillah, we will now have Raja Abdul Haq speaking, who is a Palestinian political activist and community organizer. Raja is a co-founder of Quds News Network and a former executive director of Islamic Leadership Council of New York. Raja has a master's degree in political science from Brooklyn College. And without further ado, Brother Raja Abdul Haq.
Assalamu alaikum. I can't see you. I need to hear you. Assalamu alaikum. Very good. Yeah, they put a light right in my face. I don't know if that's intentional to make me lose focus, but I'll do my best to stay on track. And the counter is already running. So first of all, jazakumullah khair for being here, and much appreciation and love for ICNA for all of the work, amazing work they do, especially the social justice branch. And their dedication to Muslim struggles here and abroad. And I think it's very essential, it's very powerful to be here with you today in Dallas, this amazing community that has been pioneering in many areas in education and Islamic studies, and specifically building a sense of community in the West. The West, as we all know, is moving more towards individualism. So the idea that you as a community are getting together to build something to remind us of the Islamic community is very essential. So thank you again. With that being said, I think many of us, since October 7, many people were asking this question even before October 7, but specifically after October 7. When you see the images of dead children, when you see the body parts of children, when you see burnt corpses, you ask yourself, how can the world do nothing about this? How can the President of the United States of America, a country that claims to be the police of the world, the one that claims to be the ethical campus for humanity, how can they do nothing about it? Some people claim that we just need to raise awareness. Namely, we need to take pictures of dead babies and go show them to Joe Biden and to elected official. And others feel that there's another conspiracy theory happening, namely the idea of that there's an Israeli lobby like AIPAC that is puppeting and mastering all this behind closed doors. But the reality is much simpler than this. By saying it's simpler, it doesn't mean that it's less complex, but simpler in the sense of putting our finger on truly the root cause of the problem. And we cannot understand this blind support of the West, namely the United States of America and Europe, to these massacres and genocide and the ongoing occupation of Palestine for the past 76 years, without going back in history a little bit. Because it's very essential for us to not only contextualize, but situate the cause within the international world, and specifically the macro analysis of history. If we go back to the 19th century, we learned, and many of you who are in universities and schools and read history understood that there were ideas of white supremacy, there were ethos of racism, and there was justification for oppression of the global South. And what we know simply by the term of colonialism. We know that the Western world, specifically Western Europe, went around the world in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, and colonized the global South. Namely, they colonized areas like India, like Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, France, and the rest of African nations. The idea was that there is something called civilizing mission. This idea that Western white men, they have a burden to civilize the barbarians that live outside of Europe. And I don't want to take us into a philosophy session into the root cause of this. We can talk about it maybe later today. But the idea that there was a sense of supremacy that until today we are still witnessing it by white supremacy that we are witnessing in the West. But the ideas in the 19th century is that the white men have a burden, so-called burden. They need to go around the world to these barbarians and savages that live outside of Europe. They need to be brought to light. They need to be civilized. They need to be taught science. This was the notion in the 19th century. Because of this, and let's take another historical lesson, the idea of anti-Semitism that was rampant in Europe, the idea that Jews used to be considered not only second-class citizens, but they used to be considered subhumans. Jewishness in Europe was a problem. And many of you who studied European history understand the concept of the Jewish problem, the Jewish question. So Europe understood that they needed to purify blood. By purifying the blood is an extension of the 1492 and the Spanish Inquisition. The idea of emptying Europe from anybody who's not Catholic, not Christian, namely Jews and Muslims. So this anti-Semitic tropes, persecution and oppression that existed in Europe was a reality. And because of it, an idea called Zionism, which was a political framework for Jewish leaders, specifically in Western Europe, they came with the idea that we as Jews who lived in Europe have been facing oppression and discrimination for hundreds of years. It's time for us to create a safe haven for us, a place away from European prosecution. The problem with that was that the Zionist leaders and the pioneers of that movement at that time realized that the only way for us to embrace and create a safe haven for us was to collaborate with Western colonizers to join force to create our own Jewish homeland in Palestine. At the beginning of the Zionist movement, specifically in 1904, Herzl, who was the founder of Zionism, messaged Joseph Chamberlain, who was what we know today as kind of the state secretary, and sent him mail and told him, I'm inviting you to something colonial. I'm inviting you to take part in a project that doesn't involve Africa, but it involves minor Asia. It doesn't involve the white man, it involves a Jewish person. I'm inviting you to partner with us into creating something colonial. The idea for Zionist leaders at that time realized that in order for us to survive prosecution of Europe, we have to turn into becoming colonial agents ourselves. And that was the that the Zionist movement was created upon. Of course, European colonizers at that time didn't see the value of supporting the Zionist movement. But 15, 16 years after that, we've known about something called the Balfour Declaration. And the Balfour Declaration was a declaration or a policy by so-called Great Britain to give the Zionist leaders authority to establish their Jewish homeland on Palestine. But what's unique about this is that a year after the Balfour Declaration, Balfour himself made it clear that their support for the Zionist project of creating a nation-state in Palestine, he literally said, Zionism, whether it's good or bad, it's irrelevant. What's relevant to us is that the Jewish homeland, the Zionist entity in Palestine, is something that is going to help us to move away from classic colonialism into new colonialism, a new age of control, a new age of hegemony. Rather than having boots on the ground in colonizing India and other parts of the region, we'll have other colonial agents that will do the work for us. Without boring with so much history lessons and details, the ideas were, from the very beginning, the Zionists were in bed with the 19th century ethos of racism and supremacy. And their rhetoric against the Palestinian, the indigenous people of the land, was following those ethos. We're following the ethos that the people who live in Palestine are barbaric. They need to be civilized. As Herzl said in his book, The Jewish Homeland, that the project of creating a state of a Jewish homeland in Palestine is supposed to be a rampart against Asia, an outpost of civilization against barbarism. So this shared identity, this shared strategy was essential for the creation of the State of Israel. Now, since then, the Western world have moved more or away from the concept of classic colonialism, the idea of having soldiers on the ground, the ideas of what we know in historic classical colonialism, of going to India, colonize, steal resources, have cheap labor, use Indian indigenous people to be part of the British army to colonize Iraq. They moved away after decolonization in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s and moved more towards indirect colonialism. And Israel serves that purpose for them because they understand that that region, because of geopolitical location, because of its resources, is a region that cannot be left alone. Of course, there's a concept of Islam, the concept of an ideology that is in conflict, in contradiction with Western views of individualism, Western views of materialism that has to be kept in check. But what's important was Israel has turned into what we know as a client state. Israel, since its inception, has been providing the support, the political, the economic opportunity for the West to continue to dominate in that region. And what we know today, specifically as America, the biggest empire on the face of earth, the biggest empire that the humanity have ever seen, they have over 800 military bases around the world. They have military bases everywhere you go. But military action is not always needed. We know in politics or in power, there's soft power and hard power. Sometimes you go invade Iraq and Afghanistan and you kill 1 million people, but there's other ways where you need to win the minds and hearts, as JFK used to say. So Israel was an opportunity for the United States of America later on in the 40s and the 50s to build on what the British built in Palestine, which is a client state in that region. A client state in a sense that maintains the power, the economic and political hegemony of America in that region. America, being too far from the region, needed a client to do its dirty work in that region. And that's a reality. Because as an empire, you cannot be only satisfied with your borders. Once you're satisfied with your own borders, you're not an empire anymore. America, as an imperialist empire, in its very existence, its very essence, it's important for them to dominate the world. And this is why they fought the Soviet Union. Yes, there was an ideas clash between capitalism and socialism, but the main true idea was America wanted to be the main rulers of the world. How did we run from 10 minutes to 2 minutes? Is that a mistake or need to rush? Whoever is in charge. Okay, good. Thank you. I was about to just call it a day. Jazakallah khair. So these ideas, as I mentioned, for America, it's important for them to continue to dominate. So you need an agent in that region. And America, we know in Western Europe, as I was theorizing for before, the idea is that Europe had two problems. Number one, they needed to colonize the global south. Number two, they needed to get rid of the Jews from Europe because they were able to kick the Jews outside of Spain, outside of Andalus, Muslims in 1492, but Jews continued to be a problem for the racist Europe. And that's where anti-Semitism truly came about. So to them, they were faced with an amazing opportunity. Let's continue our colonialism in that region without the speed on the ground, but also let's fix the problem of the Jewish question. And as Joseph Mas'ud, the Palestinian scholar, said, they basically killed two birds in one stone. They get rid of the Jews from Europe, turn them into colonial agents in Palestine. And since then, Israel has been acting as a client state for the West. And this is where America comes in today and to benefit from that reality. The reason why I'm giving this political discourse, the reason I'm giving you this analysis, materialist analysis of the reality of the inception of the state of Israel, is for us as a community to stop being naive in thinking that if we show body images to political officials, that they will grow consciousness and they will stop the genocide in Palestine or in Gaza. That naivety is the reason why Palestine is still occupied. Because we truly are thinking that elected officials and empire politics is possible to reason with. As if the Western world that have killed millions of people around the world don't see the images of Gaza. As if the United States of America, the biggest empire in the world, that has silent images everywhere around the world, don't see the destruction in Gaza. As if the weapons that are given to Israel every single year are not coming from Israel, from the United States of America. Israel by itself is a superpower. It's just behind closed doors controlling the world, and everybody is just naive, worried, and scared because of the Israeli lobby. This is conspiracy theories. And this is exactly, brothers and sisters, what we unfortunately learned from Western Europe when it comes to anti-Semitism. The idea that there's Jews everywhere, hiding and maneuvering and manipulating. But that's a conspiracy theory that the West is okay with, because it distracts us from the main perpetrators, the main criminals. The main criminals are the heads of states, the heads of the empires that are destroying the world. That's the reality. And in order for us to understand why the West is blindly allowing Israel to continue to commit genocide in Gaza, can be reasoned and understood in the concept that it's in the best interest of America for Israel to continue to be strong. It's in the best interest of America for the Palestinian resistance to be eradicated. It's in the best interest of America for Gaza to be out of the face of the map. Why? Because any resistance to an Israeli civil colonial project is a resistance against the American imperialist project. By extension, when you are, let's say if you're a teacher and you have a bully student who's bullying the students for you, because you as a teacher, you can't hit or smack, or because you lie and spread propaganda. As a teacher, I believe in humanity, I believe in human rights, I believe in equality, I don't believe in torture, I don't believe in hitting people. What do? You befriend a bully student and have them do the dirty work for you. Because you want to look like, oh, I'm the broker of peace, I'm the best of teachers, I abide by international law. But then I have bully students behind, supporting them, giving them money, giving them resources, giving them weapons to keep smacking and hitting and bullying other students. And when the other students complain to me, I'm going to act like, oh, I'm for peace, let's come up with peace together. But I continue to support the bully student and give them unlimited support. So he's at fault here, the teacher or the bullying student. Now, me saying this, I'm not, of course, exaggerating Israel. As a Palestinian myself, I know what Israel is about. But this session is about understanding the complicity of Western European and American imperialism in supporting the state of Israel. So that teacher that wants to appear as if they are brokers of peace, they will continue to support that bully. And if you resist the bully, by extension, you're resisting the students. And because of that, you need to be eliminated. So truly, when Palestinians, and specifically Gaza, say that the war that's being declared by Israel on people in Gaza is an American war, you better believe it. Not only is it American weapons being used, not only is it American veto in the UN is being used to protect Israel, not only do politically American politicians, from the youngest politician all the way to Joe Biden, are literally repeating genocidal rhetoric against Palestinians to justify the genocide against Palestinians. Not only are they receiving money, but they're also helping them even in strategy, in tactics. And finally, I want to say that Israel today as well is not only a client state to America and Europe in general, but they're also client states for states like India. India, specifically with the rise of Hinduism, is trying to crush and have a crackdown on Muslims in India and in Kashmir. And what best to learn about how to crush people, how to control, how to commit to separate colonialism in Palestine. Israel is a client state also in the sense of exporting its policies of counterinsurgency, how to control crowds, how to commit genocide by labeling it as if you're defending yourself. And Modi is learning from that. And we just learned recently that France has boycotted or stopped Israel from attending a defense conference in Paris. What Israelis do in these conferences, they steal technologies. They steal technologies of oppression, technologies of crowd control, technologies of how police departments can bully and brutalize black people. That's the job of them. Because to them, as I mentioned in the 19th century, when Europe was under white supremacy and racism, these ethos, because they cannot use them today, they cannot test weapons on their people. They have to test it on other humans, other subhumans that are dehumanized. Palestinians today and their children are being dehumanized everywhere. We've just read an article last week. That's how far they're going into dehumanizing and demonizing and making it acceptable for other people to be killed in Palestine. Why? Because Israel is outside of space and outside of time of Western civilization. They can do whatever the heck they can do or what to do with these savages that live in the global south. These brown people that live in the global south do not deserve the same human rights that Western world has. And because of that, Israel is doing what it needs to be done to not only sustain itself, to not only carry on the separate colonial project for eliminating the indigenous people of Palestine, but it's also exporting this experience to the West. So NYPD and police departments around America can go to Israel and learn from the Israeli occupation forces how to do crowd control. This is happening right now. You tell me that the biggest empire on earth, America is the most sophisticated, most advanced country in the world. Their technologies and their universities are flying people to Mars. They need a small state of 7 million people in the Middle East to teach them how to police. But because the police tactics that are involved in Palestine are outside of space and time, they're testing on Palestinians as guinea pigs. And once they're tested on them, that technology can be exported to the West. So only having 30 seconds, I want to wrap up and say that we cannot and we should not exaggerate the Western complicity in this genocide, because this war against Gaza, this war against Palestine, it's not just an Israeli war in our people. This is an American and Israeli war in our people. And that should be our framework when we organize. That should be our common ground when we hold politicians accountable. If we go to them and ask them to stop the genocide, ask if they're brokers of peace, then we're lying to ourselves. And we are failing our people in Palestine because we're not holding those responsible accountable for their crimes. What we need to do is to go and tell them, we know you're partnering with the Zionist project in Israel, and both of you need to stop the genocide. Understanding this reality is the first step for truly liberating Palestine. Because if you don't understand the reality, if you keep getting distracted by not the root cause of the problem, you will never be able to fix the problem. And with that being said, I'm not, of course, exaggerating the Israeli lobby. They make it worse for us to fight for justice. But again, America is a partner in this genocide, and we need to hold American politicians accountable. Thank you for listening, and I'm really happy to be here with you. Thank you for everything you do.
Jazakallah khair to Brother Raja for telling us with that deep analysis, as we've already known the what and the how, but the why behind the what and the how. And now we'll be transitioning to, after learning about this whole evil genocide that's been occurring, we will now be transitioning into Sheikh Saad Taslim, who will be talking about how this affects us being the Ummah and what we can do with the most important thing that we have, which is our Iman. Quick, brief background on Sheikh Saad Taslim. He was born and raised in the USA and is highly in tune with today's youth struggles and pressures. While grounded with education in traditional Islamic sciences, he studied graphic design and psychology at the University of Maryland, and then he went on to study at the Islamic University of Medina, where he dedicated himself to the study of Islamic sciences and graduated from the Faculty of Islamic Law. He is now an instructor for Al-Maghrib Institute, a public speaker, and a lecturer. Please give it up for Sheikh Saad Taslim.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا وسيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما يا رب العالمين. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So Brother Raja's talk, I think, was a perfect foundation for what I'm just about to say. And it's a great segue, because I actually wanted to today go over a very chilling hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is the hadith of Thawban mentioned in Sunan Abi Dawud. And in this hadith, we hear about a time to come. But the way the Prophet ﷺ phrased this hadith is that he said, a time will soon come, meaning it is upon you, meaning it is close. He said, ﷺ, that a time is upon you when the nations of the world will gather around you, and they will attack you, and they will invite one another to attack and harm you, just as someone who would sit down to eat at a plate of food, and they would invite others to come join in them in this feast. And the companions, radiallahu anhum, they were shocked to hear this, that a time like this would come. And so they asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they said, وَمِنْ قِلَّةٍ نَحْنُ يَوْمَئِذٍ. They said, is it because we are so few in that time, that we are so few in number? The Prophet ﷺ said, بَلْ أَنْتُمْ يَوْمَئِذٍ كَثِيرٌ. That no, on that day, in that time, in that moment, there's going to be many of you. But you will be, and now he mentions the state of the ummah. He says, you will be like the filth that floats on top of water, meaning there's no value to you. You float about, there's nothing there to you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will remove the fear of your enemies, your fear from the hearts of your enemies. And then the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, وَلَيَقْذِفَنَّ اللَّهُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ الْوَهْنَ, and He will put into your hearts al-wahn. And you know, it's very interesting because the word al-wahn or wahn literally means like fatigue. You know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when speaking about childbirth, says wahn, al-wahn ala wahn, right? It's fatigue and being tired and worn out. And so the companions are asking this wahn, this fatigue, what is that? They said, وَمَا الْوَهْنِ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ, like what is this wahn that would cause us to be in this despicable state? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, this wahn is حُبُّ الدُّنْيَا وَكَرَاهِيَةُ الْمَوْتِ. He said this wahn is this love and this desire and this infatuation for this worldly life and a hatred for death, a dislike for death. Now, the Prophet ﷺ says this, and this is shocking for the companions, because the state that the companions were in at that moment was the opposite of this hadith. Meaning they were not infatuated with the dunya. Their end all and be all of their existence was not worldly life and worldly gains and worldly benefits and worldly comforts. Their end all and be all was not every desire that we have needs to be fulfilled in this life. They yearned for the akhirah. They yearned for the afterlife. They knew that this life is temporary, that this life is fleeting. This life is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This life is a life in which we earn the akhirah. It is because of that state of mind, that state of being, that spiritual state that they found this hadith to be shocking. That a time will come when the ummah will no longer yearn for the akhirah. They will be infatuated with this dunya. And one of the things that will happen at that time is that we will lose strength. We will lose might. We will lose honor. You know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminds us of this in the Quran. That without struggle, without sacrifice, there is no akhirah. So the believers who live their life thinking that it is enough for them to say, listen, I'm a believer, I'm Muslim, I'm good to go. Let me just live my personal spiritual life. Like I go to the masjid and I pray my 5 daily prayers and that's about it. I don't have to deal with anything else that's happening around me. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَمْ حَسِبْتُمْ أَن تَدْخُلُوا الْجَنَّةِ, do you think you will enter paradise? وَلَمَّا يَأْتِكُمْ مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ خَلَوْا مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ, when what has happened to the people before you has not happened to you? Do you think you're going to enter paradise? And this is speaking to us as believers. When what happened to those who came before you hasn't happened to you yet, مَسَّتْهُمُ الْبَأْسَاءُ وَالضَّرَّاءُ, they were afflicted with hardship and calamity. وَزُلْزِلُوا, and they were shaken. حَتَّى يَقُولَ الرَّسُولُ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ, until the messenger and those who believed with him said, مَتَى نَصْرُ اللَّهِ, they said, when will the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala come? And oftentimes people attribute this ayah to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But it is not just the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is the people of Iman from the beginning of Allah's creation. From the beginning of time, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created mankind and sent prophets and messengers, and the messengers faced this hardship and these calamities, and they were shaken and tortured to the point that they would cry out for the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A companion by the name of Khabbab ibn Arat, when we hear about his torture, it is wallahi heartbreaking. We know that Khabbab radiallahu anhu would be taken out in the hot sun, and boulders and rocks would be laid out in the sun to turn red hot, and they would be put upon the back of Khabbab radiallahu anhu. until his flesh would begin to melt and burn and peel off him. And those who were witnessing this would say that it would light a fire on his skin, like there was literal flames bursting out from his skin. And the only thing that would extinguish that flame is the blood and the pus coming out of the back of Khabbab radiallahu anhu. And Khabbab radiallahu anhu went to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam and he asked, will you not ask Allah to intercede? Will you not intercede for us? Will you not bring victory for us? Will you not bring relief from this? And the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, you know, in the nations that came before you, a man would be put in a hole, they would dig a hole for a man, and they would begin to saw him from the top of his head, and this man would not leave his faith. وَلَكِنْ أَنْتُمْ قَوْمٌ تَسْتَعْجِلُونَ. But you are a nation, you're a people that want things quickly. What is the message here? The message, my brothers and sisters, is that these trials, that these tests are an expression of our faith. It is how we earn the akhirah. And this is why when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, do you think you're going to enter paradise without going through those trials? Without going through those calamities? Those who came before you, they were afflicted with those calamities and they reached a breaking point until they would say, Mata Nasrullah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ala inna nasrullahi qareeb. Certainly the help of Allah is near. For a believer, the help of Allah is always near. And you know one of the meanings of this verse? And sometimes people don't understand this. That either relief means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings victory, or you are martyred for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then you are in Jannah. That is victory from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So for the companions to hear that a time will come upon the ummah when people will have abandoned that life, that willingness to sacrifice for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it was shocking for them. So now how do we understand what is happening today in that context? You know, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also said, he described that state, that despicable state of the ummah. But he also said that that is not everyone. He said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, لا تزال طائفة من أمتي ظاهرين على الحق. That no matter what is happening in the world, no matter how many generations pass, there will always be a group of my people who are manifest upon the truth. لا يضرهم من خذلهم. And those who betray them will not harm them. They will continue to submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They will continue to struggle for what is right and fight for what is right. And those who oppose them and betray them will not harm them. حَتَّى يَأْتِيَ أَمْرُ اللَّهِ, until the day of judgment. So when we look at our brothers and sisters in Gaza today, what do we see? We see them living the life of the companions. You know, subhanAllah, we hear these stories of the companions and sometimes we treat them like fairy tales. We hear about the story of Khabbab and we hear the story of Bilal radiallahu anh and Sumayya radiallahu anha and how she was tortured radiallahu anha wardaha. And we think these are fairy tales. But now that we have our phones and we are witnessing what our brothers and sisters and our children are going through in Palestine and Gaza, we understand these are not just fairy tales. I just this morning saw a video, and I'm sure you've seen this video, and there's hundreds and dozens of videos like this, where a brother is buried under some rubble. And I know you said we're going to hear the word rubble a lot. He was buried under rubble, and the only thing that was exposed was his head. And they're desperately trying to dig him out. And what do you think he was saying as he was buried, not knowing if he's going to survive, not knowing if he's going to be freed? He was saying the shahada. He was saying la ilaha illallah. He was remembering Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then he was calling out to the ummah, keep resisting, keep fighting, because this is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All that we need is sabr. All that we need is patience. He was saying, this is nothing. My 2 daughters have been martyred. My family has already been martyred. Now I ask you, what type of iman, what type of faith it takes for a person to be in that condition, not saying, oh, look at me, my desperate self. The people of Gaza, they don't need our pity. The people of Gaza, they don't need us to feel sorry for them. The people of Gaza need us to stand up for our faith. They need us to be true to our submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because the people of Gaza know that victory only comes when the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes, when we are true to our faith. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, لا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا. Do not grieve, do not get stagnant. أنتم الأعلون وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين. That you will be victorious. You will come out on top as long as you are believers. And this statement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the battle cry for our brothers and sisters resisting this occupation, resisting this genocide in Gaza. And my question for us right now, myself included, is if we don't wake up now, when will we wake up? When will the time come? How much brutality and suffering do we need to see to understand what is happening? For us to return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for us to understand that our lives are not lives that we're going to live forever, that there's no such thing as a life in which we attain ultimate bliss. This life is a trial. This life is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. مِنْكُمْ مَنْ يُرِيدُ الدُّنْيَا وَمِنْكُمْ مَنْ يُرِيدُ الْآخِرَةِ. There are those amongst you who desire this life, their end all and be all is this life. And there are those amongst you who desire the akhirah. You know, there's a story of Umar radiallahu anhu, in which he saw one of the companions holding a piece of meat. And Umar radiallahu anhu, he said, "Ma hada?" He said, "What is this?" And this companion, he said, "Hada lahmun ishtahaytu fashtaraytu." He said, "This is a piece of meat. This is some meat. I wanted it, so I bought it." And Umar radiallahu anhu, he says, "Awa kullama ishtahayta shay'an ishtarayta?" He said to him, "Is it that every time you see something you like, you just buy it?" And he said, "Well, you know, I wanted it, I desired it, and I bought it." He said, do you not fear? And who is he speaking to here? To the companions, not to the later generations. He is saying, Umar radiallahu anhu is saying to the companions, he's saying, do you not fear that you will fall under the ayah, أَذْهَبْتُمْ طَيِّبَاتِكُمْ فِي حَيَاتِكُمُ الدُّنْيَا? That you have exhausted all of your pleasures in this life? Meaning you're living your life in a way that you think all of your pleasures can be attained in this life. Meaning, what have you left for the akhirah? Where is your desire for the akhirah? And this companion just bought a piece of meat. It's not haram to buy some meat. It's halal meat. But the problem is the lifestyle of us thinking this consumeristic lifestyle. And we know that the way to blind the population, to satiate a population, to keep them hidden from the horrors that are being committed, is consumerism and materialism. Right? Keep the people involved in the next trinket, the next thing to buy. Because you know what? If you just buy this, it'll make you feel better about yourself, and then you just move on from one purchase to another purchase to another purchase. And that's why one of the amazing things that has happened after October 7th is that people are waking up to the BDS movement, which is amazing. And I was talking to someone who said, you know, they had that app out. If you don't know about the app, the No Thanks app, right? Where you could scan a product. And I heard a brother say to me, he said, "Man, everything is on here. Like everything I scan shows up as like, no, like this is funding Israel in some way." And I said, "What does this tell you?" It tells you two things. It tells you that until this moment in your life, you have been contributing to this genocide without even knowing. That's number one. Number two, that you have been seeking satisfaction from material things, and now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is now reminding you that your satisfaction cannot come from material things anymore. And when we look at our brothers and sisters in Gaza, and we look at their lifespan, and we look at what they have guaranteed to them, I often say, we think there's a difference between our life, our lifespan, and the lifespan of our brothers and sisters in Gaza, but in reality, not a single person here has the next moment guaranteed, just like our brothers and sisters in Gaza don't have the next moment guaranteed. The only difference is that they are cognizant of it, they are aware of it, they're living their life like that, and we are not. That's the difference. That is why their iman is so strong. That is why they're willing to sacrifice for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and perhaps we are not, or we are not there yet. Because I do think this is a turning moment for us. I do think this is a turning moment for our ummah, that we finally wake up and submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make our last words La ilaha illallah. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make every difficulty and every struggle that we go through a means for us to enter paradise. Allahumma ameen. Hada wallahu ta'ala a'lam. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
For that action. And before I dismiss the speakers here, I would like to just let everybody know that there's going to be a arts prize ceremony that's going to be happening right after this, so please stay seated. And most importantly, jazakallah khair to all the speakers who took the time out of their day to come here. And we are very honored to host them. So all we ask is that Allah allows us to really take the knowledge that we've been bestowed with and put it into action. I mean, jazakallah khair. And one last time, takbir, takbir, takbir. And at this moment, I would now like to call up Imam Khalid Griggs and also Brother Furqan Ansari to hand out the prizes, inshallah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. This is going to be a fun session. No listening at all. So I was told to do this last minute from our committee, and if I mess up, I apologize in advance. So we decided as a part of this conference, we decided how do we engage youths, our young daughters and sons for our community. And the best way we found out is how about we do a arts contest. I mean, we have done a lot of protests. We have been part of the protest rallies and conference. So we decided to do an arts contest, and we decided two categories, poetry and painting. And subhanallah, mashallah, we had great participation. Amazing paintings from all, so many kids that we have exhibition all the way on the back. If you have time, please in the break, go there and look at it, encourage those kids. We have great submissions, poetry as well. So I'm going to announce the winners today, 3 place winners. We have first and second and third in both categories, painting and poetry. The themes we set up, of course, is around Palestine. We gave them some themes. So either the painting and poetry need to be around the themes, either Palestine culture, war in Gaza, women and children of Gaza, oppressor versus oppressed in apartheid state, Israeli occupation. So that was a theme, and you can literally see that the way a beautiful painting that those children created all the way back in the hall. So I'm going to announce without delay for the first category, poetry, the third place. So we'll announce only first, second, and third. The third place winner is Hiba Fatma Alwi. for poetry. And I'm going to ask Imam Khalid, our director of CSJ, to give certificates. Not yet. Do we have anybody can take on behalf of Hiba Fatma Alvi? If there's anybody, friends or family, yeah, of course, please come. You can come on stage. Yeah, you can come from here. It's okay. Okay. So we have Hiba's aunt. Second place, we have Myra Mansoor. So we had a team actually for two girls submitted one poetry, really amazing. And actually both, I'm gonna call both of them at this stage, Myra and we have Soya Saeed. They had it together. Do we have Myra and Zoya Saeed? Okay, anybody else, anybody here that can take on behalf of Myra and Zoya Saeed? Okay, so no worries, we'll send it to them, inshallah, we'll contact with them. Okay, so the first winner of poetry, we have Fatma Isa, the first place winner for poetry category, Fatma Isa. Right. So she received Amazon gift card, $300. For second place, we had a $200, and the third we had $100. Thank you. All right, now moving on to the next category, painting. And we have, like I said, a lot of paintings back there. So I'm going to start with the third place. The third place for painting category, we have Zainab Jaffrey. Zainab Jaffrey for third place painting. She also received a $100 Amazon gift card on third place painting. So for the second place category painting, we have Khatija Ahmed. Do we have Khatija Ahmed? And she received $200 Amazon gift card. It wasn't easy for us. Our judges, it was really tough competition, and you can even see at the back, they're all amazing painting. All right, so the first place of painting, again, Fatma Isa for first place. So I know it's coincidence, honestly, Wallah, Allah knows. We tried our best in very, really strict criteria, in the painting especially, and somehow Fatma, yes, she do get another card, $300 another Amazon. That's all we have. So I would ask for the rest of every participant for painting received a certificate of participation. And I would request you guys to meet one of our volunteers all the way back, Brother Zaid. He has certificate, so we can hand it over to you guys. Inshallah, if you're not there, we'll try to contact you and hand it. Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum, Jazakallah khair everyone. So now we have a break from 1 to 2:30. We will have Zuhar Iqama at 2:15, inshallah, and 2:15 we'll praise Zuhar on our on my left side, brothers will be in the front and sisters on the back. So inshallah, we'll pray Zuhar at 2:15, and we'll start the program right after that at 2:30. And I want to remind you that we have food trucks outside. You can inshallah get food from them as well. And also, if your kids are in babysitting, please pick them up. Inshallah, take them to the food, because we are not allowed to serve the food here as per the policy. So you can take your kids and take them outside, and make sure to be back on time, inshallah, at 2:15. We also have our sponsors, so please go to their booth. We have Helping Hand, Harrowing Hearts, we have Continuous Charity, so please go and visit their booth as well. And then last but not least, we also have voter registration happening in some of the booths, UVA and Impact booth. So inshallah, register to vote. Jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamu
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The Islamic Circle of North America is a leading grassroots organization which seeks to obtain the pleasure of Allah through working for the establishment of Islam in all spheres of life. ICNA has many projects, programs, and activities which are designed to help in the process of molding the individual and reforming the society at large. Inviting humanity to worship Allah is an important obligation on all Muslims. ICNA has initiated numerous national and local projects to empower Muslims in reaching out to Muslims and non-Muslims.
ICNA is one-stop shop for all American Muslims. We provide the services and opportunity for those who want to do dawah work through Why Islam and gain peace. If there is somebody who is interested to do charity and relief work, ICNA's amazing organizations like Helping Hand and ICNA Relief provides an opportunity to do so.
ICNA develops its Islamic workers and provides them with skills for effective communications.
We have to carry on this mission, that we learn this hidayah through Quran and Sunnah of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we implement in our lives and we share it with our fellow human beings. So this is the main mission and purpose of ICNA for which it was established.
Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahu Akbar.
Embrace is ICNA's project to empower, integrate, and serve our Muslim convert community by providing social and educational spaces to equip them with the knowledge they need for their lifetime journey. While Islam and Gain Peace are two popular outreach projects for ICNA, these projects have initiated many activities to help present a clear view of Islam, and were initiated to share Islam with people from other faiths and to clarify many misconceptions they may hold due to biased reporting in the media. ICNA Relief USA caters to the basic human and social service needs of the underserved communities within the United States. Its mission is to promote justice through creating opportunities with young people and families to lead healthy and productive lives. Through ICNA Relief, we have served over 1.2 million people in 654 cities throughout 32 states. Helping Hand is a global humanitarian relief and development organization responding to human sufferings in emergency and disaster situations around the world. Helping Hand served over 10 million people in 2021 alone and has been rated as the #1 charity by Charity Navigator.
ICNA is an organization that comprehensively covers all of the areas that are important to the Muslim community. It has been a pleasure to be a member of ICNA and to join them in so many of the noble efforts that they've done in the Muslim community here in America.
Young Muslims is a pioneering national youth organization. It has established a well-organized network of local youth groups, which we call NeighborNets, across the nation. The goal of NeighborNet is to build a solid understanding of the principles of Islam, and by helping youth put these principles into practice. We stress the importance of knowing, understanding, and fulfilling our individual and collective obligation as Muslims.
YM provided me with a basic foundation with general knowledge of Islam, and then since graduating, I've been a part of ICNA. We've been able to do dawah within New York, and alhamdulillah, ICNA does dawah throughout the United States, and this act in itself helps me increase, my iman, my spirituality.
The Young Muslim Sisters Organization serves our community by providing essential programs for young sisters such as Sister Chill Sessions, Femil Quran classes, seminars, Project Ummah, local summer retreats, Dawah camps, and more. ICNA Sisters heavily work side by side with ICNA Brothers on different projects such as social justice, outreach efforts, and ICNA Relief. Some of ICNA Sisters' projects are Noor Magazine, online classes, Institute of Islamic Sciences, and Muslim Children of North America. The Muslim Children of North America is a special project of the ICNA Sisters which focuses on children ages 5 through 12. MCNA serves by educating young children while engaging them in a fun environment. The Message International is an online magazine of Islamic Circle of North America. The Message refers to the universal message of Islam. The Message strives to promote the values and principles of diversity through its publication. The Islamic Learning Foundation is one of the most important projects of ICNA. The main objective for ILF is enriching the lives of Muslims in general and Muslim youth in particular by educating their minds and affecting their hearts with sound knowledge of Islamic Sharia, thus deepening their awareness of Islam as a universal and eternal way of living for mankind and providing a new caliber of Muslim leaders. Every year, thousands of Muslims attend ICNA's annual and regional conventions along with their families. Relevant themes are expounded upon by the most knowledgeable of Islamic scholars. A wide array of vibrant parallel activities and programs are enjoyed by all.
This huge expansion, almost an explosion in the attendees, is that people, our brothers and sisters, are finding that they can come here and walk away with some action plans, with some very specific things that they can do when they return to their homes.
ICNA Council for Social Justice, CSJ, is a social justice human rights organization. We strive to systematically facilitate assertive Muslim involvement in the field of human struggle for the rights of the poor and oppressed in the United States. Please support our work and help us continue to fight for the rights of the oppressed. In 2022, the world is still struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic, inflation, and global conflicts. The services ICNA provides are needed now more than ever as the world recovers from the pandemic.
My dear brothers and sisters, ICNA started its journey with a 7-member organization. But with your support, your help and your du'as, ICNA has grown into the largest Muslim grassroots organization of American Muslims. This has happened only because you have trusted us and supported us and made du'as for us. Please continue to support your own ICNA as you have done in the past. Thank you.
Islamic Circle of North America was founded in September 1968. This is one of the largest national Muslim organization at this time. From day one, they were involved in outreach to the society. They were involved in the character building of the individual. They were involved in the organizing those who accepted that outreach program. In 2009, we established the ICNA Council for Social Justice.
ICNA has understood from the very start that social justice is a part of our da'wah, it's a part of our presence. That if Muslims are not committing themselves to social justice, then they're not living to the fullness of their identity. And as ICNA has always been at the forefront of so many of these efforts, now the ICNA Council for Social Justice is formalizing a lot of that, taking on specific causes of social justice and channeling not just members of ICNA, but leading the way for other organizations and other members of the community to come forth, inshallah ta'ala, and to take on causes that are so essential, not just for Muslims in America, but for all people here in this country.
So we established 7 focus areas very quickly. We established that this racism issue, the unjust immigration policies, poverty and hunger and income inequality, family destruction, global justice, Islamophobia, and injustice to indigenous people.
From the very beginning, we were very clear that this project and this department is not going to be only for Muslims, but we are going to touch upon the social justice issues that are affecting larger society, other communities, wherever there is an issue of justice. We are not only worried about issues that concern us. We are worried about issues that concern people of color, people of minorities, people who are struggling to get their immigration issues resolved.
I joined ICNA Council for Social Justice because I wanted to not sit behind a desk for the rest of my life. I wanted to do something that brings some sort of a positive, where somehow I can give a positive feedback to society. I can bring back in a good way. Social justice is about getting to the root of the problem. That's how you really fix it. So the classic example is that feeding the homeless will not eradicate homelessness. When you give that homeless person a bag of food or some cash, you have immediate gratification that you've done something good, which is fine. But social justice, how do you eradicate homelessness completely from society? That's not an immediate gratification that people will have.
The ICNA Council for Social Justice was one of the first people that joined with the CCF when we incorporated in 2010. And they've been more than just a member of the board. They have been a genuine partner with us in dealing with the kind of issues that come from preemptive prosecution.
The Muslim Prisoner Support Project of CSJ is one of the newest adventures, or not adventures, but one of the newest ventures that the council has taken on. And this Muslim Prisoner Support Project is an attempt to help Muslim inmates pre-trial as well as post-trial.
ICNA Council for Social Justice has launched an anti-bullying campaign where we train Muslim kids on bullying, because after a lot of stories were coming out of Muslim kids being picked on in school, Muslim women having their hijabs basically pulled at, and also Muslim brown kids being called terrorists in class. So we had a lot of complaints from parents, and they wanted ICNA CSJ to somehow take some part in it. So we created a whole campaign around it where we went and we spoke with researchers and professionals who do bullying research. And we put together a workshop. So now we provide it around the country for free, and we're hoping to basically go to every Islamic school and Sunday school and reach all of the Muslim communities around the country. And eventually we want to go into non-Muslim communities as well.
National Muslim Advocacy Day. It is being organized under the U.S. Council for Muslim Organization, USCMO. And in USCMO, all major national Muslim organization part of that. So ICNA, Islamic Circle of North America, is part of that. And on behalf of ICNA, ICNA Council for Social Justice facilitate all those participation in that National Muslim Advocacy Day.
ICNA Council for Social Justice that plays a crucial role in providing the logistics, the accommodation, and so many other services to this amazing large contingent that is growing so fast every year and bringing the voices of the community to their elected reps in the House and in the Senate.
I encourage you to support the ICNA Council for Social Justice, inshallah ta'ala. Help it develop, help it become a shining wing of ICNA.
I think it's very important for people to get involved with Muslim advocacy and social justice as a whole. There are very few groups that take the opportunity to represent Muslims politically. And ICNA CSJ is one of the few groups that is leading this movement, and find an outlet for them, whether it's writing articles and publications, spreading knowledge, attending protests, or even lobbying. It allows you to have that voice, and not just for you, but for your community as a whole, and to bridge those gaps in our current political climate.
It is the saying of the Prophet also that we should help the oppressor and the oppressed. We help the oppressor because we stop him from oppressing the people, and so we need to stand up in this land to help the people who need our help and stand for the social justice in this country and all around the world.
This past winter, 2018, we had the opportunity to go to El Paso, Texas, and assist the asylum seekers and translate for them and truly be there for them. Because when one hurts, we all hurt. We were also outside the Tornillo camping where they were holding minors, over 3,000 of them. And that experience was truly heartbreaking. As a single mother of one, I can only share that I can't imagine for a blink of an eye, a second, what that would be like. So Council of Social Justice, ICNA, is doing a tremendous amount of work on the ground, providing assistance. I was there as an interpreter. I speak Spanish, and we are really all over trying to help our fellow Americans.
In order to bring about positive change, we must educate the public on the numerous injustices that are rampant in our society. At the Islamic Circle of North America's Council for Social Justice, or ICNA CSJ, we strongly believe that education leads to awareness, which in turn leads to change. From our 15 chapters across North America, we strive to systematically facilitate assertive Muslim involvement in the field of human struggle for the rights of the poor and oppressed in the United States. We have 7 focus areas: family breakdown, structural racism, global injustice, issues of hunger, poverty, and inequality, injustice to indigenous people, Islamophobia, and unjust immigration policies. We currently have a number of active projects running. The Stop School Bullying Initiative was started as a response to Muslim children experiencing bullying in the school system. Working with researchers, we have created anti-bullying workshops and a number of other online resources that students, parents, and teachers can use to educate and take action. The crisis in Kashmir has seen more than 100,000 people killed, among other human rights atrocities. We are working tirelessly to bring awareness to the situation through rallies, social media, and urging U.S. elected officials and the Senate to take action. Through our Muslim Prisoner Support Project, we ensure that Muslim inmates are given full rights and are treated in a civil manner, whilst also providing them access to prayer services and Islamic education. ICNA CSJ is a key player in facilitating the annual National Muslim Advocacy Day in Washington, D.C. This important initiative ensures that issues that affect American Muslim communities and our society in general are discussed and progressed through dialogue with local and federal governments. ICNA CSJ is a nonprofit organization that relies on donations from the public. None of this would be possible without your continuous generous support. We urge you to please donate so that we can continue to advocate for social justice and bring about positive change to the U.S. and beyond.
ICNA Council for Social Justice is a social justice human rights organization that strives to systematically facilitate assertive Muslim involvement in the field of human struggle for the rights of the poor and oppressed in the United States. One of our main projects is to support one of the most neglected Muslim communities, our brothers and sisters in the prison system.
Before the program, we didn't have volunteers from the outside that were coming in here, taking their time out of their day to go get us books, to go make sure that we're able to learn properly.
Our Muslim Prisoners Support Project's main objective is to support Muslim inmates in detention and correctional facilities by providing them with prayer services, Islamic education, weekly religious classes, equipment, supplies, and free Eid meals. Additionally, we provide resources for civil rights procedures and actions, mail correspondence, and a full-fledged re-entry program.
It's been really helpful for me being a new Muslim because I'm able to participate in the Friday prayer and I'm able to get Islamic material.
I'm back connected with my religion.
It's helping me get on a better path of life and finding, my faith.
ICNA CSJ needs your help. Please consider donating today by visiting our website or email us at prisonersupport@icnacsj.org to volunteer. Thank you.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The Islamic Circle of North America is a leading grassroots organization which seeks to obtain the pleasure of Allah through working for the establishment of Islam in all spheres of life. ICNA has many projects, programs, and activities which are designed to help in the process of molding the individual and reforming the society at large. Inviting humanity to worship Allah is an important obligation on all Muslims. ICNA has initiated numerous national and local projects to empower Muslims in reaching out to Muslims and non-Muslims.
ICNA is one-stop shop for all American Muslims. We provide the services and opportunity for those who want to do dawah work through Why Islam and gain peace. If there is somebody who is interested to do charity and relief work, ICNA's amazing organizations like Helping Hand and ICNA Relief provides an opportunity to do so.
ICNA develops its Islamic workers and provides them with skills for effective communications.
We have to carry on this mission, that we learn this hidayah through Quran and Sunnah of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we implement in our lives and we share it with our fellow human beings. So this is the main mission and purpose of ICNA for which it was established.
Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahu Akbar.
Embrace is ICNA's project to empower, integrate, and serve our Muslim convert community by providing social and educational spaces to equip them with the knowledge they need for their lifetime journey. While Islam and Gain Peace are two popular outreach projects for ICNA, these projects have initiated many activities to help present a clear view of Islam, and were initiated to share Islam with people from other faiths and to clarify many misconceptions they may hold due to biased reporting in the media. ICNA Relief USA caters to the basic human and social service needs of the underserved communities within the United States. Its mission is to promote justice through creating opportunities with young people and families to lead healthy and productive lives. Through ICNA Relief, we have served over 1.2 million people in 654 cities throughout 32 states. Helping Hand is a global humanitarian relief and development organization responding to human sufferings in emergency and disaster situations around the world. Helping Hand served over 10 million people in 2021 alone and has been rated as the #1 charity by Charity Navigator.
ICNA is an organization that comprehensively covers all of the areas that are important to the Muslim community. It has been a pleasure to be a member of ICNA and to join them in so many of the noble efforts that they've done in the Muslim community here in America.
Young Muslims is a pioneering national youth organization. It has established a well-organized network of local youth groups, which we call NeighborNets, across the nation. The goal of NeighborNet is to build a solid understanding of the principles of Islam, and by helping youth put these principles into practice. We stress the importance of knowing, understanding, and fulfilling our individual and collective obligation as Muslims.
YM provided me with a basic foundation with general knowledge of Islam, and then since graduating, I've been a part of ICNA. We've been able to do dawah within New York, and alhamdulillah, ICNA does dawah throughout the United States, and this act in itself helps me increase, my iman, my spirituality.
The Young Muslim Sisters Organization serves our community by providing essential programs for young sisters such as Sister Chill Sessions, Femil Quran classes, seminars, Project Ummah, local summer retreats, Dawah camps, and more. ICNA Sisters heavily work side by side with ICNA Brothers on different projects such as social justice, outreach efforts, and ICNA Relief. Some of ICNA Sisters' projects are Noor Magazine, online classes, Institute of Islamic Sciences, and Muslim Children of North America. The Muslim Children of North America is a special project of the ICNA Sisters which focuses on children ages 5 through 12. MCNA serves by educating young children while engaging them in a fun environment. The Message International is an online magazine of Islamic Circle of North America. The message refers to the universal message of Islam. The message strives to promote the values and principles of diversity through its publication. The Islamic Learning Foundation is one of the most important projects of ICNA. The main objective for ILF is enriching the lives of Muslims in general and Muslim youth in particular by educating their minds and affecting their hearts with sound knowledge of Islamic Sharia, thus deepening their awareness of Islam as a universal
sleepy enough to sleep directly. I remember that I was watching something on my iPod. Mama was reading something on her phone, and my brothers were sleeping. The room was so quiet. Suddenly, I saw a large light come through the room, then a strong sound, a falling sound, then something fell on me. I thought it was the wall. It happened all in 1 second. One time, the light, the sound, the wall, the silence in the room. My first thought was, a big wall is now under a roof of a big building and everyone is dead. Now the whole world is around and I don't connect with how I feel because I'm here. Not dead. I didn't scream, I didn't cry, I didn't freak out. I started to search for my phone, to call anyone, to do anything, even though I knew there was no connection. But I kept looking with my hands in the small space I had between me and the wall, and all I was thinking is, I need Baba. I need him. Where's Baba? I want him to save me, to get this wall off of me. I knew he was dead, but he was the first person I thought about and was hoping to be with me. It was a slow, quick moment. It was short, but it felt like hours. All I wrote above was at the first 10 seconds, but it felt like more than 10 minutes under the wall. I didn't know what to do, what to think. Am I dying? Is my... Ahmed, mama, 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 mama. Oh God, I can't forget his voice. He was calling her like she's already dead. A voice of sadness and suffering. A voice of someone who will fall apart soon. A voice of someone who thinks everyone is dead and his mom is dead. A voice of someone breaking down. A voice that breaks your heart into a million pieces. His voice never disappears off my mind. And whenever I remember, I start crying. When I heard his voice in the way he was calling Mama, I started to comfort him and say, Ahmed, we are fine, we are here, Ahmed. Then I heard my other brother screaming and calling my cousin to help us, if he's alive, of course. The scene at that moment was Mama saying the Shahada, Mesh crying, Ahmed screaming and calling my mom, my brothers trying to remove the wall from above us, and I'm holding my mom's wrist and trying to push the wall again. It was a terrible scene. Nobody wants to live it, but I did. After a while, the wall was removed from us. I got a quick look around. The wall overlooking the street was no longer there. I could see the street. The air was cold and everything around me was broken, and there were a lot of stones and ashes everywhere. My brothers were standing around me. Ahmed was holding his head and saying, I'm gonna lose consciousness. Mama was trying to hug Majd and say, Alhamdulillah, we are all fine. My cousin was trying to get us out of there. I'm still holding Mama's wrist, and all I hear is my heavy breathing sounds. I tried to cover my hair, then tried to get out with my cousin's help. We all got out of the room. My aunt and her family are fine. We are all in this hall together now. Then I saw my mom's head. It was full of blood. I freaked out. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do, especially since I have a phobia of blood. All I did was say, Mama, look at Mama's head. Help my mom. She's fine. Don't be scared. And started to check her and see where the blood came from. And then he said, there's nothing serious. Don't panic. We'll see her again after we get out of here. Ahmed was sitting next to her with a face full of blood too. My eyes hurt. My ears hurt. I can't hear anything. I was hugging Majd and saying, it's okay. Mama's okay. Mama's okay. We are okay. Everything's gonna be okay. It was a comfort for him, but also for me, especially since I'm still breathing very hard. We started to get out of the house and headed to my other aunt's house near here. It was a dark, very, very dark night. We started walking with no lights except the moonlight. There were no sounds except our footsteps and our scary breathing. We reached quickly and sat down and drank water. Again, it was a slow, quick moment. It's okay, I'm okay, we're okay, it's okay, I'm okay, we're okay, it's okay, I'm okay, okay, it's okay, I'm okay, we're okay, it's okay, I'm okay, we're okay. I didn't know that I would be shaking like this when I was telling what happened, but I'm shaking right now, remembering everything, remembering every detail, remembering the sound, remembering the smell of that moment. I remember the fear I felt. I remember the sound of my brother screaming. I remember the way I was that night. I hate that I remember. When we went to my aunt's house, we checked mama's entry. Me, the one who had always been scared of blood, who was about to pass out when I saw blood. In that moment, I was the one who touched the blood on mama's head, who checked if it was a bad entry or a simple one, who took the blood out of her face. If you ask me how I did, I would say, I don't know. I don't know how I was that strong. Where did the strength come from? We started to heal the wounds and mama started lying on the bed. When we finished the first aid, everyone relaxed and laid down. At that moment, I started crying so bad I couldn't breathe. I was still afraid. I couldn't understand what happened. What happened? When this happened? What should we do now? Then what? The death and we finally met. What's left? What's now? What's next? There's worse than that. I don't have much to say. That's what happens. That's what I felt. I have no idea what's next or what I have to expect. I hope we come back to our home soon. There's one thing I didn't write about, but I don't think I have the strength to do that. Maybe one day I will. I hope these days don't happen again. I don't want to remember it or talk about it. Thank you, Allah, for saving me and my family. I'm so grateful that none of them died in front of me. Allah gave me a big gift and a miracle, and I will always be grateful of that. I hope the next few days will be better and the war is over. I miss Safe. I miss Baba. I miss home. I miss life. I miss me. Rana As-Safadi. Remember her name. Thank you.
Jazakallah khairan. That was really beautiful and really heart-touching. The very next speaker is also someone who has been working on the front lines for the past few decades. Imam Khalid Griggs is a lifelong freedom fighter and has been an imam and da'i for 40 years. He is the executive director of ICNA Council for Social Justice and the chairman of the Muslim Alliance for Black and Latino Lives. And today, he will be educating us on the close relationship between the Black Liberation Movement and the movement to liberate Palestine. Inshallah, if I can have Imam Khalid Griggs. Jazakallah khairan.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum. Crickets. I'm greeting with the greeting of Jannah, and I'm hearing crickets back in return. So let's try it one more time. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. Jazakallah. Brothers and sisters, before I get into the topics that I've been assigned, I want to acknowledge this being the first time that CSJ has put on an event like this. And I want to acknowledge the Dallas CSJ team and all of those volunteers and all of those little cities outside of Dallas, and recognize that this is an extraordinary, awe-inspiring event. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward all of you who were involved in whatever way it may be, whether it's cooking food, and because all of those behind the scenes activities are what really make it possible for us to be able to carry out events like this. And I want to say at the outset, if you just indulge me for 2 to 3 minutes, because I want to point out a couple of things about myself that have placed a very dear place in my heart that I can't get out. Not that I would want to anyway. But there have been a few things in my personal life that have attached me to the struggle of the brothers and sisters of Philistine. I was able to go to Philistine, occupied Palestine. I was able to go there in 1991. This was before the Gaza Strip had been closed to the outside world. And I went there with a group, North Carolina Council of Churches. And they were all Christian pastors, myself, and then there was one rabbi. But they wanted to bring people who they thought would come back and give a true picture of what was going on in Palestine. And so that trip really opened my eyes in a way that someone talking to me about it or reading a book or reading an article could not. There's a group that existed in Denmark that was called Outlandish. And they formed in 1997. They're not together today. But this particular group had a song called Look Into My Eyes. And it's a wonderful song. If you Google this, you may see while I'm making reference to this song. And one of the members of the group wrote recently that since that song actually got into the wider market in the world, that they've had over 10 million listeners to this song. And he said that every time something happens against Philistine, anything can happen in that part of the world, and people will just download the song, they just keep listening to it again and again. And one of the lines there, just a refrain that was in there, he was defining terror. And it was so pervasive in the life of the Palestinians that he was saying that terror is the very air that I breathe, that I can't take a breath without being subjected to terror, without my family being subjected to terror. So let me try to move quickly on here. And so when I went over there, I saw things that I had never seen before, I've seen since, but it's the conditions by which this 75-year occupation have forced the indigenous people of Philistine to live. And even more specifically, how the Muslims, how the quality of life for all non-Jews or non-Zionists in this occupied territory is one thing, but if you find yourself of a certain status and you're Muslim, then you have a much harder time. Brothers and sisters, this genocide in Palestine has been going on for literally almost, 3/4 of a century. It's gone on for 75 years, so it's almost gone on 3/4 of one century, but it's bridged the 20th century and the 21st century. And there was a lot going on during this time, so just bear with me while I try to set the stage, and I'll bring this to a close to just give us a little bit of the history. Because history will reward us if we dig deep enough. And when we look at the history, what was going on in the world? What was going on with the Palestinians in the 1960s, 50s, 60s, into the 70s? What was going on with African people here in the United States during that same era? So I want to just quickly go through this point. And that during this period of time, there were African people all throughout the diaspora who were gaining a consciousness about the colonial lives that we have right now, that we weren't created by God, by Allah, to have to live like this. So there were resistance movements all over the African continent. And I have to say, by tying this into a discussion about the state of Israel, that we have to understand that every anti-colonial imperialistic revolution that was taking place on the continent of Africa starting in the 50s, then into the 60s, then into the 70s, every single one where African people were trying to liberate themselves from the colonial rule that was held over them, Israel not only provided technology, but Israelis fought with Americans, with the British. They fought with others to try to put down every single liberation group on the continent of Africa. If America was on the anti-side, then Israel was there helping them at every turn. I think it's important for us to know too, that there were a lot of countries, I don't have time to mention them all, but we know about the first freely liberated country of Ghana and its president, Kwame Nkrumah. We know about Sékou Touré, this president of Guinea. We know about so many other struggles in the Congo and Mali and Chad, in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, in Mozambique, and in Angola. All of these countries were freed from colonial occupation and control starting in the 1950s to the 1960s and to the 1970s. But just think about something that I said. With all of the movements to try to bring about liberation, people were coming from all over the world to try to resist these racist regimes from maintaining total control over the African population. Israel was present, fighting against these liberation movements, sending technology to help the white Rhodesians maintain control over that country of Rhodesia. We can go through each one of the countries and we can that connection because the connection is there. Now, what was going on the other side of the Atlantic with people of African descent? More specifically, what was going on in the 50s and the 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s? What was going on? There was a similar kind of awakening. There was a similar kind of spirit that this oppressive system that we have been living under since the time we were kidnapped and brought to this side of the world, that we've had enough, that it's time to organize, it's time to draw knowledge and experience from our brothers and sisters wherever they may find themselves. And so many of you have probably read about some of the things that happened in the United States. Many of you have probably know some of the leaders of these resistance movements. And now I'm just talking about the civil rights movement. You know their names, you know Martin Luther King, you know so many others. And running parallel to that was a movement called the Black Freedom Struggle. And in this Black freedom struggle, we find individuals coming forth, you know their names, like Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, formerly H. Rap Brown. You know their names, or if you don't, then you don't know American social justice history. If you don't know, you need to read about them so you'll be aware of what has come before you in this country. We know their names. There's so many that Allah guided to Islam in this process of trying to gain liberation for themselves and for the people. Let me go through just about three other very quick things, and I'll be done. Actually, I got almost 6 minutes here. And so let me quickly go through some information during these last 6 months. 6 minutes. There was an organization that was formed in 1960. I'm sorry. That was formed in April of 1960. This was an organization that had the acronym SNCC, S-N-C-C. And this SNCC organization was an outgrowth of efforts on the part of Dr. Martin Luther King and Andrew in Atlanta, so many other people, that this was an organization where an activist by the name of Ella Baker, brilliant strategist and organizer in the African American community. This was an organization that supported what was going on with the regular civil rights movement. But they were the youth wing. And just like many of you young people, you don't want to just talk and read and talk some more and read some more. You want to do something. And I'm advising you, don't waste your youth on just talking. Now is the time that if you're ever in life going to engage the society and try to make a difference, do it while you're young. Brothers and sisters, in 1960, something radical happened within this organization, within SNCC. And what it was an article that was written, that was intended to be used as a position paper for the organization, how this organization, a young, primarily African Americans, how they would relate to American society. But the person who was asked to write the article chose to write an article entitled The Palestine Problem. And Ethel Minor wrote a brilliant summation of how the Zionist Israelis were brutalizing and harming and blowing up houses and bulldozing properties and doing so many atrocities against the indigenous people of Palestine. And there are those who believe that with all of the brilliant organizers who were in this organization, like Kwame Ture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael, brilliant strategists, brilliant individual, and when it comes to dissecting the social dynamics that are causing inequities in American society. So what ended up happening was that there was an awareness, a consciousness that was building in the African American community, particularly in that part of the community who were a part of this Black freedom struggle or even the civil rights. And I don't want to make such a strong line of demarcation. And so what happened then, that there were those who were a part of SNCC and those who were a part of other organizations like the Black Panther Party for self-defense. Other organizations drew from what was in this paper by Ethel Minor called The Palestine Problem. And so we have to mention that. I don't want time to run out before I can throw this name in as well, because what I've been trying to do is set a stage for us to understand that there was a connection between African American people and its leadership with the Palestinian people. And I want to just go just a little step further in closing here, that with everything that was going on, of course, we had Malcolm X. And what Al-Haj Malik Shabazz, he visited the Palestinian village of Kai Yunis in September of 1964. In March of 1964, the former greatest boxer, heavyweight boxer probably ever, Muhammad Ali, visited a number of Palestinian camps. And they came back and they educated us about what was actually going on in these camps all across Gaza, camps that were only populated by the Muslims. The 2 times that I was over there, I asked questions, well, who are those people living up on the hill far in the distance? And the answer was always that these are the Christians that are living adjacent to, but not directly side by side of the Muslims, no matter what part of Palestine that they're living in. And so, brothers and sisters, as I close, I want to employ all of us to recognize that you and I have a sacred trust. We have a sacred responsibility to help our brothers and sisters no matter where they are, no matter if we know of their condition, then we are duty bound to help. But this African American, the mindset of struggling against the oppressor, against all odds, was something that is exhibited to a much greater degree to our brothers, our Palestinians, brothers and sisters today. So let's keep them in our dua. If there are any protests or anything concerning helping the Palestinians, I implore all of you to get involved. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Imam Khalid will not go far because now we're starting a panel discussion, inshallah, with Imam Muhammad as well as Brother Ahmed Abu Ras. This one is Assalamu alaikum. So this is a panel discussion, and it's very important, the topic that Imam Khalid Griggs just talked about. It certainly requires some discussion. And the reason why we have this panel, this was a carefully selected panel, because we have voices that are all speaking the same thing for the same cause, but we can address it from different perspectives. So we have Imam Khalid Griggs, who just spoke. He was introduced. This is a brother who I like to call his generation the post-Malcolm generation. That it was their, Imam Khalid actually grew up in an apartheid state in the Jim Crow South in North Carolina. And it was that desire to fight for justice for his people which led him to Islam. And then we have Imam Muhammad Abdullah, who was introduced previously. And one of the things that I want to highlight is that the community that he came from, he was mentored by Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. And we cannot have a session about student protests or students fighting for justice without mentioning and highlighting one of the most prolific student activists, someone who was probably the most skilled community organizer and mobilizer, in the name of H. Rap Brown, who we all know as Imam Jamil Al-Amin. And we ask that Allah grants him justice and releases him from his unjust incarceration. I mean, so we are blessed. Nothing would be greater than to have him here speaking. And we could all be in the audience, but he's not able to be here. But we have a young brother who grew up in his community and went on to become an imam and carry on that legacy, and that is Imam Muhammad. And then also we have Brother Ahmed, who is a student or who is someone from this generation who's involved in this generation's mobilization in fighting against the atrocity that is happening to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. So it's very important that we, as Muslims, one generation learns from the generation before them. And that we know that this fight is not something that came out of nowhere. It is a struggle that has been going on generation after generation for Muslims. So we truly appreciate the wisdom that Imam Khalid just shared with us. I also wanted to give an opportunity to Imam Muhammad on that same topic of the relationship between the African American civil rights movement, the Black liberation movement, the relationship, how that relates to the issue that we are confronting today with our brothers and sisters in Palestine, inshallah.
Jazakumullah khairan, Brother Mus'ab, for the gracious introduction. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserve and protect you, keep you on a straight path. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As a student of Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, the legacy that we carry on is a legacy of speaking truth. That's always been the fight. You know, sometimes we get confused. We divide ourselves on ethnicity, on race, on ideas. It's really simple. It's a really simple equation. Sometimes it's as simple as the truth versus a lie. It's as simple as good versus evil. It's as simple as right versus wrong. It's as simple as intelligence versus what would be the opposite of intelligence here in America. He said Trump. Some may say ignorance, but actually the opposite of intelligence in America is counterintelligence. That's the opposite of intelligence. Intelligence versus counterintelligence. Who here has heard of COINTELPRO? COINTELPRO? It's a shame. See how many people have never heard of COINTELPRO? This is the relation between the struggle that we had going on back then and what we have now. One lawyer told me this from MLFA. I won't name who it was. She told me that there are up to 7,000 informants in the Muslim community here in America. COINTELPRO, as it has it, was a secret government organization that spied on us. It was a secret government organization. Every one of our leaders were infiltrated. Malcolm was infiltrated. Imam Jamil was infiltrated. Anyone who speaks truth and has a big enough influence, eventually the government will conspire to infiltrate. Why? Because they want to control the narrative. The opposition of truth is a lie, and the lie don't care who tells it. So what we see going on in Palestine right now is them also trying to control the narrative. Don't think that they don't have spies inside of those organizations trying to put on a front. Islam has been hijacked by people who are not Muslim. We saw that going on in ISIS. Those weren't Muslims. They hijacked us, and that's COINTELPRO. When the government put spies in our organization to try to represent Islam, actually misrepresent Islam with propaganda. And the agenda is for them to confuse the mass public, because once they get you to sign on to something or label somebody as a terrorist, then they can do to you things like genocide. They can do things that they wouldn't have been able to do. So what they did to Imam Jamil and all of our former civil rights leaders, almost all of them, was they infiltrated their organizations. They put plants and spies and snitches inside of our organizations. So we have to be careful, even in the 21st century, right now in our Muslim communities, that there could be infiltration and people whispering things in our ears and trying to get us to say certain bait words and trying to get us to act certain ways so that they could infiltrate, divide, and conquer. So that's really the similarity that I see between what's going on here, what's going on in Gaza, what's going on with the Muslim community around the world, is that we have to be careful that our mission and our objective is not hijacked by people who do not represent what we believe in. That's the similarity, and that's what we need to be careful about.
SubhanAllah. I don't think anyone will ever doubt that you were mentored by Imam Jamil Al-Amin. You didn't hold back at all. May Allah preserve you and all those who came from that community. I mean, I wanted to also ask Imam Khalid, a lot of the things, I noticed you were nodding along with what the brother was saying, and you lived through a lot of that. How have you seen from that aspect the evolution of the Muslim community? Because you came in at an era when those who were embracing Islam were seeking justice because of their history. And I know this is a conference about Palestine and Gaza, and that's what we're getting at. But I really want myself to be reminded and all of us to know about the relationship between Islam in America and young people who fought for justice. Can you educate us on that a little bit?
Yes, that's a very good question. During the era of the 1960s and 1970s in particular, most of those coming, I'm not going to say most because I don't have any data to back this up, but it seems that a large number of Muslims were coming from the African American community in particular and they were looking for exactly what you had just identified. And that is looking at a collective mechanism to help improve and change the condition, the oppressed conditions that the majority of the people were living in at that time and even continue to this day. And so Islam was looked at as that vehicle. It was that mechanism, and it provided a structure that has never been parallel, and that is just the movement of Islam following the guidance of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, who followed the guidance from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so there was a mindset that we've tried almost everything else. We've tried socialism, we've tried Trotskyism, we've tried so many different things, various iterations of communism, but they have not worked. We've tried a women's lib movement. We've on the periphery. We've tried a number of different things, and none of those things work. And so it calls to question any of us who can see what is going on in Palestine or any injustice in society itself, to see these things and not have enough understanding about our responsibility as Muslims. We see these things and do nothing about it. We just act, turn our heads, live our lives as if it doesn't impact us in any kind of way. So there's a long way to get to this whole issue about the young people with the students in particular. My greatest fear has been, since the semester ended, particularly for college students around the country, my greatest fear has been that somehow these young people will not be as engaged in demonstrations, whether it's for Palestine, whatever it may be, because of this break, because of the repression that was unleashed upon them. But if you and I are not prepared to make sacrifices for what we believe is right and just, then we don't deserve justice ourselves. It's like a child. If you put a plate of food in front of a child and the food is good and you know it's something they like, but they don't exert themselves enough to take a spoon or a fork to eat it themselves, they can't blame anyone but themselves when they go to bed hungry. It's right there in front of you. And this is what we're experiencing, in my humble opinion, what we're experiencing today. Don't waste your youth on being compromising. And in the African-American community, we talk about people like Clarence Thomas and characterizing some of the older folks as being an Uncle Tom, because he would place the interests of other people ahead of his own interests. Don't be like that. Engage.
Well, and I'm gonna get to brother Ahmed in a minute. Just want to follow up on one thing. We've all seen the brutal crackdown. You've seen a lot of protests in your life in this country. Have you ever seen something as brutal as what we saw on the campuses of Columbia and all these other campuses? Yeah. Just historically, and then we'll come. Yeah.
Historically, there are examples. There's nothing more brutal than death. That's the ultimate kind of brutality. And what we find on the campus of Kent State, when those students were out there protesting against the Vietnam War, that the National Guard was called in, and the National Guard shot and killed, I think it was 4 of these students. And these were going to a prestigious university. These were white students. But it's the nature of repression that when those who are trying to hold on to power by any means necessary, that they will go to just unusual lengths in order to impose their will upon the people. At Jackson, was it Jackson State? It was, I think that's is it Columbia, South Carolina? Jackson State. But Jackson State is in South Carolina. And there were a number of African-American activists who were protesting not just the war, but many other things against African-American people. And students were shot and killed again by agents of the government who got permission from their governor, the South Carolina governor, come in, stop these protests, let's shoot and kill them. And so the sacrifices that the young students today have done, they're tremendous, and we all need to have that willingness to do it, but it doesn't trump death.
Yeah.
And we have a history in this country of even the machinery of government executing and causing people to die for protesting what's going on.
So, Brother Ahmed, I wanted to also pose the same question to you. And Brother Ahmed Abu Ras, he's a practicing attorney. In his student life, he was an activist and he remains involved. I believe he is he's leading the Texas chapter of the AMP. So I guess same question to you about or if you want to speak about the brutality of just the crackdown on the protesters.
I think the brutality and the response by the government and Greg Abbott and his order to crack down on these student protests is only a testament to how brave and effective these student protests have been. These students, mashallah, I mean, I know you said you're afraid of the summer break coming and these protests dying down, but these kids have proven time and time again that they will not give up, they will not rest, and they're taking it to a level that we only imagined of when we were students, right? SubhanAllah, and they understand, these students do understand the relationship between the Black Lives Matter movement and the Palestinian movement. We both face oppression from capitalist, racist, imperialistic regimes in this country. And they always label us, going back to Sheikh Imam Abdullah, what he says, that they always use labeling as a tool in their agenda to dehumanize us, right? It's always the Muslim terrorist, or it's always the Black criminal. And they use this constantly against the Black activists in this country to try to minimize what we do and our effectiveness. And then this plays a vital role in police brutality, mass incarceration, dehumanizing us as Palestinians and as Muslims, right? So I do believe that the movement is only growing stronger, and us as community members, we have to support the students no matter what happens. I mean, come the fall season, inshallah, the encampments are only going to get stronger, and I really do believe they're going to take it to another level.
Well, staying with you, I want to ask you, since you're on the ground in contact with these brothers and sisters, natural question that comes to mind, for the Palestinian students who are protesting, it makes sense. For the Muslim students who are protesting, it makes sense. But for those who have no connection to Palestine, who have no connection to Islam, what drives them to the point where they will participate in this? Doesn't matter if they get doxxed, if their career gets ruined, they're willing to sacrifice so much without being connected to Palestine or to Islam. What, from your interaction with them and working with them, speak to us about that. I think we need to know about it.
Yeah, so like I said initially, that we both face systems of oppression that interconnect, right? Like the educational system in Israel, for example, they refuse to identify Palestinians as an existing national group. Like they do not even discuss Palestinian identity or Palestinian culture within the Israeli curriculum. Similar to how the US refuses to include proper Black history and proper Black culture taught by Black professors or Black teachers in the United States. So we understand that our identities are constantly being deprived from us through an imperialist regime. And I think these students are very aware, they're very knowledgeable, and they realize that this system in place no longer works for them. And they're willing to sacrifice everything to stand up for justice.
SubhanAllah. I want to get with Imam Muhammad about this, that when we look at the different groups who are involved, I think it's very important for us to also recognize that there may be certain people who are marching with us when we're protesting for Palestine, and we agree on the issue of Palestine. Hey, we want our money to stop going to drop bombs on innocent people. But if we actually sit down and talk with some of these individuals, we may find that we don't agree on a lot of things. So, and we all have different agendas. As Muslims, we're here to live by the code that Allah has given us. How do we balance the, I appreciate your willingness to fight for Palestine, I appreciate that, but at the same time, we're not together on everything. How are we supposed to make sense of that?
I'll put it to you like this. A lie, don't care who tell it. Well, neither does the truth. The truth is the truth. Like I said earlier, we're dividing ourselves on the wrong basis. The division is the truth versus a lie. And so we don't care what you believe outside of this truth that we both hold true. We can fight for this truth and then separate on those lines when we get on that discussion. The problem with us, right? Us woke people, religious people, whatever else other moniker you want to give us, we're always dividing ourselves. You know, the enemies of truth, they don't divide themselves like Christian, Jew, this, that. They just want to oppress, and they just want to cause harm, commit tyranny, genocide. They just want capitalism. They just want money. They just want greed. They don't care about nothing else. But we, the ones who's supposed to be religious, who's supposed to be woke, who's supposed to be conscious. No, you got to be this type of conscious person to be with me. When you have an eye on a certain subject, you can come together on that truth and then leave your differences aside until you get and conquer that hill first. You don't have to believe in every single aspect of every single thing for you all to come together on one truth. So we have to make the line clear. It's truth versus a lie. If you're with the truth, then you come on our side. And how can we spread that truth to our allies? How can we get them to understand what's really going on? Because what they're being fed, like we're being fed about other groups of people, is propaganda. And that's what the enemy's plan is, to divide and conquer, to get us to separate based on a lie. And then each side believes a lie about each other. Now we become enemies instead of fighting our common enemy. Because an enemy of my enemy is a friend. And so whoever has the same enemies as us should be our friends in that enemy. But outside of that, we can separate on those lines when those times come. We don't have to agree with everything, but we can agree on one thing, that whatever's going on in Palestine right now, you don't have to be a Muslim to understand that it's unacceptable. You just have to be a human being.
MashaAllah. Imam Khalid, I pose the same question to you. When we go out into these protests and you have people who have different agendas, but we agree on this, how do you think that we need to navigate that?
You know, one of the national organizations that seems to have been able to navigate those differences and people have strong opinions and ideologies has been the Poor People's Campaign, that's led by Reverend Dr. William Barber. And that organization characterizes itself as a fusion organization. And that fusion concept kind of reminds me of what you see almost in every place on the planet in the electoral system other than the United States. We have this binary system. You're either a Democrat or you're Republican, or you have absolutely no chance in being elected, for the most part, to national offices. All across Europe, all across the continent of Africa, there are a number of different parties that come together, and I'm talking specifically about the electoral system, that come together in coalitions that maybe I can't get all that I want, but there are others who feel the same way, and we come together and we get what we want. And that same model, I believe, it would be better, it would be more effective a government if we even had that form of voting and that kind of system in the United States. But definitely when we go out on a community level, as the brothers have already said, we don't have to agree on every issue. There are some things that individuals in the community in the United States are doing that are so egregious that you may not want to be in the same room, not to mind just being out in public, in the larger public with them, perhaps because personally you just can't deal with these things. And so if social activism is not for everybody, and you and I have the capacity to choose what we want to be involved with and what we don't. And so rather than condemning those who may be involved in coalitions or alliances that we don't agree with everything they're doing, or that there's something that we feel they're doing is so despicable that we don't want to rub shoulders with them, stay away. Just stay away. None of us are being forced to participate in any actions and any movement. But where this nation is going, and throughout the history of this country, it took coalitions, different groups of people, in order to achieve major social justice accomplishments. It's as simple as that. The civil rights movement, as a matter of fact, you can look at the number of whites who came from the North and the Midwest, came from California, who were either killed or brutally beaten or locked up and beaten, that they end up having some kind of physical defect as a result of supporting the civil rights movement, right? It took a coalition. I'm not saying that African-American people would not have been able to achieve certain things without that, but the reality is that it took influential, I hate to say it, but influential white folks to open the pocketbooks of those who had the money, who could support the civil rights movement in various ways. And they weren't all white folks. You had Harry Belafonte. Google this guy. Exceptional person. Calypso singer, actor, all of these things. And he just opened his pocketbook because he was convinced that what Dr. Martin Luther King was doing was correct. And so he gave money to that. And there were so many others. It takes a coalition of people in order to help bring about societal change. We're not like some other countries on certain continents, where you may have in a country one or two people that are groups of people that don't identify as the same folk, right? That we're not from the same tribe. Some places there may be tens of different representatives from different tribes. It's not like that everywhere. And so in America, we have the most diverse Muslim community anywhere on earth. We have representatives from every country. And the phenomena that has grown in this country as we become more knowledgeable about our deen, as we become more stable in our careers, that oftentimes there's a divide between the various elements in the community that are thwarting our efforts to get the best for everybody, and talking specifically about the Muslims right now.
I wanted to ask, brother, sorry, did you want to add something?
I was going to add something.
Please.
To that, yeah. SubhanAllah, what Gaza has done, and I think a lot of us can attest to this, witnessing a genocide live on your phone device every single day and seeing children being burned and butchered and families torn apart. What it has done is, besides the fact that it has allowed us to essentially put our differences aside, it has also allowed us to expose these people and these groups that are constantly trying to divide us, whether it's through minuscule things or different little differences that don't really matter, and they exaggerate and they exemplify these differences. For example, anti-Semitism in the Black community is way overemphasized and over-exaggerated, while anti-Black racism in the Israeli community or the Jewish community is hardly ever discussed, and it's hardly ever talked about. I mean, if you look back to 2018, 2019, and the protests that were happening in Tel Aviv by the Black community over there and how they were mistreated in Israel, it was massive protests. I think the stat goes along the lines that there's Ethiopian Jews in Israel are 760% more likely to get arrested than other Israeli Jews committing crimes. So we have, what's been happening is, because of this genocide, because of what's going on in Gaza, we've been able to expose a lot of these differences and really solidify and unify on what the main goal is, and which is, you need to be human. You need to understand that this is not acceptable, and we all are on the same page.
I wanted to ask you, staying with you, I wanted to ask you, for those of us who are not students, who haven't been over there on the campuses, this is unlike any other response to the Palestinian liberation movement in America that we've seen. Who are some of the groups? I mean, some of the groups we expected to be there. Who are some of the groups that we never expected to have their sympathies, who are actually on the ground? Can you educate us a little bit on that?
I haven't really been involved with the student encampment at UTD, and it's fairly new compared to Columbia that's been going on for a few more weeks, and they've been much more involved. But what I do know is that the students are very aware, they're very knowledgeable on what's going on, and they're willing to challenge the empire, the US empire. They know that without putting pressure, we're not able to negotiate, and they're willing to take it to the extreme by putting their lives on the line and their livelihood and their futures on the line. And a lot of students appeal to that. They're saying, like, these are my colleagues. I go to class with them. I go to school with them. I play sports with them. Why is he willing to sacrifice so much for a certain cause? And it just rallies support because of sheer just faith. Like, people see that this means something to you and they care about you, or they know you as colleagues, and it garners support from everyone around you.
MashaAllah. As we're coming to close to the conclusion, and I'll give each speaker a chance to give some concluding remarks. I had one more thing that I wanted to ask, and that was Imam Khalid, when you embraced Islam. And I keep going back because it's really important. I love what we have here, where we're hearing about what's going on today, and we're hearing about what was happening, before. And then we have our Imam here who's tying everything together for us, kind of in the middle there. When you embraced Islam, this was a time when people were basically in a very similar state to what the brother was describing the vibe is in these protests. You all, and you were even part of this wave, you all were able to capitalize on this as Allah has created every human being on Islam. And that one piece of us that yearns for justice, even for people who are outside of the deen, you all capitalized on that one thing and used that to introduce people to Islam, and that was your da'wah tool. What advice would you have to our brothers and sisters who are in the protests right now, walking arm in arm with people who are not Muslim, but they clearly have that desire for justice? From a da'wah perspective, what would your advice be?
From a da'wah perspective, I think it's very important that the overall community recognize that Muslims, because the stereotype in the community, and this is just a generalization, but my experience has been that for the most part, unless you give da'wah, unless the community individuals, non-Muslims, see that you're involved about the same issues that they're involved with. You're concerned about the fact that there's inadequate housing. You're concerned about the over-representation in America's penal system, and they have brothers and sisters and others caught up in the system. We are a part, whether we condemn this state or not, when we travel with the big blue, right? We all, for the most part, have an identity card like they had in South Africa, but our identity card is an identity card of a passport. And that's what ties all of the folks who are living here. That's the tie that binds us together. But as Muslims, we have a much stronger tie and a much stronger bond. There was something I wanted to just jump back just for a quick second to address. And that is that there have been many movements in the history of this country, from the trade labor movement to the women's movement, civil rights, Black freedom struggle. There have been a number of things. Now there's the LGBTQ movement. So it's not a new phenomena in this country for people to be mobilized around single issues or multiple issues if it's affecting a large group. But one of the things that I feel that I've identified over the years, and having been involved for so long a period of my life, is that it takes patience. Right? It's not, nothing institutionalized is going to change overnight. And if in fact you and I can agree that the most dangerous times for any empire that is losing its grip is when they're losing their grip. And what will happen as a result of that it will become more repressive. And so I just want to share that. I mean, understand that this is a social phenomena that we are witnessing, because the American empire, many feel that they're losing their grip, and they want to feel they have to do something different to hold on to authority. And so it might be a lot more pushing and shoving and getting cracked across the head and these kinds of things. And then the last thing, and I'll shut up, and that is that we have to understand that if we are not patient in our understanding and our vision about how social change come about, we'll miss little things. One of the most important things with every movement for social justice in this country that I've studied, except for maybe the trade labor movement, is that when money was withheld or money withdrawn, those movements could no longer sustain themselves at the level they were doing it, like Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. If you never heard of that, check Google will tell you who that SNCC was, SNCC. Google that. And they were a very powerful group creating very powerful personalities. And when they took a stand against the Zionists in Israel, a large amount of their funding dried up. And they were not organized in a way that they were generating their own funds, and they were needing these monies to carry out the operation. What this country understands and believes, no matter what we're trying to push in front of the public, is we have to, my humble opinion, what I've seen, you have to hit people when you're capable of hitting those that we're organizing against in the pocket, in their wallet, in their pocketbooks. Then this is when you see those who are worshiping money begin to realize that maybe it's not in our best interest to support what's going on in Israel. Maybe Starbucks, as much as we may be running in the Starbucks, maybe if we are serious, we'll collectively stop going and buying Starbucks products. And they've lost billions of dollars, McDonald's as well. I think it's only the Muslim community who, in my observation, we're the ones who haven't caught up with this particular device. Hit the companies that are supporting, and not just nickels and dimes. I'm talking about like McDonald's feeding all of these murderers who are going around raping and killing our girls and our women and men and old people, giving them, I don't eat at McDonald's, so I don't know what to think, some kind of Happy Meal, not Happy Meals, but they're giving them food during this whole time. Their food has been supplied by them. When this got out, the world community, the activist community realized, don't go to McDonald's. So they started a boycott. And so a number of these multinational corporations are shutting down operations in certain countries. This is the exact same thing that happened with the anti-apartheid movement. When there was a boycott and divestment, the students led the charge about divestment and boycott back then. And we have to push those things today, because this is what these folks understand.
I wanted to ask the same question to you, if you don't mind giving us your advice as well on that. On from the Dawah perspective, how can we capitalize on this?
Well, I think what we have to understand in America is Dawah is almost like our first obligation after our personal obligations to maintain our religion. The best form of Dawah that you can give, and I'm a da'i, first and foremost, before Imam and anything else, I'm just a da'i. The best form of da'wah we can give is with our akhlaq, our own manners. Sometimes we're the only Muslim that certain people know. These students, they're watching our behavior. They're seeing the resiliency of Palestinians and wondering where that comes from. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that He sent Prophet Muhammad as a moral example of high standards. وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. Akhlaq azim, a strong moral standard and character, your adab, your akhlaq, your mannerisms have to be on point, because that is what people see first and foremost. So as you give da'wah, the best way to give da'wah as a Muslim is just to be Muslim. You don't have to convince anybody with a long lecture or an ayah from the Quran or a hadith. You can convince people of Islam first and foremost best with your own mannerism. They see how Muslims live, how Muslims behave, how Muslims treat their neighbors, how Muslims are kind, how Muslims always speak the truth, regardless, even if it's against one of their own selves. These examples and moral characteristics and obligations of a Muslim is the best way for us to give da'wah. Because me, as you said earlier, what group surprises you that is supporting Palestinians? For me, I'm surprised when people don't support Palestinians. Why do we think that white people ain't gonna support Islam or Palestinians? For me, I'm surprised when they don't. Like people see me as a revert, as I've come from a family of reverts, and surprised that I'm Muslim. Why? Allah gave me a brain too. Allah gave me a faculty to think and to tadabbar, to contemplate, to reflect. Why are you surprised I'm Muslim? I'm surprised you're not Muslim. I'm surprised you're not supporting the Palestinian issue. Are you a human? Do you have a brain? Do you have a heart? Stop being surprised that people join our effort. They're supposed to. Aren't we on the side of truth? Aren't we? If we're on the side of truth, everybody should join. And the fact that you're not joining is a surprise to me. So we need to question those who ain't on our side. Why are they not there? I'm surprised. Who not there? I don't care if you're LGBTQ. We might disagree on that, but you know what's going on in Palestine isn't right. You know that, right? We got to agree on that. And so the way I give da'wah is through the way I act first and foremost. And then we can come with, after they inquire, why do you act that way? Then we give them the proof and the evidence. And I'm not surprised by anybody who's coming to Islam right now, anybody who's on our side, because they should be, in my opinion.
SubhanAllah. I know we're just about out of time. I wanted to give a quick moment to Brother Ahmed over there, that if you could, no one predicted this, this genocide that's taking place. And so our response was not something that we could prepare for in terms of our protests. The time has gone on. So my question to you is, as someone who is in touch with the brothers and sisters on the ground who are trying to do something in, protesting, what do we as a Muslim community need to be prioritizing that we haven't been prioritizing? Kind of a take-home message for the audience.
So it's very tough, and I feel like it varies from community to community. The community out here in Dallas, for those who don't know me, I recently moved out here last year with my family. I'm from the East Coast. The East Coast were much more active, much more proactive and involved versus the community out here in Dallas, who's been paralyzed by certain historical contexts that happened in this community. And I feel like it's time to wake up from this bubble and put everything aside, because a genocide of over 50,000 people being murdered should be more than enough for us to say there is no going back. We're no longer playing the victims, and we need to be very, very proactive moving forward. So we need to support these students. We need to fund them and let them take the role. Let them take the leadership role. We don't constantly need them to follow our lead, and we need to be the leaders. No, let them take on that role themselves, and we just back them up and support them, inshallah.
Inshallah. I want to say Jazakallah khair for our panel. Inshallah, I'll welcome the next speakers to come up. We have Brother Khurram Malik, who is going to be presenting a spoken word piece. Once again, Jazakumullah khairan to our speakers. May Allah reward you. And if anyone's having any issues with the audio, they're recommending come more towards the middle if you're in the back, inshallah.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's everyone doing? So everyone, I want everyone's energy right now. If everyone can make some noise, we're all here for a good cause. Let me hear everyone make some noise right now. Let's go. So brothers and sisters, listen, there's been a lot of negative attention, obviously, and it's just due to everything that's happening. What I wanted to do is I wanted to bring some positive attention and bring some light upon some of the true heroes that we've witnessed through this whole debacle. The first person I'm going to talk about is Motaz Azizas. How many of you guys follow Motaz on IG? Make some noise. So, you know, for me and for my family, we've been following Motaz from the jump, and it's like we was living this thing through it with him, you know? Like, if he wouldn't post for a day, we would wake up and we'd be worried he was okay. And so, you know, this is like a little piece that I wrote for him. So I'd love to share it with you guys. So it goes like this. Listen, Motaz, you're changing the stereotypes of what Arab and Muslim men really are like. White phosphorus dropping it come from the sky. You show us the terror you face in the night. And anytime that you're not posting, we praying and hoping that you was all right. When children are crying, you making them smile in the darkness, you showing them light. If anyone saw the things you've been seeing, I swear they would lose all their sanity. No man or woman, especially no children, should ever see so much brutality. Despite all the terrible things you've been seeing, you're teaching the world about humanity. We love you, my brother. I swear that we love you. It's like you were part of our family. Y'all can make some noise. Come on, let's go. Let's make some noise. Look, you show us the struggle the news wouldn't tell us. The fight is for freedom, yet that's the dilemma, like Malcolm or Martin or Nelson Mandela. We want liberation from those who oppress us. This land is ours, but it's them who is settling. These martyrs, they keep flying straight up to heaven. They're viewing their death as if it was a blessing. Awareness we're spreading, it must lead to progression. Yeah. So I wanted to talk about somebody else, guys. You know, it being so close to Memorial Day, and us being Americans, we're Muslim, but we're still Americans, man. And, you know, with the military and everything, I wanted to pay some homage to Aaron Bushnell, you know, active member of the Air Force who sacrificed his life. He made the ultimate sacrifice. Love that brother. All right, so look. Peter Piper picked a pepper, but he would have never guessed that this world would be complicit with genocide and all its measures. Aaron Bushnell from the Air Force, active duty member, probably see some things abroad the media don't want to tell us. Look, if you was alive during slavery, what would you do? Silence shows a bunch of you will probably have some slaves too. Silence shows that you be down to put us in our graves too. Silent now, and I got nothing left to say but shame on you. Let's go. Look, Aaron didn't have no mental illness. He's a real person. Sacrificed his life and for a purpose. Man, I hope it's worth it. Look, 21. It's been almost 80 years since the Nakba happened, man, and women and children shedding tears. APEC-funded politicians, everything they say is scripted. Money and they greed valued more than the lives we live in. Aaron Bushnell couldn't take no more of this world. Is sickening. Body set to flame, now ingrained, open all our vision. All right, I gotta be conscious of time because I could be up here forever, but we got one more real quick. So if you ever talk to a Zionist and you tell them about, you know, they're gonna tell you that Palestine was offered a two-state solution, right? And they call it the Peel Commission. Well, if y'all know what the Peel Commission is, it's a joke, right? So the Peel Commission, it was written for this land and this division, try to wipe us from existence. They ain't left us with a cup to sip in, so you must expect resistance. Now, resistance, they call terrorism, yet what they're doing, they call self-defense. Committing war crimes all the time, and they're doing it with no consequence. Man, they got the best bombs and the best drones and the best guns and the best tanks. Man, they said they was trying to catch Hamas, so why they killing in the West Bank? Look, this division, there's no anti-Semitism, so much love for Jewish voice for peace. River to the sea, all it means is peacefully my people will be free. All right, so look, y'all gonna sing it with me now. Let's get hyped because Brother Sean King about to come on. We gotta get hyped for him. Dallas, Texas, let's go. All right, y'all gonna chat with me now? Now to the death of me. I go hard like my grind because it's free Palestine. Now come on, to the death of me. I go hard like my grind because it's free Palestine. Okay, let's free Palestine. Let's say we need Palestine. Let's say we bleed Palestine. Okay, let's free Palestine. Yo, yo, much love, everyone. Much love. Assalamu alaikum. Viva, viva Palestina. Let's go. Make some noise, y'all. Much love, much love. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Much love.
You didn't have to cut the microphone on me, bro. So thank you for bringing up the energy back into this room. And it is a free Palestine. And you mentioned two heroes. The first hero is Mu'taz. And the other hero was Aaron. Definitely a hero that stood up and stood up strong. Now I would like to take you guys to the next session. It's going to be a panel discussion and introducing our first guest who needs no introduction, but I'll go ahead and say a few words, starting off with Brother Sean King. If you could start up, coming up to the stage and having a seat. Brother Sean King attended Morehouse College, a private historical black men's college in Atlanta, Georgia, where he majored in history. After graduation in 2002, King was a research assistant for Morehouse History. King was a high school civics teacher for about a year and then became a motivational speaker for Atlanta's juvenile justice system. He was then a pastor at Total Grace Christian Center in DeKalb County, Georgia. In March 2010, while still a pastor, he founded homeInHaiti.org as a subsidiary of Courageous Church and used eBay and Twitter to raise $1.5 million to send tents to Haiti after the 2010 Haiti earthquake. Hopefully you can do that for Gaza, bro. On 2015, the New York Daily News announced that it was hiring King to the new position of senior justice writer, where he focused on reporting and commentary on social justice, police brutality, and race relations. Next, I'd like to call up Brother Raja Abdul Haq to the stage, please. Brother Raja is a Palestinian. Brother Raja is a Palestinian political activist and community organizer. Raja is a co-founder of Quds News Channel Network and a former executive director of Islamic Leadership Council of New York. Raja has a master's degree in political science from the Brooklyn College. Next, I would like to bring up Sister Sally Najjar to the stage, please. Sister Sally is a visionary leader and a social impact champion in the nonprofit space. While decades of experience leveraging corporate engagement to implement initiatives in international and domestic health, education, corporate social responsibility, government relations, advocacy, and policy. In addition to launching her nonprofit advisory practice in 2016, Sister Sally has notably served in executive roles with global and domestic non-for-profits overseeing all aspects of day-to-day financial and administrative operations. Sally is the middle child of Egyptian immigrants born and raised in Texas and now splitting her time between Texas and New York. Sally's most rewarding role today is that becoming an aunt to 4 school-aged children, who are also the sources of her inspiration. Sally is a Muslim rights activist and an advisor to CARE Action. Give it one more time, a round of applause for our guest speakers. So to kick off our session, I would love to just note that what's going on right now, it's almost unprecedented, particularly when we see the movements that took off from the campuses. And kind of reminds me of what happened back in the days in Vietnam. And right now, they're about to take it to a whole different level. And one way for them to do that is through advocacy and a lot of advocacy work. So I'll just want to put out the question to start off, what is advocacy? And if we just could elaborate a little bit on that and then drive the conversation of with the student encampments, then there is another angle to it through advocacy to get to the end goal of divestments. So starting off with the general meaning of advocacy and how can the students take some input for them to achieve the end goal of divestments, because we believe each university will be liberated, one divestment after another. So I can start off with you, Brother Sean.
Assalamu alaikum. It's my honor to be here with each and every one of you. His question was just, can we give a definition of advocacy? And I would give a very simple definition. Advocacy is really fighting for what you believe in. And what that means is advocacy can be against something that you care about. Someone else could be advocating against your best interest, or you could be standing with people that are advocating for what you care about. But advocacy itself is kind of agnostic. It's about fighting for what it is that you believe in. And typically, it's fighting against the current status quo, fighting against the current way things are. But some people advocate to keep the status quo. Some people are advocating to keep things the way they are. So just the simplest way I could define it is fighting for what it is that you believe in. And sometimes our advocacy could be very, very effective. And sometimes it could be completely ineffective. And some of what we hope to discuss today is how can we make our advocacy more effective. And I do just want to say, just as a principle, none of us should ever accept that just because we might have lost last month or last year or the last decade, it doesn't mean that we will be perpetually losing in our battles. And I think that's why so many of us are encouraged when we see now almost 150 nations around the world recognize Palestine as a state, as we see hundreds of college campuses, even throughout the summer, having encampments all over the world. Just last week, the defense minister of Spain said Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. At that point, what that means is your advocacy has been working. And so it's very easy for us to think, I don't even know if what I'm advocating for is working, if it's making a difference. Well, we have to define what our objectives are. If our primary objective is stopping this genocide, then no, our advocacy is not working. If part of our advocacy is to lift the awareness around the entire world, well, then we've achieved that objective. More and more and more, we see everyday people. My mother, who's a sweet white woman from the Deep South, she came to an event we did last night in Atlanta. My mother has a free Palestine flag outside of her house. Like, if you knew my mother, you would understand that our advocacy on some level is working. It's just not enough right now.
Sorry. So before we jump into the strategies, let's hear from Brother Raja as well, your definition of advocacy.
I think just following what Sean mentioned, I would like to take a look at advocacy from a materialist, analysis per se, meaning that we are in a world where power is trying to suppress not just freedom, but trying to dominate how the world functions in a way that benefits power and multinational corporations. For me, advocacy is how do we understand power? How do we force power to concede our rights? Because I truly believe that rights cannot be given by just advocating and asking power for them. It's about how do we force power to give us our own rights. And throughout history, as we know, revolutions and radical thinkers and speakers and people who truly made change in throughout history have advocated in a way after they understood what it means to deal with power. So to us as a Muslim community, we truly have to not just advocate for our causes, we have to understand how power works, the dynamics of how much impact we can make and which area we can actually make an impact on based on the needs and the basic needs of our people, whether it's here or overseas.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you both for your beautiful definitions of advocacy. Given my experience professionally, just a more simplistic way, to echo Brother Sean, really fighting for what you believe in and being the voice for the voiceless, educating, creating awareness around the injustices, challenging systemic barriers, and challenging or supporting the status quo, whichever you're fighting for. I know we're going to talk about strategies here shortly, but one of the greatest examples is the, big elephant in the room, AIPAC. They are an advocacy monster, right? So we have a lot to learn from them, which is a blessing and a curse. But we have a lot to learn from them and how they've done it, because we are their threat, right? They're coming after us. And that's why we need to advocate for ourselves. They're coming after us, creating an environment of Islamophobia, creating, coming after our values and our morals, because we are a threat to them. And they know that if we're united as an ummah, as a community, that they can't defeat us. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always interesting to think about what can be the results of advocacy. And a lot of it has to do with the shift of public opinion that would lead to certain pressure, that would lead to certain results. So if we could speak a little bit of how or where the impact is for us to understand that, to work towards that. And that's if you would chime in, Brother Sean.
Well, one of the things that I like to teach, and I don't see it as a weakness. I see it as an opportunity for growth for us today and for our movement in general. I'm not convinced that if there is a broad plan that we know it. If there is a broad plan for you who are here, let's not even think about who's not here. If there is a plan that all of us could and should be participating in right now, I don't know that I'm aware of it. There are bits and pieces of plans, there are bits and pieces of strategies, but some of our lack of effectiveness, not just as we fight against this genocide, but anytime you're fighting for social change, you often are only as effective as the ability for the masses of people to repeat the plan back to you. And one of the biggest things that I'm gravely concerned about as I travel all over the country, I've traveled to 47 states. Just over the past few months, we've been to countries all around the world. When I ask good people, smart people, please share with me the plan, what people normally repeat back to me is an expert level description of the problem. Understanding the problem is the foundation of creating a plan, but the plan and the problem are not the same thing. Let me be very practical. I'm a father of 5. If my children drop a plate of food on the floor, that's the problem. That's not a plan to fix it. Understanding there's the plate, there's the food, there's the mess. That's not a plan to clean it up. What's the plan? Right now, when I ask most people, please explain what you understand the plan to be, most people will begin to describe in masterful detail the problem. And I find that that's common among all oppressed people. We are experts in our pain. We have to be. We are experts in the few minutes I was sitting here waiting for the panel to begin, so many people in the 20 minutes I was here sent me videos and photos of what's going on in Gaza right this very moment. We know the pain. And when you are in so much pain, when your sisters and brothers are literally starving to death, it can be extremely difficult for us to formulate a competent plan that you can repeat to your spouse, to your children, to your parents, to your neighbors, to your colleagues. I say this not to discourage you. I say it to encourage you that we've been as effective as we've been so far, and the masses of us aren't truly clear on what the plan is. In a lot of ways, we're winging it. We're winging it and have made it this far. An expert said that they believed now billions of people have spoken out on behalf of Gaza at this point. Billions. Imagine if 10% of us knew the plan and were operating on that plan together, walking together in the same direction with the same pace. Imagine how much more effective we would be. And so we have to find ways to make sure we have shared strategies, shared advocacy. And one of the places where we see that effectiveness going up is college campuses, where they are creating plans to force their colleges to divest. That's a plan. And many college students are saying, we won't leave until it happens. And Columbia, which is one of the Columbia University, which is one of the closest encampments to where I live, their encampment has been removed twice. And just this week, they set it back up and said, if you remove us again, we'll be back again and again and again. So we have to sometimes see Joe Biden gave a press conference where he said there is an Israeli plan for a ceasefire. The next day, Israel said, that's not our plan. But then the resistance came out and said, we actually like a lot of what Joe Biden said, but there are three things that we would never agree to. That's a plan. They have a strategy, they have a plan. It's not that they're not flexible. And what they do is they announce it so that people understand we will come to terms, but we won't come to terms if you're not going to leave here. We're not going to agree to a plan that has you controlling the Rafah border. That's not a plan we can agree to. So we have to make sure that in North America and around the world, we know each other's plans and strategies.
And bringing it back to the divestments on college campuses, I think there has been some form of a plan that led to some form of a success story, maybe that university in California or two that ended up announcing their divestments from their administrations. So that definitely can give us a light of hope of something worked, what can we do better, and what can we learn from that? And on a practical level, that also gives us right now options and opportunities to formulate strategies, particularly with the college campuses, because college campuses, again, I'll write to emphasize, one college campus after another, once it's liberated, America becomes more liberated. And that's why the establishment is trying to, as much as possible, not make that happen for the universities. And if there's one thing that gives hope of the people in Gaza, is looking at these students. It's looking at these students, whether it's in the encampments, whether it's at their rallies, whether it's protests. All of this, we have to just find ways, and this is leading me to my next question. How can we continue to amplify our numbers, to amplify our noise, to amplify our channel pressure, particularly right now with divestment advocacy, because that is the other fold of the encampment. And I'll leave it off to Brother Raja or Sister if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start where Sean finished when it comes to a plan. I agree we have to have a plan. My problem is, and the biggest problem that we have in our community as Muslims is, how do we get to a plan? How do we get to a unified plan that truly is an answer to the problems that we are facing because of American empire? Meaning, we have part of our community, sure, a small part, but they aspire to whiteness. They aspire to power. They aspire to wealth. And because of that reality, their plan is different than the plan of people like us who truly wants to challenge the empire, who truly wants to finish and end the genocide in Gaza. How can we, both of these parties, achieve the same plan? It's impossible. Because one plan is, it's okay, you can kill our people overseas as long as you give me a position in the US, as long as you allow me to have a photo op with the elected official, as long as I'm capable and I'm able to have public relation campaigns with the elected officials and the police department and the FBI and the army, as long as you accept me as an American, loyal American, then it's okay. I will advocate for certain things. However, on the other hand, we cannot deny that truly, as I mentioned early in my previous session, is that truly America is complicit in this genocide. They're partners in this genocide. The plan that we must have is to have America understand that supporting the genocide in Gaza is costly. That's how power works. Malcolm X and other radical leaders or revolutionary leaders, when they accomplished and achieved work, they understood how the power worked. They went to power and challenged it in its essence, and this is when power gave concessions. So I agree that we have to come up with a plan. My biggest problem is, what is the path that we're taking to achieve and to get to that plan? Now, adding to the conversation about universities, the reason why universities have been very successful, specifically students, is that, let's be very humble as a community. Yes, resistance is accumulative. And again, students have been learning and building after the work of previous generations of building towards the movement, from the Black movement, from the Palestinian movement and other movements. But they have something that is a little bit unique. They have this boldness, this bravery, but this shrewdness to understand the relationship between university and the colonial imperialist power of America. They understand that universities are colonial institutions that truly provide the military industrial complex, provide Israel, provide capitalism, multinational corporation, provide them with the tools and the research necessary to oppress our people overseas and oppress the minorities in this land. And because of that, they knew that their strategy has to be very specific, very shrewd, very sharp, very bold. But at the same time, it was very realistic in terms of what exactly to ask for. And to build on that is a lesson for us as a community to get out of the status quo, to truly go beyond just call your elected officials, send them a message, tell them you're upset, advocate for this and advocate for that. There's nothing wrong with that, but that is maintaining the status quo. That is what the status quo or the establishment, as you mentioned, wants us to do. They give us an allowed framework of working within, like a play box, a sandbox. We can play with it because eventually it doesn't challenge the status quo. But what the student encampment movement has done was to shatter the play box, is to get out of the sandbox and tell power, we here for the take. We here and we understand that you are investing billions of dollars in military industrial complex, you're investing in genocide in Gaza, and we command you to stop it. And we're not doing it in a sense that we're asking you nicely, because Palestinians have been asking nicely for 76 years and nobody gives a crap about us. But when these students forced them and twisted their arm and sat in encampments, what did these universities do? The majority of them to do things. One, either conceded and gave them a little bit of concessions, or they called NYPD to crash the encampments and to oppress these students, just like America constantly blames third world countries about tyrants and police states, but they themselves are running a police state in New York City today. So clearly we're truly in an unprecedented moment in terms of understanding advocacy, but we have to take advocacy to the next level. We truly have to understand that in order for us to advocate for our causes, we have to be shrewd and sharp in terms of what we ask. And I will end by saying that I agree we must have a plan, but the plan has to be not to copy other plans, because other plans in their essence are complicit with white supremacy, in their essence are complicit with Western imperialism, and our plan must be different. As Muslims, as people, as minority who have different ideas of justice, different ideas of freedom, we must come together, unite together, and say that our plan is to liberate humans around the world, to dignify human beings everywhere in the world and not just in the West, and to demand that this power, this empire that is complete in this genocide, to end its support to the genocide in Gaza and hold them accountable for their crimes that they committed against our people overseas.
Yeah, if you want to echo a little bit on that, Sister Sally, if let's say now we know the outcome of the encampment is divestment, and through advocacy, what can be almost practical strategies to achieve that? And we don't have a definite plan, but if we were to start thinking out loud, what can that look like? If there's any students within us or want to hear something of how to go upon it, what would you suggest, or how to go upon it?
Wow. First, I'm a little, at a disadvantage because I get to go last after them. I think we can learn a lot from, the encampments and the divestments. I think this is, probably witnessing what has happened, and the community at large outside of the Muslim community has been one of the most beautiful things I've witnessed in, my lifetime. And inshallah, Palestine will be free. Our efforts, will not be in vain, but subhanAllah, like this is our responsibility now. So, this is our responsibility now. This is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like we will be asked about this on the day of judgment. What did we do? We can learn a lot from the divestments. I think that the message that is clear and why so many people are targeting them and wanting to shut them down is we are powerful. The Muslim community, mashallah, is a very powerful community. We have the support. We have successfully advocated on certain levels to raising education and awareness, to challenging the systemic barriers that, in the status quo, as Sean mentioned earlier. We're not going to sit quiet anymore. I'm not trying to say we've been quiet, but we haven't been loud enough up until now. And we're finally being heard. And people are acknowledging, the oppression. There's a, it's, whether it's a college, campus, whether it's, voting for elected officials, it's a blueprint. We don't have to recreate the wheel. I understand we're not going to use, we don't need to use plans that are complicit in white supremacy and have led to where we are today. But there are strategies and there are fundamental foundational factors that can be utilized. And I think the most important thing is we're not in this alone. We as a united ummah cannot be defeated, inshallah. And we collaborate. There's organizations like, why are they escaping me right now? But so many other faith-based organizations, not-for-profit organizations. Like, subhanAllah, right now, there are so many Islamic 501c3s, there are 501c4s. I'm speaking in my personal capacity, but I'm volunteering with, PACs and super PACs. So we can go and challenge, the APAC and all of the other opponents to our causes. We live here, right? We're not complicit in the genocide, but we're contributing to it via our tax dollars. So, sorry.
That brings me to a great transition point, and thank you for mentioning that. We also need to remember our vote is a protest. And we, as Muslims in general, we have the numbers, we have the resources, we have everything that can allow us to mobilize. And particularly when it comes to folks who are sitting in positions where they're meant to represent us, but they don't, it's about time for us to really start mobilizing together and using our power of votes to start seating and unseating individuals who don't represent us. As simple as that. Like the students are going to divest from their administrations. We're going to start divesting from our city council members. We're going to start divesting from our representatives, whether it's in Congress, whether it's in the Senate. Muslims have that power and that ability, and we are in the process right now to start mobilizing that. And we have come a long way. Unfortunately, it took a genocide Joe to wake us up to that reality. But if it took a genocide Joe allow us to see the power that we have in our own hands right now in the swing states, the power of the votes is in the Muslim hands right now. And it gives us an opportunity, if again we come in unified numbers, to see and unseat somebody and just show them that through our unity, us Muslims, we have this power, this ability. I'm sure we're going to be more revered and more respected. And if you guys want to chime in a little bit on that, of how our votes and how our can be utilized towards that.
Sure. No, speaking of plans, and I agree with everything that my fellow panelists have said about the nature of plans, the difficulty and challenges of the plans. Let me share two ideas that I have. And feel free, anything that you hear me say now or later, these are my personal opinions. I want you to have your own and investigate your own thoughts and feelings. One thing that would be very, very useful right now would be a scorecard with grades of A, B, C, D, or F, or maybe even a score of 1 to 100. It could either be we score politicians just purely on Palestine or on genocide or on human rights, so that we understand that it may be the case that in Congress, there are only 3 or 4 people that have a score of A. There might be only a dozen people that have Bs, but we need to know who is an A, who is a B, who is a C, who are the Ds and Fs, and what are we supposed to do about the Ds and Fs? How do we raise against them? How do we vote against them? The flip of that is true. How do we make sure that those who have an A on the issues that we care about, how do we make sure that they have the budget and support they need from us? What I know right now is that we have a hunch who's with us and who is against us, but something as simple as a score from 1 to 100 could be very, very useful. Do you agree? That could be useful. Secondly, this is my opinion, and it's a question that I get everywhere I go. People are still very much confused on how to vote in the presidential election. So I want to tell you how I'm going to vote. I have been a political independent for at least the past 6 or 7 years, but I have voted personally, and feel free to critique it. I have voted for every Democrat that's run for president since I've been 18 years old. I'm 44 this year. There is no way you could put a gun to my head. You could offer me $100 million. I would never vote for Joe Biden. It's an impossibility. Now, please, if you may have seen a video of Donald Trump last night at the UFC saying he is going to end the war in Palestine. He did an event last week where he said he was going to double down and wipe out Gaza.
7 months down, too.
Yeah, he did an event last week where he said he was going to deport not just Palestinians, but he was going to deport any protesters. These are the things he says. It wasn't that long ago where he was widely believed to be the most Islamophobic president in American history. I want us to understand, though, that people are going to try to scare you into voting for Joe Biden by saying, you do know that Donald Trump is atrocious. In New Jersey, where I live, thankfully, we have on our ballot a choice to vote for Trump, a choice to vote for Biden, and we also have a choice of uncommitted. And it was Palestinian attorneys and organizers that fought so hard for that. It is my belief, and it's my position, and it's my plan and strategy that the Democratic Party needs to fully understand that when you support and argue and defend and fund a genocide, it will cause you to lose elections. Now, that might mean that 2025 and 2026 are hard for us, But what is 2024? It's not hard. We need to be sure that for the first time in my lifetime, a politician truly pays a price for war crimes and genocide in this country. We've never seen it, and this needs to be the first time. Hell or high water, by any means necessary, we need to have the peace of mind of knowing on the Wednesday after Election Day that we organized to make sure the man that looked people in the face and lied and said he saw videos of babies being beheaded. We need to make sure that this man understands, that his party understands that there are consequences and repercussions, and we're willing to pay the consequences and repercussions as well. Whatever the fallout is, we will endure that fallout, but you can't do what he's done and win another election. I hope we're at least clear on that much. Now, he was never going to win Texas anyway. He was never going to win Texas. But listen, you don't just have friends in Texas. You have friends all over the country. You have family all over the country. And you need to make sure that they understand the consequences. Let me be clear. Democrats in the House partnered with Republicans and publicly signed their letter of invitation inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to speak on the floor of Congress.
Shame.
How? How? This was not just conservatives. Don't believe that lie. They are working together, lockstep with each other. And they can do that. That's their choice. Now we have a choice to make them pay the price for their foolishness and their evil. And I want you to have the peace of mind the day after Election Day to know that you played a role in at least stopping one genocidal monster from having another day in office. Somebody say amen.
That basically ate up all of I wanted to say. But you were nice enough and kind enough to articulate it in a way to say we should not be voting for Joe Biden. I want to add and say it will be a shame on our community if Joe Biden is elected as a president next year. It's truly a shame. Someone who has not only allowed a genocide, but actively participated in a genocide, crushed any dissent that highlighted that genocide in Gaza. So it's truly a shame on all of us if this guy gets elected again. Now, I love where you ended, so let me add a little bit on it too. When we talk about advocacy and electoral involvement, electoral politics and involvement in politics, there's two ways to look at it. There's the ethical way, which is what we're just saying right now. Joe Biden cannot win for his participation in this genocide against our people overseas. But what's more important than that, in my opinion, especially if you want to talk about politics, is that, as you mentioned, we have to be clear about this. There is no difference between Democrats and Republicans when it comes to the oppression of our people here or overseas. That's the reality. Obama, the so-called most articulate president, who was unfortunately also was black, what did he do to the black community in America? Let's be honest. Did he end systematic oppression? Did he end systematic racism? Did he fix police brutality? Did he end Guantanamo Bay? Did he leave the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan? Absolutely not. So the most so-called progressive president of the United States continued to the oppression overseas. America is an empire. And the illusion of choosing between an evil and a lesser of two evil is truly a distraction for us. And that leads me to say and articulate that we need to understand politics in that regard and have no affiliation with the Democrats or Republicans on an ethical ground. But at the same time, politically speaking, materialistically speaking, from a beneficial point of view, we have to choose who has the best program for us. Absolutely. I want to remind you as well of an amazing Muslim leader, Dr. Sami al-Aryan, who was unfortunately expelled out of this country. He was in Tampa when you remember the election of George W. Bush. He understood, him and the community in Tampa, understood that this distraction and this illusion about Democrats and Republicans was just a waste of time. He understood that in order for our community to accomplish advocacy, for us to accomplish and gain our rights, we have to play politics the way it should be played, because they understood power. He went to both candidates and he said, I have a big concern and a big issue for the Muslim community. It's called secret evidence. And whoever pledges to get rid of it, we as a Muslim community will back them, because we want to gain some kind of rights for our Muslim community. And when George W. Bush came back a couple times and went back and forth, eventually acknowledged and he pledged that he will do it, then the Muslim community gave him the vote. Of course, later on, September 11 happened, and we've never seen the fruits of that political maneuver. My point of mentioning this, whether you agree or disagree, is that we truly, as a Muslim community, we need to stop being taken for granted by the Democrats. The Democrats do not care about us, because no matter what happens to us, we will always vote Democrats. That is not good. That is exactly of a suicide, political suicide for our community. When you're constantly voting Democrats, when you're constantly pledging for Democrats, why would the Democrats take you seriously? If I'm keep hitting you and hitting you and hitting you and hitting you, and you keep telling me thank you, thank you, thank you, why would I ever stop? Now, by saying this, of course, as you mentioned, I'm not saying go vote for Trump, even though at this moment, the lesser of the two evil, it's clearly Trump, not Joe Biden. Because Trump did not commit a genocide and killed 40,000 million Muslims. That's the reality. Joe Biden did that. So do not be alluded and lied to by being told that Trump is worse than Biden. Why? Because he's openly racist. I mean, they're all racist. Some choose to be open, some choose to be closeted racist. But what matters to us as Muslim community is not the nice words that come out of Obama's mouth. What matters to us that are policies that are protect our people from genocide. So truly, we have to function from an ethical point of view, but as well as from a materialistic understanding of politics, and understanding that we only vote for the people who truly are going to be benefiting our people here and overseas.
Yeah, and that is a very, very vital point that Brother Roger brought up. And I think Malcolm X echoed it back in the days by saying how the black vote should not get confused by what matters most. It's who has the most. We have to be principled. And with our principle, who has the best representation for the Muslims? It's up to us to pick and choose who is going to fulfill that role. Somebody gave me an example of what the blue and red is. It's like Pepsi and Cola. One is Coke, the other one is Pepsi. It tastes almost the same. It doesn't have too much benefit to you unless you put the benefit. And I think it's about time for the Muslims to really step up and become an example of what leadership looks like. Because we are coming from a faith that has all solutions to all the problems, and it has answers to all the questions. So I just want to wrap this up, and maybe if we could take some action items of we talked and touched on so many dimensions of what advocacy can look like, particularly within this room. What would you guys think that can be some actionable items that we can leave this room and hopefully move the needle forward towards this plan that we're still trying to develop, but hopefully one step in the right direction at a time? Starting with sister, since you have the mic in the hand, and we can finish up with Brother Sean.
I just wanted to mention to Sean, so the C4 is currently, it's not going to necessarily be a scorecard for all of them, but they're definitely working on voter guides and endorsements so that we know who is aligned with our values and who will represent us consistently. And they're going to do the research, and a lot of the candidates that they've already endorsed have proven to be on our side. And those are the ones that we consistently see voting against, funding and sending ammunition and so on to Israel. I think for me, the most actionable item, we need to be supportive and unified in what we're doing, whether that's supporting, charitable organizations, again, 501c3s, which are tax deductible contributions, I know a lot of people shy away from donating to 501c4s and PACs and super PACs, but we're not trying to get a seat at the table. We're creating our own table to fight against that, right? And so we need to mobilize and organize and support the Muslim organizations that are doing this and that are fighting for us, because collectively that's who is going to advocate for us, whether it's on a grass top level or a grassroots level, whether it's community, whether it's lobbying, the state and Capitol Hill. And one thing that we can do at a minimum is go out and vote not just in the presidential elections. We have to vote in, for our city elections, our state elections, whether it's the school board, whether it's the city council, whether it's state legislation, whether it's, U.S. Congress, president. We should be voting in all of those elections, because the reality is, when you look at the history of these elected officials, they started off as an elected official on a school board, right? 10 years ago, they were on the school board. Then they went to the city council. Then they became a state representative. Now they're representing, the state in Congress. And so I'll be the first to admit, back in the day when I was when I first started voting, I only voted in presidential elections until I recognized and understood, my responsibility, but the direct result that comes out of these elected officials. And the school board is, determining what our children are being educated.
A quick restroom break, and nothing serious, guys.
Anyways, but there's, I guess my main takeaway is we have the divestments, we have the encampments, we have the movements, we have the protests, we have the rallies. We need to continue to do this. This isn't a short-term strategy. This is long-term, and we are in it for the long term. And so, but at a minimum, if I could just leave, as Omar mentioned, our vote is a protest, right? Whether you're voting against something because it doesn't align with you, or whether you're voting for something because it aligns with you, at the end of the day, I just hope, as citizens of this great nation, that we at least ensure that we go out to vote.
If you have any action items that you want to close off in regards to advocacy or policy.
I think the most important thing I would like to advocate for is maybe a message to our community more than anything, is to pass the baton to the youth. Clearly, the students know how to deal with things, know how to muscle with power, have the commitment, the knowledge, the shrewdness. And I really urge the elders and the leaders of the community to trust the youth more and allow them to be able to lead and try different strategies, because I think we've been for many decades, we've been asking the Muslim community the same things over and over again, and clearly not a lot of these strategies are working. So maybe it's time to bring in a different perspective, bring in the youth, empower them, and allow them to make choices that might be a little bit outside of the box. And I bet you, and I will end with this, is that speaking as an organizer, someone who worked in the Muslim community for too long, if these students came to our Muslim leadership and told them, can we do a students' encampments? Many of you know the answer. The leaders would most likely tell them no, because they want to avoid risk. But after the students proved how beneficial that was, how amazing that was, everybody jumped on the bandwagon and realized that that is important. So clearly, these youth are seeing something different. They're nurtured different. They didn't come with the package of back home mentality. I'm a father myself, so I have that. They didn't come from a September 11 mindset where you have an identity crisis. You don't have this package of being worried about being called a Muslim terrorist and go back to where you come from. Clearly, these guys understand the world a little bit different and have the commitment, have the bravery, have the shrewdness. So let's trust the youth. Let's give them power. Let's give them leadership positions and let them drive. And this time, hopefully, they can come with different strategies that are different than what we've been doing for too long. And hopefully, we see the fruits of their mobilization.
Most definitely. It is very inspiring that what the youth are doing, their boldness and their creativity and really challenging the status quo. I think it's something that's very commendable. And there's a saying, the wisdom of the elders and the energy of the youth. When that two forces come together, I think there's a lot change and impact can happen. I just want to give one last thanks to our guest speakers, Sister Sally, Brother Raja, and Brother Sean King, who's taking a quick restroom break, and be right back with us. And with that, we'll conclude this session. Thank you so much, guys, for listening. And it's free Palestine until Palestine's free. So with that being said, we will be bringing up our platinum sponsor, Helping Hands. And whoever doesn't know Helping Hands is a organization that's been on the ground in Gaza, one of the very few ones who are actually sending help, support, resources, and assistance on the grounds. There are platinum sponsors, and I'd like to bring up Sheikh Yusuf to the stage to give us a little bit about Helping Hands and play a video.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm truly speechless at this moment.
Have been a lifeline.
Very overwhelmed.
Sisters in
because at this moment and at this time, people are actually dying in Rafah. And wallahi, as I was trying to put some thoughts together, I'm struggling to do so. So I would like to start with few verses from the Quran with the hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala descends some rahmah to those who passed away, to shower them with His mercy, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون. Ya Allah, Ya Allah, at this moment, at this time, we ask you and we beg you to descend your rahmat upon those who passed away today, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you to heal the hearts of the fathers that they lost their babies, Ya Rabbal Alameen. And we ask you and we beg you to heal the hearts of the mothers who lost their kids, Ya Rabbal Alameen. And to heal those who lost family members in this conflict, Ya Akram al-Akrameen. Ya Allah, we ask you to unite the fathers with their kids, with the companionship of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the highest rank in Jannah, Ya Rabbal Alameen. And Ya Allah, Ya Kareem, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, we ask you and we beg you to free Palestine, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you to free Palestine, Ya Akram al-Akrameen. Ya Allah, Ya Kareem, we ask you to liberate al-Masjid al-Aqsa, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you and we beg you to show us justice to the oppressors, to the transgressors, to those who killed those innocent people in the Holy Land, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, show us justice here and in the hereafter, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we wanted to see this justice now, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Allah, we ask you and we beg you to give us an immediate relief to our brothers and sisters in Palestine, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ameen, Ameen, Ya Akram al-Akrameen. My dear brothers and sisters,
I'll cover your session.
just have few words, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and that's related to one ayah. As I was driving to this convention, I had this thought in my mind. Allah said, هُوَ أَنْشَأَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ وَاسْتَعْمَرَكُمْ فِيهَا. The only time that Allah mentioned this, it was Surah Hud, and He said, I have created you so you may establish this earth. You may leave a mark in this earth. And what's going on in Palestine right now, it's a woke-up call to all of us. It's a woke-up call to tell us that you no longer live for yourself. We live in a very materialistic world, very individualistic world. Everybody's concerned about himself, my concerns, my challenges, my desires, my accomplishments, my dreams. But here Islam tells you something different. Islam tells you now to flip the script. You live for something higher than yourself. You live for a greater purpose than yourself. And subhanAllah, we really value, I'm so proud of our brothers and sisters that they're working with Helping Hands, that they're actually on the ground right now, putting their lives on the highest risk by providing this aid and assistance to our brothers and sisters in Palestine right now. And I want you to actually consider being part of this khair. You can hear amazing lectures here, but as Imam al-Ghazali rahmatullah alayhi said, al-ilmu bila amalin junoon. We should attain knowledge, and this is amazing because we need to be aware of what's happening out there. But that has to be with an action. And I'm actually asking you today, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, to do that action. Before you leave, consider Helping Hand or other organizations. Alhamdulillah, I'm so proud of them because during this difficult time, they are very concerned about our brothers and sisters in Palestine. They're putting their lives in risk. They're providing this aid and assistance. So be part of this khair, inshallah. Barakallahu lakum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair. I mean, it is, alhamdulillah, grateful that we have outlets for us, our resources to get all the way to Gaza. Next, I would like to bring back our brother, Sean King, and he will be addressing his speech. Give it a round of applause, guys.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. So honored to be here with all of you. And if you can't hear me, I'm not so handsome that I want you to look at me for 20 minutes and not hear me. So please come forward if you can't hear in the back. It's my honor to be here with you. I want to be able to share just a little bit about my story and my faith story, and I hope that it encourages you. But in the time that I have remaining, I also want to leave you with something that I hope will encourage you to take some really important next steps. I don't think I would be here right now, and it breaks my heart because I wish that I could say otherwise. I don't know that I would be here as a new Muslim if not for this genocide. It was me studying and witnessing the faith of Palestinians up close and personal in Gaza, in the West Bank, day in and day out, that first just caused me to ask myself a very simple question. It just caused me to say, how? How are they able, this is October 15th, October 20th, how are they able to see and endure and experience what I am seeing, which almost right away were the worst things I've seen in my entire life. And I have worked in trauma-filled spaces my entire adult life, but I've never seen anything like what I've seen here. And I actually traveled to Texas. This was in November. And Imam Omar Suleiman, he and I are dear friends, and we've been friends for almost 10 years. And he actually, this is how I know he's in Texas. He picked me up in a huge pickup truck, which is particularly Texan of him. And we just parked and talked. We were supposed to go out and eat, and we just parked and talked. And I'd already shared with him that I was really very close to accepting Islam. And he has been on this journey with me actually for almost 10 years. And I asked him a question, and I said, man, what I don't know, and I just need clarity on this, I don't know if what I'm witnessing is just Palestinian culture, and I'm in deep admiration of Palestinian culture, or is what I'm witnessing, is this Islam? And he said, actually, He said, it's not either or. He said, yes, Palestinians have culture, and that culture is beautiful and it's unique. My question to him was actually about Palestinians and Yemenis. And I said, I don't know if I'm studying our brothers and sisters in Palestine and in Yemen, and I just admire their culture, or if it's Islam. And he said, no. He said, Sean, there's all kinds of beautiful things about Yemeni culture and Palestinian culture. He said, but what you see that you are describing for me that's touching your heart, he said, it's not culture, it's Islam. And they will tell you that. Gladly, they will tell you that. And that was the moment, just right there in his pickup truck, in somewhere in Dallas. I don't know where Dallas begins and Plano ends, and where Dallas begins and Irving. Like it all just blends together here. So we were somewhere. It was in that pickup truck that I realized this is what I want. And these past few months, where my wife and we flew back down to Dallas. We took Shahada here in Dallas with the community there. And these past few months have been so beautiful for us, and we've been so happy. And the best I could explain it to people would be this. Many of you, I know, have already told me, Sean, I have been praying that you will become a Muslim for years and years. And some of you said your whole family had been praying. And many of you told me you thought I already was a Muslim and didn't know that I wasn't, which I was also very honored and touched by that. I have to compare it to this. All the work that I have done as a friend and advocate for Muslims, I would compare it to when my wife and I first became parents. When my wife was pregnant with our first baby, it was all the way back in 2001. And there was barely internet back then. There was barely Google. And kids, you may not remember these days, but way back in the day when you wanted to learn something, you had to read a book. And so we went out and we bought all the books you could on parenting, and we read the books on parenting. And then the baby came, and we immediately realized that there were 100 things about raising babies that were not in the books. And for us, in a lot of ways, we have felt that Islam is very much the same way. You can read a book about Islam. You can attend a conference. You can watch a YouTube video. But it's really something meant to be lived, something meant to be practiced, something to base your entire life around. And so all of these years of me advocating and supporting Muslims, I've been fighting for Palestine for almost 25 years, since I was a college student. None of that prepared me even for our first week as Muslims. We have a deep peace, a deep happiness, and I want you to hear that from me. But I heard something that immediately concerned me. And as a new Muslim, I find myself so desperately wanting to make sure that my wife and I, my family and I, that we honor the words of the Quran. And there's something strange for me as a new Muslim. The way it's been told to me is, at this point in the early days of my faith, Allah will hold me accountable for what I know, but Allah will not hold me accountable yet for what I don't know. And so the danger is, the more I know, the more I realize there are things that Allah will hold me accountable for and hold you accountable for. And I heard something that I thought was so beautiful and so profound, but it actually deeply concerns me and concerns me for myself and all of us. There was a beautiful hadith that says something that resonated so much with my spirit. And at first I thought, this is beautiful because this is how I try to live my life. The hadith was about good and evil. And forgive me, my wife and I, we were traveling to Turkey, and we're spending 5 weeks, and we're doing an Arabic immersion program, and all of our teachers are Syrian, and that's from July and August. But and she's going to be so much of my wife is at least 3 times smarter than me, so she may come back speaking Arabic, and I will come back with a wife who speaks Arabic, and I'll come back with Arabic books, and I will try my best to know more. I wish I could quote this in Arabic to you, but the way I understand it, and I just read it again. The hadith basically says, when a Muslim sees evil, we are obliged, and the order is so important, we are obliged to stop it with our hands. And if we cannot stop it with our hands, we must then try to stop it with our words, with our tongue. And then it says something that at first I thought was beautiful, but then it stung me a little bit. It said, if you're not effective with your hands, you're not effective with your tongue. It said, you can at least feel it in your heart. But then the final part of the hadith says, this is the weakest part of our faith. It's profound that it didn't say, start with your heart, then use your words. Then if your heart and your words don't work, then use your hands. It doesn't say that. It says to start with your hands. And here's my fear. A clock here says I have 3 minutes. Can you please give me 7 or 8 minutes? Okay, just whoever's doing this, just add a couple of minutes and do that as a blessing to me, please.
Go for it, bro.
I know, because thank you. I know what you've told me, and I know what's in my heart. I know that let me just speak of myself, and you can think of yourself. I know that I have not done all I could do with my hands. I know I haven't. I know what my hands are capable of. I know what's in my heart. Here's what I'm concerned about, sisters and brothers. I have grown so frustrated with humanity that I am no longer convinced that if people were being murdered in the room next door, I'm not convinced that me and you have the courage to go next door to stop it. I no longer believe that if your neighbors were being murdered, that you would actually go with your hands to stop. I don't believe it. Please, just listen to me for a moment. Maybe you would call 911. That's your words. That's your tongue. Maybe in your heart you would wish the murder next door wasn't happening. But let me just speak to the men for a minute. I am no longer convinced that your muscles mean anything. I am no longer convinced that the power and blood and nerves that you and I have in our body means anything, because you're not using it. Not just you, but me and the billions of us. How humiliating is it that we are almost 2 billion strong and we can't get a bottle of water into Gaza? I am ashamed. I am appalled. And let me tell you who is ashamed and appalled, and I know because they tell me, they post it online. Our sisters and brothers in Gaza, for now almost 9 months, have looked into the cameras and consistently said 2 things. Where are the leaders from the region? And where are the Muslims? Are you a Muslim? Am I a Muslim? Is that who we are? Do you believe the words that said, if you see evil, you must confront it with your hands? Do you even believe that's true? And if you believe it, why are we not acting on it? I think I know why. It's because we're afraid. You're afraid to lose your job. You're afraid to lose your physical security, your physical safety. You don't want to die. You don't want to be injured. And we've started to use excuses like, oh, I don't know what to do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. What do you mean you don't know what to do? Would you know what to do if someone was being murdered in the room next door? And if the hadith says, stop it with your hands, let me tell you, putting a phone in your hands is not what that hadith means. Yes, a phone is in your hands. It means physically confronting the evil with your body. It's what it means. And part of why we are so unsettled, I cannot tell you, sisters and brothers, that I'm not ashamed to say this, I cry at least once a day. There have been days where I've cried multiple times a day. There have been days where I have been so distraught at what I've seen that I have rolled on the floor and cried like a baby. That's not normal for me. And I realize that I'm crying in part out of desperation because my own body knows, my hands know they could do more. I know they could. If a genocide is not a time to use your hands, what is? Why do you even have hands? What are they for? I'm embarrassed. And I won't say it, I'm embarrassed at myself. Now people say, well, Sean, well, what do we do? Let's not be obtuse. Don't feign confusion. It's outrageous that we're 2 billion strong, but can't evacuate children right now that need to be evacuated or they'll die tonight. For 24 days, no medical supplies or no food, nothing has gotten through the Rafah border, nothing. The news refuses to tell you about 2 very courageous Egyptian young men who almost were finished with their military service and were so distraught and traumatized by what they were seeing at the border that they literally took their guns and decided to take on the whole Israeli army all by themselves. I'm grateful for those 2 young men. In fact, all of Egypt was so grateful for them that protests broke out. And guess what the leaders did? They arrested the protesters because they don't want an uprising. I am convinced, sisters and brothers, that no one is coming. It's us. It's you. Maybe you say, well, Sean, I'm not a soldier. You're a man. You're a human. You're a woman. If I ask this very simple question, if you could go to Gaza now to make a difference, would you? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. If you could go now, would you? I just don't think that that is the impossibility that we've convinced ourselves it is. And I'll close with this. This notion that permeates daily life in Gaza and in the West Bank and truly permeates the lives of oppressed people around the world, particularly oppressed Muslims, is this. It is hard to break the spirit of people who know that death is not the end. And there are worse things. Hear from me. There are worse things than death. There are worse things than dying for what you believe in. There are worse things than putting your body on the line. You know what's worse? Seeing a genocide and going home and watching the game. You know what's worse? Listening to me talk about genocide and opening up your phone and going to Yelp and finding a wonderful place for dinner tonight. That's worse than death. And I want us to have the peace of mind of knowing that we pushed ourselves. You heard our brother who did spoken word poetry lift up the story of Aaron Bushnell. I don't want you to set yourself on fire, but when I saw what Aaron Bushnell did, I understood. That's how desperate he was to make a difference. My first thought was, I wish he accepted Islam. I wish I had gotten a chance to meet him, to show him how to live his life to make a difference. He did what he thought he could in the moment, and he was desperate. Are you desperate? I know you are. But there's some divide between the desperation in our hearts and the lack of action that we're taking. And I think it's fear. It's fear. I am having to go. We have another event that we're doing in Dallas. I'm so grateful. I love the team at ICNA, and I wish that I could be here with all of you longer. I will, inshallah, come back to Dallas as often as I can. It's becoming like a second home to me. But I can't confront your fear, sir, ma'am, I can't confront your fear. You can't confront my fear. You have to confront your fear, sir. Ma'am, you have to confront yours. I have to confront mine. The beauty is, Allah will not hold me responsible for your fear, but we'll hold you responsible for yours. Do not allow fear to be the primary operating principle of your life right now. It must be faith. It must be the guiding principle of every decision we make from this point forward. And I say this with hope that I don't believe we've even scratched the surface of what we're capable of. I don't believe it. And together, this is my final point. Thank you for the extra time. That as taxpayers in this country, we are funding this. That's devastating. Every dollar we earn, we don't even have a choice. They take it out. Like, we don't even get to opt in or opt out. They just take it. And to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, we are paying for the very bombs that are not only breaking our hearts, but are causing this genocide. Therefore, I truly believe we bear a super responsibility for confronting it in a way that I don't think anyone else in the world does, because it's actually our money that's paying for it. And the only way I know for us to begin to balance that out is the hadith. Confront it with your hands. And then only after you've tried to confront it with your hands and it doesn't work, then use your words, then use your heart. But we have convinced ourselves that we don't even need our hands right now. And I'm uncomfortable with that. And I can see, I'm looking into many of your eyes, and I can see that you too are uncomfortable with it. The beauty is we are only scratching the surface of what we're capable of. And we need to step up in every single way. Please, I beg of you, pray for me, pray for my family, and my wife and I. We will continue to pray for you every chance we get. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Takbir! Takbir! Takbir!
Takbir in English is Allah, God is greatest. God is greater than our fear. So I want you guys to yell out from the bottom of your lungs, faith over fear. Faith over fear. Faith over fear. Next, I'd like to bring up our golden sponsor, Continuous Charity, to give us a few words. If you could please step up to the stage. With a round of applause, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام الأشرف في الأنبياء والمرسلين أما بعد. How do we as a ummah change the world? Today we are gathered in this conference because of what's happening in Gaza. We're seeing the rise of Hindutva nationalism in India. We are seeing the ethnic cleansing of the Uyghur Muslims in China. We are seeing the state-sponsored genocide of the Rohingya. As an ummah, how do we address these problems? And at A Continuous Charity, we believe that you address these problems one student at a time. A Continuous Charity is the first Muslim charity that gives interest-free loans to students going to college and getting their higher education. It is a charity I started 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, when I created this charity, we started with $60,000 and we have 5 students. Now, with the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are at almost $10 million and we've helped over 500 students across the world, alhamdulillah. A Continuous Charity is a simple concept. We're not a bank. We're not writing contracts so that they're technically halal. Rather, we have revitalized the prophetic waqf system. We go in the Muslim community, we raise funds, we pool those funds together, we loan it to students, we get into legally binding contracts with those students. As those students pay back their loans, we recycle that money and loan it again and again and again, becoming a sadaqah jariyah or a continuous charity. In this room, in our ummah, all of us are afraid and worried. How are we going to get our kids educated? How are we going to get them to go to school without taking on interest-bearing loans? A Continuous Charity is a way to do that. One initiative that we launched this year is called our Game Changers program. As Brother Sean King was mentioning, these crises happening around the world cannot be solved by IT professionals and doctors. They cannot be solved with volunteers, or they cannot be solved with other people. We, as an ummah, over the last several decades have systematically underinvested in students who are studying law, government, media, journalism, public policy, and these other fields. As a community, A Continuous Charity is working with our partners with Care National. Inshallah, we're going to be working with MAS in the next few months as well, that we're creating these initiatives to find those students who want to study these fields, invest in their education, so we can make that change happen. Inshallah, I would leave you all with this. If you know students who need these loans, have them visit our website, acontinuouscharity.org, and they can apply online. Number 2, if you're part of a masjid, a community that you want to help your local students with these interest-free loans, create a fund with A Continuous Charity and help those local students go to college. And number 3, if there are students who want to study these 5 fields, send them to A Continuous Charity. We'll support them, because once we get more professionals in these fields, that is when we're going to make that change happen. I want to say Jazakallah khair for your time, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So with that, everybody, we're going to take a quick 10-15-minute break to pray Asr. And right after that, we'll reconvene here for the main session. It's going to be super exciting. We have a special part of the program where we'll be honoring our heroes, and heroes come in many shapes and forms. We're going to have Brother Suhaib Webb to give one of his talks, Amr Zahir to give us also a nice laughter, and inshallah we'll reconvene at 5:30, inshallah. You give that then?
Yeah, give that. No, Abdullah is coming to leave.
Inshallah. So I give it right now. He is right here. Yeah. Assalamu Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. قد قامت الصلاة. قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
You want to stand next to me or? حق لا إله إلا الله محمد عبده ورسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Let's still straighten the lines, fill in the gaps, shoulder to shoulder, heel to heel. أقيموا واعتدلوا يرحمني ويرحمكم الله. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Abdullah. I was like super lost. We're home now. Yeah. There's gonna be. Do you want to walk in with the heroes, the journalists, the doctors, and 6:20? Let me know if you do. There'll be a group of youth like you walking in with the doctors and some of the journalists to take the pictures for the protest. Yeah, they're all heroes. They're like the Mu'taz, Azazis. And, yeah, with some flags and the anthem. Yeah, Motini, yeah. Stick around till 8, bro. Inshallah, ta'ala. Yeah, inshallah. Inshallah. Salam, brother. Good to see you, man. You stick around? Oh, there's a storm? Oh, no way. Well, we're here so far. We're in cover. Everything is going to any yeah, it's still going, inshallah. So,
Assalamu alaikum. Inshallah, our most important session is about to start. Inshallah, in 1 minute. I will request everyone to be seated. And if you come in the middle of the hall, the best sound is in the middle of the hall, inshallah, or closer to the speakers. So try to come in the middle and you will, inshallah, will have better sound. Do we have Heroic Hearts representative here? Can you please come in the front seat? Heroic Hearts, our platinum sponsor.
What was his name? Terminal?
Speakers, yeah. A lot of people are
Ahmed Tamragan, about the speakers?
Yeah, there's no sound system. That's why people are not coming closer. Otherwise, yeah, major, because the speakers are totally there. So it started, nobody was. Yeah, in the middle there's sound, good sound.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Free Palestine. All right, guys, now with the mics. Takbir. So up next to bring back the energy to the room, we have a beloved brother Ahmed, who's gonna share with us a nasheed. Ahmed, if you would come up to the stage, please. Jazakallah khair. Give it a round of applause for brother Ahmed.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أبكي على شام الهوى بعيون مظلوم مناضل وأذوب في ساحاتها بين المساجد والمنازل. رباه سلم أهلها واحمي المخارج والمداخل واحفظ بلاد المسلمين عن اليمائن والشمائل مستضعفين فمن لهم يا رب غيرك في النوازل مستمسكين بدينهم ودماؤهم عطر الجنادل رفعوا الأكف تضرعوا عند الشدائد والزلازل يا رب صن أعراضهم ونفوسهم من كل قاتل. وقفوا دروعا حرة دون البنادق والقنابل نامت عيون صغارهم واستيقظت نار المعاول. لا عاش قاتلهم ولا دامت له يوما أنامل وعليه أصبح حوبة دمع الثكالى والأرامل لله رب المشتكى رب الأواخر والأوائل والله فوق المعتدي فوق الأسنة والسلاسل وغدا يكون لأمتي صرح تزينه المشاعل وغدا إذا الحق اعتلى حتما سيزهق كل باطل أبكي على شامل هوى بعيون مظلوم مناضل وأذوب في ساحاتها بين المساجد والمنازل رباه سلم أهلها واحمي المخارج والمداخل واحفظ بلاد المسلمين عن اليمائن والشمائل واحفظ بلاد المسلمين عن اليمائن والشمائل. داس الطغاة على حمى الأقصى وجار المعتدي من لليتامى غيرك باب من لليتامى غير بابك خالقي من مقصدي يا رب من للأرامل والثكالى يا رب والشيوخ الهجد للصابرين على البلاء الراكعين السجد وأنا ابن غزة يا ملوك العروبة فاشهدي وأنا ابن غزة يا ملوك العروبة فاشهدي ما ضرني خذلانكم فالله خير مؤيدي فيا رب هيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا واجعل معونتك العظمى لنا سندا ولا تكلنا إلى تدبير أنفسنا فالعبد يعجز عن إصلاح ما فسدا فيا رب هيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا واجعل معونتك العظمى لنا سندا ولا تكلنا إلى تدبير أنفسنا فالعبد يعجز عن إصلاح ما فسدا. كل الناس بيقولوا يا رب تهدينا وتكرمنا يا رب كل الناس بيقولوا يا رب تهدينا وتكرمنا يا رب وبيسمعنا بفضله وكرمه وبيعلم كل ما في القلب وكل الناس بيقولوا يا رب.
السلام عليكم.
تكبير تكبير تكبير. Next, we'll have our platinum sponsor, Heroic Hearts, to give us a few words and stuff.
Heroic Hearts, if you could step up to the stage, please. With a round of applause, inshallah.
Did you play the video? It's going to be played. So did you play before or after? Can you play when you're having fun? How do you start? Okay. The reason is I want to have a video part because they would know, what we're doing, so I can get that out. It's real big. Play the video and it will be. I don't have a talk. I have 1 minute, but the video is. That's what it is. Are you playing the video? Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, my name is Siraj Muhammad, and I'm one of the founder of Heroic Hearts organization. My talk is actually more in line with the video, and then I think there's some technical difficulties to play the video. I wanted to see if they can play a video so I can continue my talk. So while they are trying to figure out the video issue, Heroic Hearts organization been in Gaza since 2016. We founded this charity to work in the countries that are going through war, conflict, disaster, and the countries that are very difficult to work. And alhamdulillah, today, Heroic Hearts is one of the organizations on ground working on the food security. We are delivering more than 100,000 meals per day, and we are running several field clinics in Gaza, southern Gaza, and also in Gaza City. Okay, so they're playing the video now. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Asil, the doctor in charge at Harrowing Heart's Immediate Care Field Clinic here in Dar el-Balah. Today, I would like to take you in a tour into our clinic expansion and give you a glimpse into a typical day in our clinic. So welcome to our clinic.
Jazakallah khairan. So Harrowing Heart has been in ground for the last several years, and alhamdulillah, we're doing a lot of work in Gaza. And one of the things I wanted to add, we are operating on the 100% donation policy. None of your donation money taking for any operating or administrative cost. We're building field clinics, and this is why I'm here today. The healthcare is completely disaster and collapse. And one of the things that we can do to help the people who need the help is to build the health clinic. Alhamdulillah, 3 of our clinics are operational, 2 more in line, inshallah, planning to open mid of June, and we need several. So if you can please stop by our booth, inshallah, and donate if you can for the medical clinic. Jazakallah khairan. And again, Harrowing Heart operate on 100% donation policy. None of us on the salary or take any compensation. Alhamdulillah, we are volunteer board, we are donor, and we're trying to help our brother and sister in any country that going through the war, conflict, and disaster. Jazakallah khair.
All right, brothers and sisters, are you guys ready for the next part of the program? Are you guys ready? Inshallah. So before the most exciting upcoming part of the program, which is going to be honoring our heroes, we have a panel session in the name of who is the most known genociders on earth right now. Who are they? We all know in the room who it is. We know where the apartheid is, and we're going to shed some light on that with the panel session starting effectively right now. So if we could call up to the stage our guest speakers, Sheikh Yasser Qadhi, Sister Diana, and Brother Tariq Khalil. So Yasser Qadhi, I don't know if the brother needs an introduction, but we'll go and give a very brief and short one, is Dean of the Islamic Seminary of America and resident scholar of the East Plano Islamic Center in Plano, Texas. Brother Tariq Khalil is an attorney and activist, an alumni of the University of Illinois at Chicago. He was a member of the Students for Justice in Palestine. He is the education coordinator with American Muslims for Palestine and board member of its Chicago chapter. Tariq appeared in multiple media outlets such as ABC, CBC, NYT, Arab News, and Al Jazeera. With AMP, Tariq lectures on topics such as modern Palestinian history, Zionism, and Palestinian rights under international law. Sister Diana Uthman, a Palestinian American from Oak Lawn, Illinois, is a journalist and educator. She teaches high school English and a media and culture course at B Universal School, with a religion column on the Huffington Post and publications in outlets like the Chicago Tribune and Salon.com. She's influential in media discourse. Previously, she served as assistant educator of Islamic Horizons magazine. Uthman is active in community organizations, including AMP, Chicago, and COCG boards. As a co-chair of the Coalition for Ethical Reporting on Palestine, she advocates for fair media representation. Originally from the West Bank, she has visited Gaza twice, most recently in June 2023. With no further ado, please go ahead with the session, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Diana Uthman. Tariq and I are from AMP Chicago. So it's very nice to be welcomed here in Dallas, alhamdulillah, and to join you all for this conference. I'm going to be facilitating kind of like we were hoping to have Imam Suhaib Wab with us, but unfortunately his flight was delayed. So it's going to be the three of us. And inshallah, we're going to kind of just talk through some questions that I'm going to pose to both Dr. Yasser and Tariq, and contribute to myself as well. And hopefully, you know, we'll shed some light on some of the different issues that were mentioned in the introduction to the session. So one of the things that was mentioned in my introduction was that I've recently been to Gaza this past year. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about what that experience looked like before this current genocide had begun. So travel to Gaza, for anyone who is not aware, has always been very difficult and a very arduous process for people coming from anywhere pretty much in the world. And so for somebody coming from the United States, it entailed a flight to Egypt, to Cairo, Egypt, and then a drive that took between 6 and 8 hours, depending on how many times you are stopped at military checkpoints by the Egyptian army, to the Rafah border crossing. And so it's by no means a normal trip. It's by no means an easy trip. And it's not a trip that you can make if you are in ill health, when you have young children. It's very, very difficult. And that was my second time making that trip. And it was different than the first because there were more military checkpoints set up along the way. And so you are stopped, you're asked for your IDs, your passports, the occasional bribe as well. You're asked to take down all your suitcases out of your car, to have the car searched. And this happens multiple times along the way. Again, this is prior to October 7th. And after making that very long trip, you then arrive at the Rafah border crossing, where you are waiting to get processed by the Egyptian side of the border. You give your passport and your documents with your family, and you basically are waiting outside for hours upon hours in the desert heat, usually with no food or water. And you wait to get approval of whether you are able to cross into Gaza or not. And you're waiting there with people who are, you know, trying to see their family that they haven't seen for years, or trying to get back in after having exited for medical treatment or study abroad or something like that. And it's a very tense environment because nobody knows if they are going to enter or not. And so there are fights that break out. It's a very sort of grueling process to undergo. As a Palestinian myself, who is from the West Bank, I was entering Gaza as an American, not as a Palestinian, because if I had an ID as a Palestinian from the West Bank, I would not be allowed to enter Gaza. And so that's why my processing was different than my husband's, who has a Gaza ID, who's also an American citizen, but that doesn't necessarily matter, right, when you're Palestinian in that sense. And so everyone just at the outgo, just in terms of entrance, and again, this is from the Egyptian side, not the Israeli, has different rules, if you can even call them rules, in order to even enter Gaza. And so this is kind of my first introduction into apartheid, because the differentiation in IDs, in nationality, and citizenship, all of these different dimensions are what divide Palestinians in the land. And so even while I was in Gaza, when I was finally granted entry and was able to go inside, I could not visit my family who is in the West Bank. I could not go to Jerusalem, right? I could not go to these different areas of my homeland because there is no crossing that I would be able to get through from Gaza unless I exited, unless I made that whole trip again and exited Gaza back through the Sinai, back to Cairo, and took another flight, either to Jordan, for example, and then crossed over from Jordan. And to think that my family was mere miles away, like a drive, I'm from Chicago, so I was comparing it to driving to Indiana or Wisconsin. That's how close it is, even closer. But that's a journey that I couldn't make, that I wasn't allowed to make. And it was something that I had to explain to my children, like, we're in Palestine, why can't we go to Masjid al-Aqsa, right? The older ones understand, but my 7-year-old was constantly asking, how does that make sense? So the first question that I kind of want to pose to Tariq is, what does apartheid look like practically for Palestinians?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all. This has been a wonderful conference, and I'm glad that ICNA Dallas put this together. It's really a pleasure to be here. And when we hear this term apartheid, this term has gained a lot of traction recently, especially with the recent reports from international human rights organizations such as Amnesty International, which is the most esteemed international human rights body in the world, but also Human Rights Watch and also Israeli human rights organizations such as B'Tselem and Yesh Din. And before I get into the legal underpinnings of apartheid, it's important to understand how apartheid operates, okay? When we look at what is the popular term, or the popular country, excuse me, that we think of when we use the term apartheid, we think of South Africa, right? But let's bear in mind this, and I will get into the definitional standard. Let's bear in mind this. South Africa is not the standard for what apartheid is. It's only an example of an apartheid regime. If South Africa had never existed, if the apartheid model had never existed in South Africa, Israel would still be an apartheid regime. So that's point number one. Point number two, apartheid operates to varying degrees of intensity. It doesn't always have to look the same. So if you want to do a comparative analysis and you want to juxtapose the apartheid system that existed in South Africa vis-a-vis, and then also look at what is happening in the West Bank or Gaza or the rest of Palestine, if it doesn't have to meet up seriatim, one after the other. That's not how apartheid works. So the definition of apartheid derives from two basic treaties, and it's referred to in three basic treaties. One is the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination in 1965. This prohibited apartheid, but the meaning was never really fleshed out until we get to 1973, when the United Nations General Assembly passed the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid, or what is popularly known as the Apartheid Convention. And therein, the definition was laid out. It's basically a set of acts, one or more acts. In the convention, it's referred to as inhuman acts, committed for the purpose of establishing domination by one racial group over another and systematically oppressing them. So systematic oppression is at the core of apartheid. But in the Apartheid Convention, you don't even need a system in place. It says for the purpose. So if you commit the act of murder, if you commit the act of home demolitions, if you commit the act of arbitrary arrests, you can commit these acts without having a system in place, so long as you're doing it for that purpose. So it's a much higher standard than, let's say, racism, but it's not the kind of standard that Israelis or Zionist sympathizers make it out to be. And then you have the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court in 1998. This provided a narrower standard. It says that it must be an institutionalized regime of systematic oppression. So an institutionalized regime must already be in place. And when we think of apartheid throughout all of historic Palestine, here's what I want you to take away from this. Apartheid operates to varying degrees of intensity throughout the land of Palestine. In the West Bank, it operates in the form of an entrenched occupation. In East Jerusalem, which is also part of the West Bank, it operates in the form of administrative laws and policies. In Gaza, it operates in the form of a brutal siege and blockade. And in what is known as modern day Israel, it operates in the form of systematic oppression through various laws that directly or indirectly discriminate against the Palestinian Arab citizens of the state, which make up about 20% of the population. So Palestinians experience apartheid to varying degrees of intensity. And the media tries to portray it in a way where it cannot exist because it does not have the same elements that South Africa has. Actually, many scholars have made the argument that it's worse than what actually took place in South Africa in various parts of Palestine. So this is what we need to keep in mind.
Thank you. So kind of piggybacking on what you've just been talking about and thinking about the term genocide and how Israel has tried to push back on this idea that a genocide is even being committed. So can we talk a little bit about what constitutes genocide and how what is happening in Palestine has been trivialized in media specifically? So if you would like to start, and Sheikh Yasser, if you want to chime in after.
Okay, so I'll just briefly touch on this point. Now, that term has gained a lot of traction in the last 8 months. And I hope that all of you Googled what this term actually means based on international law and not based on media's perception of it. So genocide, the meaning derives from the Genocide Convention, which essentially says that it is either the act of murder, causing harm, or creating life that's calculated to bring about the physical destruction of a people in whole or part based on their national, ethnic, racial, or religious orientation. So that's pretty much the basic meaning of genocide. The fact that the media likes to pervert that meaning and to say, well, Palestinians grew in number over the last 76 years. So Israel cannot be committing genocide. Well, that's a misreading, an intentional misreading of the term genocide. So all that is needed for genocide is a specific intent to destroy in whole or in part. And if you go and read the South African application, which is 84 single-spaced pages with over 100 footnotes, with great detail, and the ICJ provisional opinions on provisional measures in January, in March, and just a week or two ago as well. It details with great emphasis on the term genocide and what it actually constitutes. And it's very clear that what is happening in Gaza is genocide just by the sheer intensity of the attacks. Forget about the genocidal rhetoric. Put that aside for now. Just the mere intensity of the attacks. If you go right now on the Israeli Foreign Ministry website, you will read the following. The definition of human shields. Do you know what they say the definition is? The residents of Gaza. Not some residents, not those within a particular vicinity. All 2.3 million are human shields. That's the level of dehumanization that we're in right now.
So firstly, I've been asked to move my space from the organizers. They told me to move this way. Inshallah. Bismillah. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala ma ba'd. The reality is that genocide has been studied in a lot of detail. There are actually departments of genocide studies. There's institutes of genocide studies. There's an International Genocide Watch. There's think tanks that are dedicated not just to the past study of genocide, but to current trends around the world. And so the fact of the matter is that no two experts who are neutral in this regard are disagreeing that what is taking place right now in Israel constitutes genocide. And the reasons for this, it requires a number of key factors. I'm going to only mention 4 or 5 of them because of time. Number one, in order for a genocide to be declared, there must be a clear, ideological justification from one side against the other. There must be rhetoric that justifies a type of racial superiority and a type of dehumanization of the other. You cannot have genocide without dehumanization of the people that you are perpetuating the genocide against. And if you look at what happened in the past, Nazi Germany against the Jewish people, the irony of ironies, or in Rwanda, the Hutus and the Tutsis, or in Bosnia and the Bosnian conflict, you always found the people that were perpetrating the genocide used a type of rhetoric in which the humanity of the people who were being attacked was completely stripped away. You're not dealing with people that you think are human beings. And if you look at, again, the rhetoric in Nazi Germany, the rhetoric in Rwanda, the rhetoric in the Srebrenica massacre, you always find the same thing. These are not people, these are animals. These are cockroaches. In Rwanda, they would call the enemies cockroaches. They're not even animals. These are rats. You're allowed to exterminate them. So the ideological justification. Another key factor in order for there to be a genocide is that you must have an authoritarian regime that is perpetrating political instability and exaggerating crises. In other words, the regime is not trying to solve problems. The regime wants to exacerbate the problems. Your own government is trying to divide and conquer against your own people. We saw this in Nazi Germany, where the Jewish people back then were considered to be a fifth column, where the government that was supposed to protect the Jewish people actually became the instigators of violence against their own people. We're seeing this in the BJP in India right now, where the BJP party and Modi is explicitly mentioning Muslims by name as the invaders. The prime minister is supposed to unite the people of his country. When the prime minister, when the president, when the government begins to divide against its own and try to set up the majority against the minority, you are setting yourself up for genocide. Another key indicator of genocide is the marginalization, the constant and consistent marginalization of the minority by the majority. And again, and I gave a whole khutbah about this last month, it's a sad reality, but it is not something that we should be shying away from. It is awkward for some people to hear this, but wallahi, this is academically and factually correct. Go study Nazi tactics. Go study how Hitler and the Nazis dealt with their own minorities, and then compare and contrast to what Israel is doing right now. The fact of the matter is, you can check every single box. You're literally following the same template. And wallahi, we should not be shy to say this. This is the brutal reality. So look what Nazi Germany did. They literally targeted Jewish people. They ostracized them. They would literally mark their shops as being different and distinct. They had to live in different zones. This is exactly what is happening right now in Israel. Even the Palestinians who live in Israel, they look at what's happening in the West Bank. That's not Gaza. That's not an occupied place. Look at how the West Bank is might as well be an occupied place because of how the people are being treated. Also, here's another awkward reality. The other side always wants to say, oh, Israel is a democracy. There are Palestinians that live in Haifa. There are Palestinians that live in Tel Aviv, etc., etc. The fact of the matter is, even those Palestinians who are Israeli citizens do not occupy the same privileges. They do not have the same rights as the Jewish Israelis. And all you need to do is to talk to the local Palestinians. And we have Palestinians on our panel and Palestinians in the audience that can tell you firsthand, even if legally speaking, technically, that might be legally true to some extent, but socially, that is never true. And there is a social reality that is a well-known infrastructure that allows discrimination. If a Palestinian applies for a residency, if a Palestinian applies to live in a certain building, if a Palestinian applies for a job, they will not be treated the same way as if an Israeli does. And of course, in order for there to perpetrate genocide, you must have a clear identity distinction between the majority and the minority. And this is what is taking place in Israel right now. So the fact of the matter is that all of the recipe for genocide is already existing. And then to, of course, clearly demonstrate this, the militarization and the armed conflict that is taking place, to drop what is called dumb bombs. The bombs are called dumb because they're not guided. You just drop them. Guided missiles are supposed to, maneuver and target the particular enemy. A dumb bomb is a bomb you just drop it and it just goes and falls wherever you drop it. The fact of the matter is that we have dropped more weapons in Gaza than what America did in Vietnam per square mile. We have dropped more weapons in Gaza than what World War II forces did in Dresden. It is phenomenal that anybody can dare claim this is not genocide. And that's why, like I said, it only requires a bigot. In reality, everybody who's fair and neutral has acknowledged that what is taking place is genocide. And even the ICJ, which is the highest court of law, even the ICJ is essentially going to rule in this favor. And what is truly frightening and sad, our own government has threatened ICJ. Our own senators, sitting elected officials, have literally threatened ICJ and said to the people in the International Court of Justice that if you threaten Israel, your own lives are threatened. And this is truly a sad chapter of our modern history where our government is acting like a mafia. It's acting like a bunch of thugs that is attempting to persuade neutral judges to not vote according to their conscience. Wallahu musta'an. Bottom line, by any single measure, genocide is taking place. And that is why, like I said, no neutral person has disagreed that what is taking place is actually genocide. And that's why, in particular, two countries have been at the forefront, and that is South Africa and Ireland. And the reason is that both of these countries have firsthand felt the reality of discrimination, the reality of apartheid regime. Both of these countries have for decades suffered under the silence of the world as atrocities were committed against their own people. And so the Irish and the South Africans, they have conscience. They lived through the world being silent when they were being bombed, when they were being oppressed. And that's why they're standing up and saying, we are not going to allow this to take place again. If any country knows what apartheid is in South Africa. And one final comment here. Nelson Mandela's grandson visited Gaza 3 years ago. This is before the bombing took place. He visited Gaza 3 years ago, and he is on record, and he is in his 60s now. He lived through actual apartheid in South Africa. He is on record. Go look up his article. It's published in The Guardian. Nelson Mandela's grandson literally says, and I quote, "The apartheid that the Palestinians are facing is many ways worse than the apartheid us blacks in South Africa faced," end quote. This is somebody who has lived through the actual apartheid in South Africa, and he is saying the Palestinian apartheid is in many ways worse. If that's not going to be an eye-opener, then what else is? And Allah Azza wa Jalla knows best.
Thank you very much. One of the things that, you kind of touched on in your discussion was the concept of apartheid and how it's applied differently in the different territories. And it also got me thinking to the concept of Israel as a settler colonial state, which is also something that they have pushed back on in terms of terminology, just like using the term genocide. So there's been a lot of writing trying to deny that Israel itself is a colonial project even, which is absolutely absurd because that's exactly what it is. And the relationship between the United States and Israel, both as settler colonial states, is definitely an interesting one because the United States, as we know, is a settler colonial state that was founded on the land of indigenous people. And the indigenous people of this land were also exterminated. Right, and those who made it through that extermination were put onto reservations and were denied. I recently heard a story about Native Americans who were trying to buy back land that they actually owned that was taken from them, and hundreds of years later, they're trying to actually buy it back. back rather than it be restored to them. And so this concept of, these settler colonial nations that are somehow the beacons of their respective territories in the world, the United States, there's that famous thing of it as this city upon a hill, right? It's a parable taken from the Bible, but it was applied to the United States as this model nation that will be the guide for all of the other nations surrounding it, that they will look up to it. And Israel obviously sees itself in the same manner as the only, quote, democracy in the Middle East, as being the homeland for the chosen people, etc. And so they have this very toxic connection between the two. And so we see the manifestation of American racism and how it's been institutionalized in this country for citizens of this country, right, who are told that they have equal rights, but we see in practice they in fact do not. And so, Tariq, I was wondering if you could elaborate on this concept of the Palestinian citizens of the 1948 territories and how apartheid applies to them, because they're often used as this sort of argument that, well, they do have these rights, as Sheikh Yasser mentioned, and they live within the borders of Israel and they're doing just great, right? And so how can we kind of debunk that myth as well?
There are two mechanisms that Israel uses to further its apartheid system just within the internationally recognized borders of Israel: land and nationality. And the first point I want to make is regarding the term Palestinian. It's nowhere to be found in any of its official documents. Israel does not have a written constitution. It has a set of what are called basic laws. And in those laws, Jewish supremacy is enshrined without using the word supremacy. And the Palestinian citizens are not referred to with their national origin, because they're denied their nationality. They've been effectively denationalized as a people, even though they are indigenous to the land. So this settler colonial project has innate within it is the following: the inversion, making the settler, presenting the settler as the native, and turning the indigenous presence of the Palestinians into foreign invaders. So they are Arab Israelis, or the Arab of Israel, or Israeli Arabs. So they're allowed to have their ethnic label, but they're not allowed to have their national label, because there's only one nationality in Israel: Jewish nationality. And from there, that's where rights derive from, not your civic relationship to the state. So here in the United States, if you're a Polish American, Latino American, Asian American, Black American, whatever kind of American, whatever hyphen, if you are American, whether you're naturalized or not, at least on paper, constitutionally speaking, you have the same exact rights. And you can fight for your rights by law. In Israel, you cannot. It is illegal under Israeli law to challenge apartheid. It's illegal to challenge apartheid. If there's any party in the Knesset that's advocating for Israel to become the nation state of all of its citizens, it is actually in violation of Israeli law. Because Israel is the nation state of the Jewish people, not the Israeli people. Israel makes a distinction between nationality and citizenship. There's over 65 laws that directly or indirectly discriminate against these Palestinians that live in Israel. I just want to focus on one of them to illustrate my point. Israel has a basic law called human dignity and liberty. There's a word that is intentionally omitted: equality. So when there was a challenge against this law, it went to the High Court of the misnamed High Court of Justice. Do you know what the judges did? They read equality into the law because they're a liberal judicial system. So they had to read equality into the law, but with limitations. Equality only to the extent that it is consistent with human dignity and liberty. Anything beyond that, you don't have a right to equality. And there's an exception in the law. We can violate human dignity and liberty if the law befits the values of the state of Israel. What are those values? Jewish and democratic. So to maintain Jewish democracy for Jews, which essentially means Jewish supremacy, it's democracy only for one group at the expense of another. Then we can pass a law like that. It's a clever usage of language to perpetrate and perpetuate this apartheid system. So even the Palestinian citizens of Israel, who are not referred to by their national label, are suffering under this apartheid regime. So if you can prove apartheid there, which you easily can, imagine what you can say about the West Bank and Gaza. And one last point on apartheid. I mentioned the human rights reports from Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and others. Read them, study them. They're great data, but do not use the departure point of analysis used in these reports. Use the Palestinian intellectual tradition as your departure point of analysis. What do I mean by that? The way human rights organizations frame apartheid is they say it's one of governance. Israel has, over time, implemented policies that eventually led to an apartheid regime. That's not how you must understand apartheid vis-a-vis the Palestinians. Israel did not become an apartheid regime. Israel was founded as an apartheid regime. And that's a crucial distinction. And we must own that distinction. Follow the Palestinian intellectual tradition. We have our own tradition. Use the Palestinian voices to begin any one of these legal analyses, because we present it within the purview of Zionism. Zionism, the foundational ideology of the state, is at the root. Settler colonialism will not be found in any one of these reports, because that's not the framing of their issue, but that is Palestinian framing. So always remember that when you study this issue.
Thank you. That was a very, very important point. I'm so glad that you clarified. I know we have so many questions, but we're on time, so I want to pose another question to Sheikh Yasser. You know, a lot of Muslim Americans are feeling very despondent right now with our position in this country. I know many of the older generation who came here as immigrants really felt that they were becoming, you know, part of the quote unquote American fabric. They established businesses, they had raised successful children, et cetera, et cetera. And now people are coming to the point where they're realizing, hey, maybe we really are not quite the same as everyone else. Maybe we really are not, you know, part of that utopian melting pot that we always talk about. And so it's leading to a lot of disgruntled individuals, and rightfully so. And so how do we sort of cope with that feeling? How do we deal with living in a nation that is complicit in the genocide of our people? And how do we not lose focus while having all of these concerns and these emotions?
That's a really profound question, and I'm supposed to have 5 minutes to answer according to that clock.
Sorry.
So I am not somebody who minces my words. That's what gets me into a lot of trouble. But truth is always more precious to me than popularity. I will not mince my words. As Muslims, we need to be categorically clear that our primary identity, our only unconditional identity, is that of Islam. هو سماكم المسلمين من قبل وفي هذا. There is no other identity to which we are unconditionally wed to. Any other identity that conflicts with my identity as a Muslim, if it conflicts with it and clashes with it, then there is no question that we choose our Lord and our Creator over any other identity that tries to wrest that away from us. No other entity created us other than Allah. Allah created us. Allah sustains us. Allah shall cause us to die, and Allah shall resurrect us. Allah is Muhyi, and Allah is Mumit. Allah is Rabb. Allah is Fatiru Samawati wal Ard. And so I do not owe any loyalty unconditionally to any created being, to any human being, to any group of ideological people who think that they owe anything to me. No, Allah is my Lord, and Allah is the one that shall resurrect me. My life and my death, my soul and my worship. قُلْ إِنَّ حَيَاتِي صَلَاتِي وَنُسُكِي وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِي لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. And so I say bluntly that anybody who thought that they had an identity that was permanent and unconditional, and that identity was challenged in the last few months, well then good for you that that identity was challenged, because that identity was not your full and true identity. I say good for you that you realized that your only unconditional identity is subservience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, that having been said, I was born in this land. I am an American citizen. I have never had any other passport and nationality. And the fact of the matter is, and I'm somebody who has traveled the world, I've been to over 60 countries, I've lived in multiple countries. I am truly grateful to Allah for so many of the perks and blessings that I have personally acquired and faced. Being born and raised here, my education here, the freedoms that I have over here. I do not negate the positives, but those positives don't also make me blind to the negatives. This is where we get to that wasat, that middle that Allah says in the Quran. Oh, you who believe, لا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم على ألا تعدلوا اعدلوا هو أقرب للتقوى. Do not allow your animosity towards the people to blind you so that you act with justice. Act with justice and be fair. That is the essence of piety. So I say, and this is my opinion, and I'm speaking as Mr. Yasir Qadi, not as Sheikh, not as, no, Mr. somebody who's born and raised in this land, and I have the right to hold an opinion. So take it or leave it. I'm not asking you to follow. I'm not asking you to accept. I'm simply expressing my opinion. As somebody who has traveled the world and lived in multiple countries, I have willingly decided to live in this land, which is the land of my birth. I have willingly decided to come back here after having lived abroad for more than a decade. Allah knows I can live in many lands. I have chosen to live here. Why? For one simple reason. It is my assessment, and I'm not asking you to follow, but I'm allowed to speak my mind. It is my assessment that we don't just look at the negative. The seerah teaches us that we look at the potential for positive as well. That's what the seerah teaches us. We don't just look at the negative. We don't just look at how bad it is. We look at the potential for how much good we can do. And if we feel that our potential for good is more than the negative, then in that case, we are justified in living amongst the negative as long as we're trying to achieve the potential for that positive. And I learned this from none other than our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Have you guys forgotten that in Mecca, the holiest of holy, the Kaaba was surrounded by the filth of paganism and idolatry? Can you imagine how hurt our Prophet would have felt seeing 365 items as he does tawaf around the Kaaba? Not just that, sorry to be explicit, but we don't have time to be politically correct. The Quran teaches us, the Seerah teaches us that the Jahili Arabs had a ridiculous, paganistic, filthy practice, and that was the practice of performing tawaf naked. A'udhu billah. Disgusting. The Quran mentions it. We know this in the books of Seerah. Can you imagine you're living in that society around the Kaaba and men and women are doing tawaf in that? Okay, they had a weird superstition that, who am I to hide myself from Allah? It was shaitanic, satanic. Realize the Prophet ﷺ is in Mecca when this is happening. There was sharab and khamr. There was known fahisha and evil stuff. You get my point. In certain places in Mecca. In front of the Kaaba, this is happening, and idolatry is happening. And the Prophet ﷺ didn't run away and say, I can't take this anymore. he continued to preach because the potential for positive was more. And even when 4 assassination attempts took place, finally he was forced to leave. He turns around and he's crying. And he says to Mecca, and he says when Mecca had all of that evil within it at that time, he says, "Oh Mecca, you are the most beloved land to me. And I would never have left you had it not been that my people forced me to leave you." We don't just look at the negative. We look at the potential for positive. And this is where I say, my opinion, take it or leave it. There is hardly any country in the world that allows you the positives that this country does. There's hardly any country that allows you to speak your mind, that allows you to preach the truth, that allows you to challenge your own status quo, that allows you to call others to your faith. Last month, there was a demonstration in front of the White House. 400,000 people marched for Gaza. I was one of the 1 or 2 clerics that was asked to speak at that demonstration. I spoke, the White House was behind me, and I spoke to 400,000 people. And I pointed to the White House and I called our president a war criminal and a genocide enabler. And I said this with the backdrop of where the president lives. And I walked back to my hotel, flew back to Dallas, and I wasn't even scared that the secret police or the FBI or the CIA was going to come knocking on my door. How dare you criticize my president? Because I'm an American and I know my First Amendment rights. And if anybody did challenge my right to speak, I would have sued and I would have won in any court of law. Now I ask you by Allah, what other country on earth allows that freedom? I say unashamedly, I am very, very hurt and saddened by what my country has done. But I also say there's a lot of good in this country. There's a lot of positive. There's a lot of potential. And I believe my faith requires me to try to maximize the good and to try to work to minimize the evil. And so, am I sad? Am I disgusted at what this country is doing? Wallahi, I am. I am disgusted. I'm ashamed. But that shame, that anger, it must motivate me to not be silent and be a coward. It must motivate me to become active. It must motivate me to try to bring about a change in the discourse. That shame, that anger, it should cause me to become an activist and to try my best that I guide my country in the most ethical and moral manner. Because I'm a Muslim and because I'm an American, I don't want my country to get involved in genocide. So I have dedicated the entire 8 months. Look at my khutbahs and duroos. Every single talk, every single khutbah, every single time I stand, what am I doing? I am preaching and teaching, influencing, telling all of you to do what you can. This is my conscience speaking, and my humble request to all of you: feel ashamed, feel angry, feel rage, and channel that rage to activism, channel that rage to positivity, make a difference. And wallahi, I said this 9 months ago, and we see this now. I said the tide is changing. I said that 9 months ago. Now I say the tide has changed. We already see the next generation of this country, those under the age of 35, the majority of them are already pro-Palestinian. How did that happen? That happened because every single one of us was active. Every single one of us was at the forefront. Every single one of us was attempting to bring about change. So if we all do our part, if we all try our best to be catalysts of change, then insha'Allah ta'ala, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, that change will take place and we shall see a shift of this own policy. And that is our goal. We want the world to be a better place. And Allah has blessed us and tested us to be in the very country that is involved in that genocide. And so out of all of the 1.7 billion Muslims, or American Muslims, you are the only group of Muslims that has the legitimate, legal, constitutional right to try to change in an ethical and political fashion. With utmost love and respect, let me ask you, How can you dare run away when you're the only group of Muslims that can actually change from within? I wish I could say it's fard ayn on you. That's a big thing to say. I wish I could say it's fard ayn on you to really be involved. That's a big thing to say. I feel shy to say that, but I will definitely say it's fard kifaya. Definitely say collectively as American Muslims, we are the one group that Allah has tested and blessed, that it is our constitutional right to try to change from within. And therefore, I know I'm going on a bit tight the time, but I have to finish up here. One thing. Muslims, anybody comes and tries to make you feel guilty, anybody comes and says, oh, you guys are a radical fifth column, you want to establish your ethics. Please, for the love of God, do not be cowered into silence. I beg you, I challenge you. Anybody comes and says, you guys are a fifth column, you guys are preaching your own version, somebody says, you guys are preaching radical jihad, you have to stand up and say, I'm not preaching jihad. This is exactly what democracy is. I have the right to shape my country just like you have the right to shape the country as well. What gives you the right and not me? This is my land. It is my country. It is my taxes. And I refuse to have my taxes going to kill babies and innocent civilians. It's not jihad. This is the essence of being an American democratic person. So don't allow them to take that right away from you. Stand up and fight the battle, not just for the sake of your country, for the sake of your Lord, for the sake of your religion, for the sake of the ummah. All of this combines because truth, wallahi, is on one side and batil is on the other side. Stand up for the truth, stand up for your Lord, stand up for your country, and all of this will be combined in one, and that is for the people of Gaza. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala free the people of Gaza, ajilan ghayra ajilan, in our lifetimes. We want to see that victory. We want to see a free Palestine. We want to see our brothers and sisters with the same dignity as the rest of the world. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala show us that day swiftly and quickly. I mean, when Allah Azza wa Jalla knows best.
Takbir!
Thank you so much for that very extensive answer. And I think it covered a lot of important bases. I just want to kind of sum up very briefly just a few things. So, you know, one of the issues that what he mentioned in the beginning regarding allegiance and where do we hold our allegiance, right? And that's been one of the primary attacks that people have had on Muslim lawmakers, is that, well, they're going to have their allegiance to the Sharia and they're going to have their allegiance to this foreign state. When in reality, the irony is that they have allegiance to this country and everyone else has allegiance to Israel. And so it's not our allegiance that should be called into question. Our allegiance is known. It's everyone else's allegiance that we need to be calling them out on. And so we should never allow that to even be an issue for us as Americans who are participating in the civic system. And, you know, in the post 9/11 era, we had a lot of like, you know, condemn this, condemn that. I'm American, I'm wearing a flag, hijab, et cetera, and we've come past that point. We don't need to apologize for who we are. We don't need to apologize for our positions. We don't need to apologize for our identity, right? And a lot of the idea that, oh, Islam radicalizes you, well, depends on what your term of radical is, right? Because we talk about radical politics and liberation. Yes, Islam is radical in that way because Islam seeks to uproot the social order, right? The oppression, the diseases of the society that were mentioned by Sheikh Yasser. And so in that way, yes, radical is not this negative term in the way that it's applied to us. Right? And so, yes, we want to be radical. We want to be revolutionary in the way that we approach what our society is going through. And so we want to have this sense of identity where, yes, we are American, we contribute to the society, but at the same time, we don't have to prove it to anyone. We don't have to be performative in it. right? We have to challenge, we have to work, and we have to make sure that our stances are known and that we're firm on those stances. And so that being said, I just want to ask Tariq really quickly to give us a few action items that we can give to our audience moving forward from this session.
Okay, I just really briefly, because I know we're way out of time here, go to our C4 website, ajpaction.org, and we've done a lot of position papers and a lot of action items that you can utilize with the phone numbers and contact information where you can call the White House, demand a ceasefire. Trust me, when there's a plethora of phone calls that you make to your members of Congress and to the White House, flooding them with a lot of phone calls and emails can really have a positive impact. So know your congressperson. So there's a website on there for you to help you out as well, so you can navigate and find your local congressperson, and make sure you find people within your district and just essentially flood their offices, and also raise awareness. So as AMP, we do a lot of educational work. There's a host of organizations that do a lot of educational work. So raise awareness about the issue and what is actually taking place on the ground and how you can educate the American public. There's a lot of polling data that shows that the more education, the more Americans learn about what Israel is actually doing on the ground, the less they like it. This is proven by polling data. So raising awareness, political advocacy, do your own teach-ins, do your own events, get a group of people. MashaAllah, this is a wonderful community here in Dallas. I'm sure there's a lot of other wonderful communities. Get together, put events together, cultural events, whatever it is. Keep the spirit of the Palestinian people alive, and trust me, change will come, inshallah.
It's going to be a speech right after this. The heroes are going to come.
Okay, so then there's another one.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I'll give a takbir, and maybe a quick chant, because we're about to get some honoraries for some heroes, inshallah. The chant is faith over fear. Faith over fear. Faith over fear. Free Palestine until Palestine's free. So with that being said, our next session is going to be a very, very heartwarming session of the program. There's so many definitions of heroes, and there's so many definitions of courage. But if you were to ask me what's the definition of courage, it's one thing: doing something. Courage, in simple words, is doing what knowing that you're afraid, but you do it anyways. So people think heroes, especially the young, they think it's Spider-Man and Batman and all these Marvels. And I'm not endorsing any of those Marvels, but we have to bring it to reality. We have heroes that are across the seas, and we have heroes here with us that we need to start knowing and paying attention to, so we can aspire to be inspired. And one of the heroes are like the Mu'taz Azaza in Gaza. How many of you guys know Mu'taz? MashaAllah, he's very well known. About 20 million in the world know Mu'taz. But how many of you guys know the Mu'taz Azaza of Dallas? There you go. There's a few that know them. There's a few who are actually using their cameras that are helping us win the narrative war that we're actually winning. They're the ones who are documenting what's happening with all our efforts. The second ones who we really want to start acknowledging and are considered heroes are the students who've been on the front lines. They've been students on the encampments, putting their career at the risk, putting everything at the risk. They still didn't even go to see their future, and they're putting it at a risk for who? For the cause, and for Gaza and for Palestine. So those students will and should continue to be acknowledged and called as heroes for other students
to look up to them and do what they need to do. Lastly, the physicians. We have doctors among us, and they're very humble doctors, by the way. They went on humanitarian missions on saving lives. And we know in Islam, whoever saves one life is like you've saved the entire life, humanity. So with that being said, we have a few of our heroes that we'd like to bring up to the stage. And again, the idea is to inspire our youth and let them know that this is a form of heroism that we should aspire for. So without further ado, if we could, inshallah, turn on the music or the mawtini, and we'll have our journalists, our students come towards the stage, inshallah. If I can ask the doctors and humanitarian brothers to step up to the stage. The doctors, please come to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The term jihad is a Quranic term. We should not be ashamed to use it in its appropriate methodology. There is something called legitimate struggle. Yes, there's something that some people do that is wrong, terrorism, we're not talking about that. But when you have a group of doctors, a group of journalists, a group of civilians give up their safety, leave their practices, walk in to a war zone in order to treat patients, in order to save lives, when they do so at great cost to themselves, when they do so without knowing if they're going to come back to their families or not, when they do so without any worldly benefit, without any salary, actually they're giving up their salaries, then wallahi, this is jihad. This is jihad. This is jihad.
Takbir!
And it's people like these who continue to inspire us. There's ways we can benefit the ummah, every single one of us. And these are examples for those ways. There are people who have talents, resources that the ummah needs. And when you contribute those resources at great cost to yourself, that is exactly the essence of struggling in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I want to make special dua for all of these brothers and sisters and all of those that are from across the country that have sacrificed so much for the sake of benefiting our brothers and sisters in Gaza. May Allah bless you. May Allah protect you. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to utilize you. Takbir!
Allahu Akbar!
Takbir!
Allahu Akbar!
Takbir!
Allahu Akbar!
On all of our behalfs, Jazakumullahu khairan. May Allah Azza wa Jal bless all of you on all of our behalves, and may Allah continue to inspire you and use you in those ways. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mic test. I just want to say something, that we are journalists here locally, but the true journalists are the war journalists in Gaza. Shireen Abu Akleh, Motas, Hind Kudari, Palestia Al-Akkad, Abdul Hadi Habib, Samir Abdulqa, Bisan, Auda, Mustafa Bakir, Dua Sharaf, Mohammed Muin Ash, Salam Mema, Imad Al-Widi, Aya Qadura, Waliyal Dawda, Majad Arandas, La Tahir Al-Hassanat, Rashid Siraj. I can go on and on the list, but they are the true war journalists and heroes. We are inspired by them. Thank you.
Free, free Palestine! Free, 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 free Palestine! From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Inshallah ta'ala. So, with no further ado, we'll be calling up our next speaker for the session. It's going to be Sister Diana Uthman on the role of media in shaping the Palestinian narrative during the war on Gaza. Do you need a hand with them?
They're showing up.
Can you start without the slides?
Yeah, I could start. I mean, if they can't do it, it's fine. I'll just go from my computer. I need the computer. They have this. Oh, I guess they have it on there. Assalamu alaikum. So I'm back after a very short break. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about the role of media and shaping the narrative when it comes to Palestine and Gaza specifically. Okay, so the slides are up there. Okay, good. Who's controlling them? Oh, okay. Okay, so you can go next. So I just wanted to go through a few terms related to the occupation. You can go to the next slide. Next. So these are some terms that we should be familiar with in reading the news and doing analysis when it comes to what's happening in Gaza right now. These are terms that everyone is familiar with, but sometimes we don't distinguish in terms of the meaning, right, of the specific terminology. And I know there have been other sessions where some of the speakers have gone over these, but I just wanted to kind of highlight them as far as things that we all need to be understanding of. So the distinction of Israel as a settler colonial state state or a colonial state, which is something that they are pushing back against in their rhetoric, as I mentioned in the previous session. And we talked about apartheid and what that means and what that looks like on the ground. Occupation and siege are obviously two terms that we use frequently. The occupation refers to the military occupation, right, on all of the land of Palestine, and the siege specifically refers to the limitation of movement and entrance and exit of people, goods, etc., in and out of Gaza through land, sea, and air. Another few terms that are also crucial for us in terms of our understanding, and I'm sorry I'm going quickly because time is very limited. Anti-Semitism, Zionism, and Judaism, because there is the term anti-Semitism is thrown around quite a lot now as far as any sort of indication of support for Palestine, using the phrase from the river to the sea, even saying free Palestine has been recorded as an anti-Semitic incident by the ADL. And so we see a lot of news reports about the rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes or the rise in anti-Semitism across America, or specifically in college campuses. And we know that these statistics are very inflated because they are including these shows of support for the Palestinian people. And so we need to distinguish these incidents from actual anti-Semitism, which is a form of racism, right? Racism and hatred for Jewish people just because of their religion or ethnicity, which is not what Palestinians stand for, right? Palestinians stand for equal rights and justice for all people, regardless of nationality or religion. So we make this distinction between Zionism, which is that political ideology, and Judaism as a faith, right? And the conflation of the two is what leads people down this dangerous path of being labeled as anti-Semitic. We talked in the previous session about genocide and what that means, and what are the different manifestations of genocide and how do we get to that point. Ethnic cleansing specifically refers to the movement of people out of a particular land or territory to quote unquote cleanse it, right, from people of that background or that ethnicity. And so that's kind of an important distinction between those terms. You can go to the next two. Fast forward. Next. Okay, so media literacy is a very important concept that we are generally lacking, right, as a society, not just in relation to the Palestinian issue, but in relation to pretty much any issue that is talked about in the mainstream, right? Because of the influx of so many points of view, so many accounts on social media that often spread misinformation and disinformation, we have to be very wary about where we get our information from and where we take our news from. Right? And so media literacy means that you are a critical consumer of media, that you don't just see any link that somebody forwards you and take it at face value or think that it's accurate or believe anything that it says, even if it's allegedly quoting somebody or something, or placing a picture, for example, with a quote, or giving you statistics, right? You have to be able to trace where these things come from and what their sourcing is. Next slide. So these are some questions that we want to ask ourselves when we are critical consumers of media, right? So one is, what is the source? Where is this coming from? Is it from the Israeli military? Is it from the Israeli government? Is it from a journalist who's embedded in a military unit? Right? These are important questions to ask to understand who is providing us with this information. So from that, we can tell, is it credible? Is it reliable? Is this source even an authority on that topic? Who is this person who is giving me this information, right? What are their credentials? And I'll talk about an example of how this can go very wrong in terms of coverage when it comes to Gaza. Obviously, many of the sources that are portrayed in mainstream media come from a very biased perspective and are generally lacking Palestinian voices, right? And so this is what we have been trying to combat during the last 7 months, is amplifying Palestinian voices, amplifying the voices of people on the ground, not necessarily just taking, the reporters who are not necessarily connected to the situation and taking their word for it, right? We want to have the eyes and ears of the people who are experiencing this genocide firsthand. You can skip to the next, yeah. So an important concept that I think we should all, especially as Muslims, be familiar with is Orientalism. And why is this important? So Orientalism is a term that Professor Edward Said had coined, and it's related to the way that the West views the East, quote unquote, the East, right? The lens through which the West views the East. And so this lens is what impacts all of the different portrayals that we have of various countries in the United States, in academia, in Hollywood, in pop culture, and in news media, right? This affects all of those different territories. Why? Because those different biases are what come through when it comes to that particular lens of Orientalism. So if you think about this on an everyday level, right? The terminology that we see used when it comes to Muslims or Palestinians, the portrayals of Muslims in popular films that you see, as terrorists, as hijackers, as spies, as whatever you have it, right? All of these things are impacted by that view of Orientalist thought. And it's not just in pop culture, it's through academic writing, through even interpretations of the law. It has so many different facets to it. You can skip to the next slide. Next. So those were just quotes from Edward Said's book. So we need to challenge, right, these frameworks through which these stories are told. Right? Because that is the root of the misrepresentation of the Palestinian narrative. So what is the framework? What is the paradigm that we are using to understand what is happening in Gaza? And the problem with a lot of the coverage in the United States is that it begins with October 7th, right? Free the hostages, those types of narratives. It does not include the context of the decades of occupation, right? The context of a crippling siege, the context of colonialism and apartheid, right? And so those are the important elements that are missing from this narrative. You can go to the next slide. So some problematic terms, next. So there are a lot of binaries that media likes to use when it comes to coverage of Palestine. And these are just some of the most frequently seen ones, right? And so we know binaries are oppositions, right? Trying to really portray things as just black or white, right? And so we have this myth of the barbarian, right, versus the civilized, or that they are engaged in this fight on both sides as if they are both on equal footing. Or you have the use of passive language, so Palestinians just die versus being killed or murdered or starved. You have this idea that Eastern cultures, Arabs, Desis, people from all these different backgrounds are irrational and emotional, right? Versus Western cultures, which are logical and rational. One that Prime Minister Netanyahu used himself was this contrast between light and darkness. And he says that in a tweet that this is a fight between the children of light and the children of darkness. Obviously using that binary of good versus evil, and obviously portraying the Palestinians as just innately evil. And finally, boiling this down to just a conflict or clash versus this being a occupation, a settler colonial project, and a genocide. Because a conflict or a clash means it's just kind of a fight, right, between these two sides. And it's not drawing up a clear line between the aggressor and the person who is being oppressed. Next slide. And so some of these things were kind of touched on a little bit in the previous session, but seeing Israel as this, quote unquote, only democracy in the Middle East versus seeing Palestinians and Muslims in general, even those in America, as militant or radical, even when they're acting in self-defense. And so anything that Israel does is seen as defense, and we often hear the phrase that Israel has the right to defend itself, when we know in reality it's the opposite, that the occupied have the right to defend themselves against an occupier. And when Palestinians defend themselves, it is called terrorism. Right, and that's one of the problematic terms. Even the entire framing of the coverage of what is happening is being called the Israel-Hamas war. Right, and this in and of itself is problematic because, first of all, you're implying this myth of balance, that it is a fight between, again, two equal parties who have equal access to resources, to weapons, to funds, right? And that's obviously not the case. But you're also implying that this is just a war against Hamas, that this is not a war against Palestinians, when we know that this is a war against all Palestinians, right? This is definitely a myth. And so all of this is used to justify the murder of civilians, right? To completely obliterate infrastructure. So we've seen the complete destruction of hospitals, the complete destruction of universities, right? All of these things deliberately targeted. And why? Why is this justified in some twisted manner? Because, quote unquote, they use human shields, right? Because they are hiding in civilian areas, because they have tunnels under their hospitals. And then we saw all of these false narratives, right, that were perpetuated regarding sexual violence, regarding the beheaded babies, all of these things that were debunked, right, completely. Next slide. So this otherization, right, it leads to the demonization of Palestinians, right, and the demonization of Muslims as well. And that translates into destructive foreign policy, right? That translates into billions of dollars for weaponry, right? And why? Because we no longer see people as human beings, right? We see them as these people that are dehumanized, that are there just for us to control, for us to dominate, for us to quell, right? And so we as the Palestinians somehow are not equipped to tell our own stories because we can't be objective. Our stories are only valid if you hear them from a white person. Then they're objective, right? So this is one of the biggest things that we're fighting against in terms of the narratives that are being perpetuated. Next slide. So I had some examples in here. There was an interview with Mustafa Barghouti where the interviewer basically uses these stereotypes about Palestinian men and Muslim men not being able to talk to women against him in his interview. And when he's logically defending himself and providing arguments for everything that he's saying and facts, instead of going against his logic, which she obviously can't because the logic is sound, she attacks him saying, oh, you've probably never, you're not used to hearing women talk, right? And so that's the way that she tries to kind of make him be quiet, but obviously that does not work. There's another example of an interview with Hussam Zumlat where he's constantly asked to condemn, do you condemn, do you condemn, right? And he kind of subverts the question saying, well, that's not the question that you need to be asking me right now because that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Next slide. Next. And so we really need to look closely at the language that the things that we read and that we watch use, and how that language can perpetuate these subconscious biases. Next slide. So this is an example of a story that the New York Times ran, and it was about the weaponization of sexual violence by Hamas. And all of the sourcing was completely debunked when it came to this story. And the New York Times did not even retract it, even though it was debunked. And there was a lot of information that came out afterwards regarding the author and how she had never even written a piece like this in the past, and how she had been embedded with the Israeli military. And there were so many facts that basically proved that she could not have unbiasedly written this piece, and yet it was allowed to run, it was allowed to be published, and it was not retracted. Can go to the next slide. Next. And so these are just some of the elements, right, that came out afterwards regarding her piece and regarding why the different things that she wrote in it could not be trusted. And so the irony is that when it comes to the Palestinian voices who are talking about these instances of abuse and murder and starvation and maiming and all of these different things, when they have evidence, they have video, they have audio, they have every single thing under the sun to prove that it has happened, that's still not taken into account. Next slide. Next. So this is a quote regarding oppressive language. And it's a quote by Toni Morrison that I often refer to because it really speaks to how impactful language is in our popular discourse and how it affects that we understand pretty much any issue. And so she says, oppressive language does more than represent violence, it is violence. Does more than represent the limits of knowledge, it limits knowledge, right? And so when you don't have the proper terminology and the proper framework to understand a story, you only understand it in the way that it's told to you, and you no longer challenge it, right? And so that's what we are trying to do through our voices, is challenge these narratives. Next slide. Next. So these are some examples of headlines that use these tactics to basically undermine the credibility of Palestinian sources, that sensationalize the headlines, that cause a presumption of guilt when it comes to Palestinians versus Israel. They call into question any sort of statistic excuse me, that is provided by Palestinian sources, yet when the same statistics come from an Israeli source, then somehow they are able to be trusted. Next slide. These are some other examples. I know I'm running out of time, but there's the last one I want to kind of talk about is this piece that ran in the New York Times by Hala Alian, who is a Palestinian psychologist and poet and author. And so she wrote a very moving piece about why Palestinians have to audition for empathy, right? And that was initially the title of this op-ed, Why Must Palestinians Audition for Your Empathy? So it's a very impactful, very hard-hitting headline that really kind of hits at your gut. You know what it's going to be about, right? When you read that headline. And the headline later was changed to the Palestine double standard. And this one really caught my attention because I had read the article initially with the first headline. And I was like, wow, that's an amazing headline. That's a great piece. It was so emotional. It was so raw. It was so impactful for anyone to connect to really understand how Palestinians have been forced to sort of beg the world to care about them being massacred, and what that feels like for somebody living in America when their country is supplying the weaponry to do this, right? And so I shared this article with my class, and as we were reading it, when we refreshed the page, suddenly the article's title changed. And suddenly certain words were removed from the piece. And I had never seen that happen before in real time, where I was reading something and I refreshed it and it totally changed. And so why is this the case? There's nothing wrong with the original headline. There was nothing wrong with the original language, but perhaps it was too humanizing, Perhaps it was too impactful. And so when you look at the second one, you don't necessarily even know what it's going to be about. The Palestine double standard. It can really be about anything, and it can really be from either perspective. It's not very specific, right? And so the choice to edit that was very deliberate. So I know I'm out of time. There's so much to share on this topic, but the thing I want to leave you with is when you are reading things, when you are watching things, don't just get upset or angry or, say things that scream at your TV or at your computer, at your phone. Be a proactive consumer of news and information. So when something is incorrect or you see it misrepresenting your perspective, write to the paper, write to the author, send an email, send a tweet, make a phone call to the newsroom. Let your perspective be known, because the other perspective is definitely having their voice heard. And I know when this first began, in the very beginning, we were getting called for a lot of interviews in Chicago, especially for people who are Palestinian, who have family in Gaza. And the first few times I was on NPR, and I have a friend who works in the station in Chicago, she told me, when you and a few other people got on and you were talking, we immediately started getting phone calls complaining. Like, while you were still on the air, we were getting phone calls. And did I say anything wrong? No, I was just talking about my personal experience. And the other person who was speaking was a physician talking about his experience. But they didn't like what we were sharing. And so there were complaints. And so it's very important, if you like something, let that be known. Call and say, hey, thank you for having this Palestinian perspective, whether it's on your local news, whether it's on a website, whether it's on somebody's Instagram page for your local news outlet, maybe make that comment, because the other comments are definitely coming in. And just be aware of what you're reading, who you're quoting, what you're sharing with people, because one of the most harmful things when it comes to our credibility is when we share things that are later debunked or seen to come from a not so veritable source. And that can become a problem, especially in the age of like WhatsApp forwards and, people texting to groups massively and sending things out without even giving them a second thought and just assuming that they're true. And so that's what it means to be media literate, is to not do things like that without first investigating, without being critical and thinking about the things that you're sharing with others, whether it's on your personal platforms or just among the people that you know. So that's pretty much it, because I'm very much so out of time. So thank you very much. And inshallah, I don't know where oh, there you are. Okay.
So give it one more time for Sister Diana. It is a fact that the curtains have been showed and we are winning the narrative war. If we weren't, TikTok would have been banned. And that's just one reason we're doing something right. So up next will be our next performer, is a Palestinian Arab American comedian, speaker, writer, academic, and adjacent professor at University of Detroit Mercy School of Law. He holds a master's in Middle Eastern and North African Studies and a JD Law degree, both from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. He writes and speaks widely on political and social affairs and has appeared on radio and television, including Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, and more. He draws on his experiences growing up as a child of Palestinian refugees, performing and lecturing on topics like politics, society, culture, identity, Palestine, Islam, and more. Please welcome Amir Zahar.
Thank you. Thank you, Omar. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, take me off of the screen. Put my picture back up on the screen, okay? I want people to look at me, not at the screen. Take my picture off. Take my picture off. Good, thank you very much. Okay, let's try this again. Assalamu alaikum. Masal khair. I'm so happy to be with all of you here in Dallas. And we are here today to celebrate Palestine and the strength of the Palestinian people. We got to bring up the energy a little bit. Because let me be clear, we are winning. We are winning, and we are going to be all, I promise you, we are all going to be in a free Gaza very soon, all of us on the beaches of Gaza having dinner together, I promise you. I promise you we will all be there. Now, let me understand who's here. If you're Arab, clap your hands, all the Arabs that are here. Okay, good, good, good. And among the Arabs, I know I'm going to miss a lot of people. So do we have Syrians? Okay, Jordanians, Egyptian, Iraqi, Yemeni. No Yemeni, okay. Lebanese, welcome, okay. Good, how about the rest of North Africa, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco? Wonderful, Sudan, Somalia. Anyone from there? Okay, how about anyone here from Saudi Arabia? Okay, let's talk about them for, no, just kidding. No, they own the building, we're gonna be nice. Okay, good. Any Palestinians here by chance? Any of those? Wonderful. It's my people. And I know I missed some people. I know we have people from India and Pakistan and Bangladesh, all of our brothers and sisters from South Asia who have been standing strong with us. Yes. And then, I don't know, did I see any just regular white people? Just regular white people. There's one there. None on this side. Only on this side. When we marry white people, it only goes one way. Yes, I am Arab and I am Palestinian, and I'm not ashamed to say it. We have had to protect it for the last 8 months, but I'm not ashamed to say that the Arab culture is the most beautiful culture on planet Earth. We have an amazing culture. There are other cultures that are as beautiful as ours, but please take me off the screen. Please take me off the screen. I'll wait. Please don't put me on the screen. And as I live in Dearborn, Michigan, I'll wait. It's not that hard. You did it like it only took a minute a second ago. There you go. Thank you. Please don't put me on the screen. And I come to you, all of you here today from Dearborn, Michigan. I don't know if you've heard of Dearborn, Michigan. It is the Arab Disneyland. It's where we have everything. In fact, we just elected 2 years ago our first Arab mayor in Dearborn, Michigan, our first Arab Muslim mayor. Yes, yes, he's made a lot of changes. Some of them people understand, some of them people don't understand. Like the city council meeting used to start at 7:30 on Tuesday. Now it starts 7:30, 7:45, 8 o'clock, maybe Wednesday. Ramadan is now 2 months in the city of Dearborn. We're very proud of who we are. And we have the culture there, and we have the most beautiful culture. Arabs, we have a beautiful culture. For those of you who don't speak, I don't know if please grab your screaming kids, okay? Just take them on the, yeah. Don't they know we can hit their kids? We're Arabs, we can just grab your screaming kids. In Arabic, when we see white people, what's your name, white lady? Hanan? They gave you one of our names? And you changed your name too? Oh, like Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali. What was your Cassius Clay name? Tina? Tina Louise, Tina. Hanan. It's a beautiful name. Beautiful name, Hanan. Sometimes we Arabs, we have a word that we use for white people. When they live in our countries, we call them ajanib, right? That means foreigner, ajanib. And then we move to America, and do you know what we call white people? Ajanib. We still call them ajanib. We came here, and we call them ajanib, okay? There's like a 75-year-old Palestinian woman. She's walking around the mall in Texas. She's like, what's all the ajanib? I'm like, you are in Texas. Of course there's ajanib. We have a beautiful culture, and we love our culture sometimes too much. But I am Palestinian. I always tell white people that I am Palestinian like Jesus, because they need to know that he was one of us. He was one of us, right? Right? Yes. We need to use this a lot more. He's one of us. He's the most famous man in the history of the world, and he's one of us. And his mother is the most famous woman in the history of the world, and she's one of us too. And they are both Palestinian. We have to take this back. I know white people think Jesus was from Frisco or Murphy. He's not. He's one of us. He's Palestinian, okay? He's one of us. And I have to explain this to people all the time. And I grew up around all white people. I live in Dearborn, Michigan now, but I grew up around all white people. Everybody was white where I grew up. Everybody was Hanan where I grew up, okay? I was the darkest person in my school. It was very, very white. And I always knew that I was different. My dad spoke funny. We smelled like garlic. We ate leaves from the backyard. But hello, sir. But I never really knew, this guy gonna keep walking in front of me? Is he with you guys? Not CIA, FBI? Okay. By the way, I welcomed a lot of people here, but I forgot to welcome one important group of people since we are here at the ICNA Dallas conference. We should also welcome all of our invited and uninvited guests that are here with us from the FBI and the CIA. Let's have a big hand for them. They are here. I don't know where they are, but they're here. They're watching. We have nothing to hide. And I grew up with all white people. I always knew that I'm different. Also, I'm Palestinian. For those of you who don't know, we Palestinians, we grow up a little bit differently than everybody else. We grow up from a young age to be professional protesters. I remember I grew up in Philadelphia. I'd wake up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and by 10 a.m., we were in New York City, and we were protesting. And we Palestinians, we march and we protest, and we don't care if it rhymes or it doesn't rhyme. We don't care. 1, 2, 3, 4, we don't want your war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Free, free Palestine. We don't care. It doesn't have to rhyme. And I always knew that I was different. I never knew how different I was till when I was a little kid. My best friend who lived across the street was this little white kid named Tommy. We hung out with each other all the time. Of course, Tommy's mom was white. My mom was Arab. His mom was different than my mom. His mom let him do stuff that my mom never let us do. I don't know what's wrong with Arab moms. They hate sleepover. See all the kids having trauma? They hate sleep. My mom never let me sleep over. Mom, can I sleep over Tommy's house? What is wrong with our house? Sleep here. Jeep Tommy, all your friends, and come and sleep here. And I always knew that I was different. I never knew how different I was till one year it was Christmas time, and Tommy's mom took me and Tommy to the mall to go see Santa Claus. And we waited in line for an hour, and finally it was our turn. And Santa Claus said to Tommy, "What do you want for Christmas, little boy?" And Tommy said, "Let me have a bike." And Santa said, "Okay." And then it was my turn. And that's when I realized I was very different. Because I sat on Santa Claus's lap, and Santa said to me, "What do you want for Christmas, little boy?" And I looked at him with my little Palestinian eyes, and I said, enforcement of UN Resolution 194, allowing us to return. We just have different dreams. But we are all going to go back one day, I promise you. We are winning, and we are going to win. And the Israelis don't understand us. They have never understood us. They are victims of something called projection. They say when we say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They say when we say it is genocidal. Now, when we say Palestine will be free, we mean for everybody. But they think when we say it is genocidal, because when they say it, it is genocidal. See, that's called projection. They never understood us ever. They make us feel bad about being from other places. Palestine has been a destination for 3,000 years. That's why we look like everything. That's why we have names from all over the world. It's a beautiful place. Remember, God chose Palestine. He didn't choose a people. He chose a land. He chose a land. And we are lucky enough to be from that land. All I know is that when you go to Palestine, you never ask anybody for directions because everything in the whole country is dughri, everything's straight. I didn't know that till I went there. I was in Jerusalem. I said, "How do I get to the theater?" They said, "Dughri, dughri." I said, "How about the hotel?" They said, "No problem, dughri, dughri." This is why the Israelis can find us all the time, no matter where we are. We don't know how to tell people how to escape. Go run, dughri, and they find them. We have this beautiful thing. And I live now trying to explain Palestine to people all the time. I've been doing shows around the world. I just came back. I did a show in Dubai where we had 1,300 people talking about Palestine in the Dubai Opera House. And then I went to Bahrain. And then I went to Kuwait. And then I went to Jordan. And then I went to spend a few days in Palestine. And the people there are so strong. And they see and appreciate everything we are doing here. And they say, "Keep going. We see you on the campuses. We see you in the streets." And so whatever you think you're doing, the day that you get tired of being in the streets and talk about Palestine, I want you to remember that there are Palestinians in Gaza and Ramallah and Jerusalem watching you. And they see what you're doing. And that should be your inspiration every day. That's why we're going to win, because the Israelis don't understand us. I was sitting with a guy in Ramallah. I said to him, tell me about your education, because, you know, we Palestinians, I don't know if you know this, we are overachievers. My dad was born in 1948 in Yafa. When he was 1 month old, he was ethnically cleansed from his homeland. He ended up in Jordan. He went to a UNRWA school, those blue schools where all the terrorists come from. That's where my dad went. And eventually he got a PhD in America. He went to college, and then he went to a master's degree, and he got a PhD. And now my Palestinian refugee dad has 41 patents from the United States government. See, this is who we are. This is who Palestinians are. But I don't think anybody understands how difficult it is to be the son of this overachieving refugee. I remember when I was a kid, I brought my test home from school. I said, Baba, here's my test. I got a 96. Where is the other 4? I said, oh man, can't deal with this guy. And I was in Palestine, and I was talking to a friend of mine in Ramallah a few weeks ago. And he reminded me, he says, Amir, you know, I have a PhD in science from London. I said, wow, that's amazing. I'm proud of you. I said to him, what do you do here in Palestine? He said, I have a coffee shop in Ramallah. I said, man, you have a PhD in computer science. You could do anything. You could live anywhere. You could make a lot of money. He said, Amir, I will stay here and fight against occupation for my freedom. I said, okay, all right. First of all, I said, calm down. I'm not the enemy. And I said, and what will you do when you get your freedom? He said, when I get my freedom, I will leave. So if the Israelis want us to leave, it's very simple. You give us our freedom and we might leave. But as long as we are not free, we are staying in our land and we are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. When I entered this time, I talked to the soldier, and he said to me, you know, they ask us, what is your fazagh name? What is your fazagh name? What is your mazagh name? As if this is secret information to us, you know. An Arab, when he introduces himself, he tells you 5 generations of his family. This is not secret information to us. And then he said to me, what is the purpose of your visit? I said, I'm going home to Palestine. What is the purpose of your visit? Then he put me back in the VIP room for like another 5 hours. We get treated very special when we visit our homeland. And I have to urge everybody to go to Palestine. I know some people say, I don't want to go to Palestine. I'm worried how the Israelis will treat me. If I told you that the Israelis would hold you for 12 hours, but they would eventually let you in, would you go? Of course you would. So the Israelis should never be a reason that we don't visit our homeland. They should never be a reason that we don't visit our beautiful sites in Jerusalem and all around Palestine. So all of us have to go and support the people. And we have to go with these beautiful traditions that we have. You know, I wrote a book called Being Palestinian Makes Me Smile. I'm getting ready to go. This thing says 2 minutes and 35 seconds, so I'm getting ready to go. I'm leaving. For those of you who don't know, when Arabs say they're leaving, it means like another 35 or 45 minutes. I'll explain to you in a second. But I wrote a book called Being Palestinian Makes Me Smile. If anyone wants to support me and buy this book, I'll be outside afterwards because I'm a Palestinian comedian and I talk about Palestine. So they're never going to put me on TV in America or give me a Netflix special. And it costs $20. Please, to the men here, don't bargain with me when we go outside, okay? Don't say to me, so how much did it cost you to print the book? Just shut up and give me $20 and we can all move on with our lives. Buy 2, buy 3. And we have this culture. Hanan, I know that you've married one of us, I assume. Did you marry one of us? Yes, I know that you now understand our culture, but let me explain to you a couple things about our culture. I'm going to tell you two things. One of them is a saying, and another thing is a part of our culture called start leaving. Okay, let me explain it to you. The first one is a saying. It says, Ahlan wa sahlan. I'm sure you've heard it before. In fact, let's all say it to Hanan. 1, 2, 3. Ahlan wa sahlan means ahlan, you're one of us. Sahlan, we want to make it's like saying hello, welcome. And let's all say to her again, 1, 2, 3. Ahlan wa. In fact, for the first 3 hours that somebody comes to my dad's house, he only says, Ahlan wa sahlan. You have a beautiful house. Ahlan wa sahlan. The food was delicious. Ahlan wa sahlan. Your kids are so smart. Ahlan wa sahlan. And then there comes a time around 10:30, 11 o'clock, where all the men are sitting in the salon. Do you have this room in your house, the salon? This is the room that no one is allowed to go into ever. It has all the pictures from Palestine. It's covered in plastic all the time. You have that room in your house, right? And all the men are sitting there, and it's getting late. They already did everything. They had coffee, they had tea, they had balawa, they had bizr. Somebody talked about the Palestinians and the Jews. It's getting late. And nobody is saying anything anymore. And my dad leans back and he leans forward and he says to all the men, Ahlan wa sahlan. Now this Ahlan wa sahlan does not mean welcome to my house. This means you got to go. And the Arab guy standing next to my dad, he understands what's going on. So he stands up, he looks at my dad and he says, you know, Abu Amir, it's getting late. We should go. And my dad lies to him. No, stay, sleep over, sit down. This is a lie. This is the only time we lie. And see, he understands what, by the way, you can't do this with white people. One day my dad invited the white neighbor over the house and it was getting late. He looked up my dad, you know, it's getting late, we should go. And my dad said, no, stay. And the white guy said, yeah, okay, fine, you're also. 10 minutes later, he's like, I really got to go. He said, no, sit down. I was like, finally, my dad freaked out. Get the hell out of my house. Don't you understand in our culture, when we say stay, it means go. And then this guy, he understood what was going on, this Arab guy, and he calls his wife in the room. He says, Rania, let's start leaving. Because you can't just leave in our culture, right? It's rude. They sit back down, they go through some more stuff. The little kid gets sent into the room. Baba, mama says she's ready to go. Tell her like another 5 minutes. He's like the UN ambassador, back and forth. And finally they leave. Start leaving. You got it, Hanan? Start leaving. This is why there is still Palestinians in Palestine today. Because 75 years ago, the Israelis came and said, we are the Israelis and you have to go. And the Palestinians said, okay, let me start leaving. Let me say bye to everybody. It takes a while. And so the last thing I want to say is we Palestinians and we Arabs and we as the Muslim community, we have one thing with us that they can never take away from us. And that is the truth. The power of the truth is what is finally winning. This moment since October 8th, it really is the culmination of decades of training ourselves for this moment. Because we listened to our grandmothers. Because I listened to my grandmother when she told me in 1948, they told us we could come back in 2 weeks. And we are still waiting. And I listened to that. And so we were ready for this time. So understand what the power of the truth that all of you share. The power of the truth means they can never shut us up. They can try everything, but they never will. The power of the truth is they're scared of one woman in Congress named Rashida. Out of 535, this one woman scares them to death. If you are strong and secure and you believe in yourself, you don't care about only one woman out of 535. You only care about her if you are weak and fragile and insecure. And so before I leave, I know we all love each other and I know we support each other, but I'm afraid that we don't tell each other enough. And we need to tell each other, especially in these times. So I want you to look at the person on your right and look at the person on your left and tell them, I'm happy to see you today. Now, I want you to look at these people and tell them in a very loud voice, I'm proud of you. And now I want you to look at these people and tell them in a loud voice, I love you. Tell them again, I love you. Bil halal. One more time, I love you. We have to stand up because the biggest lie they tell about us is that we are a people full of hate. Only the opposite is true. We are a people full of love. And love will be what wins this, and love will be what makes Palestine free one day. Thank you so much. Ahlan wa sahlan. I'll be outside and I'll see you all soon. Ahlan wa sahlan. Thanks. Am I giving this to you? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Amir, for such a wonderful program. And this brings us to the last session of this wonderful day. Before that, I want to thank everybody for your patience. And I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sincerely that every one of you, when you stand in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He counts this day, the whole day, in your good deeds. And you get the full reward, inshallah. So as we look back throughout the day when we started with reflections. We started with the knowledge sharing. We started with telling each other that what we have learned as a doctor, as a student, as somebody who was just a journalist there, we shared the experience with each other. We told each other that how do we want to move from here? We have protests. We had prayers. We had plans. But now what? What is the action? What I can do for this ummah? And I look back and I think through the surah, different stories that are mentioned in different chapters of Quran. I look at the story of Nuh alayhi salam, and when I see myself as a part of his ark that is sailing through the sea, I question myself that am I going to make it to the next phase of this story, next stage of this story? Would I be able to see the shore on the other side of the sea or not? When I look at myself as a part of the story of Yusuf alayhi salam, I look at this child who is being abducted very early in his lifetime, very immature in his lifetime. When I am a part of this story, I start having doubts. But when in these two stories and many like those, when I look back and when I am being told this story, I feel relieved. Because I know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a plan. Because I know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not leave me alone. When I know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the best of the planner. So when I know the end of the story, my worries go away. When I know what is going to happen in the end, my worries go away. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the best planner. So my brothers and sisters, as I look at the story of our ummah, as I look at the story of Palestine, when I'm a part of this story, I get worried. I become worried that maybe the target is not few people. Maybe the target is to eliminate the whole people from Gaza. But when I look back, and I tell you this because I trust firmly in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala being the planner, that He has the plan, that these 40,000 lives will not go to vain. These 40,000 martyrs will not only be remembered as somebody who gave their life for the ummah, but somebody who is enjoying the reward in Jannah as we speak, inshallah. So we have, inshallah, 3 speakers. And the first of them is our brother Ghassan Hito. Then I will call, inshallah, upon Brother Muhsin Ansari. And the last but not least will be our Dr. Yasir Qadi. So I will invite first Brother Ghassan Hito, who is the co-founder, board member, and CEO of Syrian Forum. He has spearheaded education and community empowerment initiatives across the United States. He left Dallas in 2012 to co-found the Syrian Forum in Turkey to support and rebuild Syrian lives and also provide management consultation to international companies. Brother Ghassan Hito.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It has to be louder. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Speaking on Syria, I will not take away from anything that has been said today. I am Brother Ghassan Hito, and I lived in Dallas for a long, long time. Some of you know me as working at Brighter Horizons Academy as its chairman and president and various positions. And also I was a co-founder of Muslim Legal Funds, and I've done other crazy things in Dallas. So alhamdulillah, I wish that you've been making dua for me since I have decided to go focus on Syria. It's very difficult for me to speak after we heard to Sheikh Yasser and then Miss Uthman and then our dear brother Amir, mashallah. So competing with that is very difficult. But I want to share with you some thoughts that will show you great similarities between what's happening in Palestine today and what has been happening in Syria since 2012, 2011 at least. And I'll share with you statistics. From these statistics, more than likely, what you will see that oppression, anywhere you see oppressions, the methodology is the same. So take, for example, I'm going to share with you statistics on Syria. Half of the Syrian population have been displaced. That's about 24 million people back in 2010. Today, the population is less than 13 million. 7 million of those have been displaced internally. Various cities in Syria, mostly from the south to the north, and the other 6 or so have become refugees in other countries like Turkey, like Egypt, like Lebanon, like Jordan, and Europe, and some in the United States. So that's one statistic. Listen to the next one. In Syria, so when we talk about displacement, we relate to what's happening in Gaza, correct? With the Gaza situation today, Syria remains to be the second largest refugee crisis in the world. By the way, if I asked you when was the last time you heard something on the news on Syria, what would you guess? The last time you saw something on CNN or Fox or anywhere? 4 years ago. I would tell you, probably the last time you've heard Syria in a repetitive fashion, so to speak, was 2018. Since then, there has been no news. If it wasn't for the earthquake that hit southern Turkey and northern Syria, northwest Syria, but last February 6th, Syria came back to the news for a few days and then it disappeared again. And yet, Syria is one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. And the reason I'm saying this so we can draw similarities. I'm going to reach you to a conclusion. So we don't lose sight of what's happening to the Ummah. Keep that in mind. Listen to this statistics. Today, as we speak, in northwest Syria, 2 million people, today as we speak, they live in makeshift camps. This is today. They don't tell you that in the news. Listen to the third statistics. 90% of the Syrian people live below the poverty line. This is today. So if you hear someone tell you, well, I know a friend who went to Damascus and things are okay. He's telling you about the 10%. Make no mistake about it. This is not up for discussion. It's a fact. Why they don't share it with us, they don't share it with you, that's a different story altogether. Because they don't want to tell you that there is a huge crisis over there, that you should pay some attention to it. And this is why probably they came up with a law in Israel to prevent Al Jazeera from reporting. You see? So if they have a choice today in Gaza, they will prevent all from reporting. By the way, my son Ubaida, some of you know him when he was a little boy. He is a correspondent for TRT World for the last 8 years. Alhamdulillah, if you were one of his teachers, you'll be proud of him. Thank you. He reported recently at The Hague for the International Criminal Court. You know, let's have a big hands for South Africa for raising the case. Yeah. Thank you. Today he was supposed to be in Jerusalem to continue his reporting on Gaza, but he was denied access in Tel Aviv. So inshallah, he'll get another chance to report. So the whole idea is they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that half of the population have been displaced. They want you to focus on, well, let's figure out a way to normalize with Assad again, who had killed over 1 million people, and who had displaced half of his population, who had caused 90% of his people to live poverty line, who causes 2 million people to continue to live in camps. And guess what? 2.5 million school-aged children, they don't go to school in Syria. Do you know what that means? If you tie all these statistics together, you're talking about poverty, and you're talking about no education. And I want the expert of experts to tell me, when you have poverty and you have no education, what do you come up with? Be aware, my brothers and sisters, be aware what's happening to the ummah. 2.5 million school-aged children, they don't go to school. If I take you in a tour, and I frequent Syria a lot, if I take you from the city of Jarablus to the northwest corner of Afrin, and if I take you to Salqin, to Harim, to Jandaris, to Idlib, if I take you through all of these cities, and if we go to the farmers market, and we go to all these places where they fix cars and motors and all of that, and we talk to boys that are aged 11 and 12. Why 11 and 12? Because these kids were born after 2011, and all what they know is living in camps. Chances are, listen to this, we will rarely find a child who knows how to read and write in that age. Do you know what that means? 3-4 years from now, when we talk about Syria, we're going to talk about cholera-like pandemic, COVID-like pandemic, just because of that generation that was systematically raised to be unplugged from basic necessities, not only food and drinks, and they don't have the basic education that they need so they can live the life that they expect and they deserve. My dear brothers and sisters, when I stand in front of you talking about Syria, is not to take away from the issue of Palestine. The issue of Palestine, Gaza, and our heart, no matter what happens, we have this button called Palestine that's here, that's here, that's here, that's here. It's all over us. No matter what we work on, when something happened to Palestine, we know our compass and we know how to adjust. But at the same time, we have to think of the ummah. Just like we see in front of us on TV, systematically, towns after towns, street after street in Gaza are being leveled. The same thing happened in Aleppo. The same thing happened in other cities in Syria. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? When Assad was told to what end, he said, we're okay if we get Syria back when we first came into power, 7.5 million people. They're okay with that. And I'll finish with this statistics and I'll let you draw your own conclusion. The issue of Gaza started October 7th, right? In 2023, and we consider the time is relative calm in Syria. Do you know statistically the number of bombings that took place in northwest Syria? Listen to this so I can finish, because the time went up, I think, about a minute ago. In 2023 alone, 1,223 bombings took place in northwest Syria, where those camps are. Listen to this and I'll conclude. 43 of those bombings that basically by Russia and Iran on northwest Syria took place since October, November, December. So 40% of 1,223 bombs and shellings that took place in 2023 happens during the time when the Gaza situation was happening. And you draw your own conclusion. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to free Palestine, free Gaza. We will never, ever apologize for our dreams. We dream of a free Palestine. We dream of a free Gaza. We dream, Gaza and Palestine is the same, and we dream of free Syria. We will never apologize for our dreams, and this is something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordered us to do. وَقُلِ اعْمَلُوا, just do. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, inshallah, will be our aid and the aid of those who are fighting for their basic freedoms and for basic needs. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help them, be with them, give them the patience and the perseverance, and guide us all to figure out ways to support them effectively. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. It's good to be speaking to a Dallas audience again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much. Jazakallah khair, Brother Ghassanito, who was comparing the similarities between the situation in Syria and Gaza. Next, inshallah, second last speaker today, Dr. Mohsin Ansari, who is currently serving his second term as the Amir or the President of the Islamic Circle of North America. He was elected as the President in January 2021. He's a pediatrician by profession. He's also an author of multiple research papers published both in national and international medical journals. He lives in Maryland with his wife and 5 sons. Brother Mohsin Ansari.
Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. My dear brothers and sisters, just 1 week back, this time Sunday, exactly at this time, in Baltimore, Maryland, ICNA organized ICNA's National Convention. And with a crowd of 30,000 Muslims who came and attended that session just 1 week back, ICNA recognized the services of 2 main people and groups who supported Gaza and Gaza's effort. I'll start with that. Let's just recognize them here one more time before we can move on, because we owe them. Number one, when the whole world was quiet, when we all felt frustrated, when we all felt weak, when we all felt that nobody in the world can say a word of justice, the land of Nelson Mandela rose up, stood up, and filed a complaint. Let's give a round of applause, a similar award to South Africa. Second, there was history which was in the making in last few weeks in the campuses and universities of America. We all witnessed courage, resilience, braveness at its peak. ICNA recognized the Columbia University and Yale University students. Let's give them a round of applause. And you know what? When those people were awarded on the stage and 30,000 Muslims sitting, they all stood up and they recorded a video. That video was sent to the brothers and sisters in Gaza. And I want you, although we are less in number here, to replicate, record this video here so that we can send it to brothers and sisters in Gaza, and they will see the response of the Dallas Muslim community. This will be sent to them. Let's see it. I will say the slogan and you will raise your hand so it can be recorded and sent back to Gaza, inshallah. Takbir. You are sending it to Gaza, brothers. Remember that. Inshallah, this will go. It went last week. Takbir. Free, free. Raise your hands so it can be shown to them, inshallah. Free, free. Free, free. Free, free. My brothers and sisters, ICNA, your organization, the day when this crisis started, I want to tell you, we sat together with the whole Muslim leadership in this country. And I want to remind you, the crisis of Gaza is a remnant of something which happened in the history 4,000 years back. When a 16-year-old young man took the hammer in his hand and challenged the power brokers of the world and kept on breaking every single idol which came in front of him. This was the story of Gaza. It started there when Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu salam took the hammer and did that. And the story continues of Gaza when 7 young men, whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in Surah Kahf, decided they will revolt with the tyrants of that country, and they went into the cave. And the story of Gaza continued when 2 of the bravest and the most pious people born on the face of the earth were alone in a cave, and the people around them were ready to kill them. And one of them was saying to his companion, La tahzan, inna Allah ma'ana. Don't worry, don't be scared, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is with us. The story of Gaza started from there. And today when we see the images of a father holding his young baby who is dead and saying that I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When we see a surgeon father in emergency room dissecting the whole leg of his own son without anesthesia and with tears in his eyes in Gaza hospital saying, Subhanallah wa bihamdihi Subhanallah al-Azim. My dear brothers and sisters, Gaza has shook the whole world. Gaza has shook the whole world. Millions and millions across the world told the story of Gaza, which world has never seen. Never in the history, never ever in the history, people have watched a genocide, brutality, barbarism live with their own eyes. But never in the history, people have come out on the streets of Paris, London, European countries, America, Washington, D.C. in this number, never in the history. And what American brothers and sisters did was also amazing. Many of us sometimes feel dejected, sometimes feel tired, sometimes feel exhausted. My brothers and sisters, no. After this crisis, American Muslim community was a different Muslim community than 9/11. After 9/11, I am witness of that, and many of you were also. Muslims in America were scared. They were worried. They were concerned. They were thinking about their future. They were scared to wear hijab. They were scared to go to their mosque after 9/11. But do you remember what happened after 7th of October? This was a different American Muslim community. We stood up. We raised our voice. We gathered in 400,000 in Washington, D.C. in front of White House. Our imams, our leaders, our organizations, every one of them stood up for what? For the thing which we trust, which Prophet ﷺ says, La tahzan inna Allah ma'ana, that we think the promise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, liyutfi'u nur Allahi bi'afahim, wallahu mutimmu nurihi, that these people, they try to extinguish the nur, the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with their feeble blows, but they don't know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has decided that His light will prevail. And we know in Quran, innaka la tukhliful miyad, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala definitely fulfills His promises. And then the world saw, which no one has ever witnessed, the braveness, the courage, the resilience of our students all across the country. You know, as of today I got the report, there are more than 3,000 students who just graduated from Yale, Harvard, UCLA, Berkeley. Their degrees have been held. Their degrees have been held because they raised the voice for Palestine. I met all those young girls and boys just last week. We recognized them. We supported them. ICNA teams were there in every city to help them. But all this sacrifice, all this braveness is for what? Because we trust innaka la tukhliful miyad. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised victory. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره المشركون, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has decided the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought, will prevail. And this is what these young men and women has done in our campuses with the confidence, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ قَالُوا رَبُّنَا اللَّهُ ثُمَّ اسْتَقَامُوا, that they have said what is right and they have stood firm for it. So this is the time for American Muslim community to remember, do not get tired out. Do not get frustrated. Do not think it is not working. Trust me, it is working. It is working more than ever. The streets of London, just 3 days back, who would have imagined the whole ever in the world? Netanyahu gave a speech on the TV, live TV in France, 3 days back. You might have seen the images. The whole Paris came on the streets in millions to refute his speech. Whenever in the world we have expected that. ICNA's Why Islam site is flooded with the request of Quran. You must have all witnessed. This Ramadan was a special Ramadan. How many people accepted Islam? Unprecedented numbers. Not only in USA, throughout the world. This is a barakah of the sacrifices of our brothers and sisters in Gaza. Before I go, my brothers and sisters, a message for you. We are gloomy, we are sad, we are upset, we are very frustrated with the loss of the lives in Gaza. But remember, as a Muslim, we have this iman that the time of the death and the place of the death is decided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They were supposed to leave this world at the same time, at the same place. But is there a better way to enter the valley of death? Is there any better way to enter the valley of death than the door of martyrdom? The door of martyrdom. Welcome them to the enter of the valley of death. My brothers and sisters, continue your struggle. Continue supporting our students. Continue supporting our organizations. Continue to raise your voices. Do not lose the hope. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will inshallah make this happen, and we will see free Palestine. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair, Dr. Mohsin Ansari. And inshallah, next I have Dr. Yasir Qazi. His two titles: he is the Dean of Islamic Seminary of America. Mashallah, he is a resident scholar at our own Masjid Epic. But very few people know, mashallah, he is a product of two proud parents who have been an activist for their life, for decades. Mashallah, his father, Dr. Mazhar Qazi, is the one who started Islamic Circle of North America chapter in Houston. So if you want to have, inshallah, one Yasir Qazi in your family, be at the forefront of the struggle. Dr. Yasir Qazi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In one of the most difficult and traumatic times of the seerah, when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was fleeing from Mecca to Medina, and he had no army, he had no groups on this earth to protect him. You all know the story in the Ghar of Thawr, where even Abu Bakr as-Siddiq was trembling. What are we going to do? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam exuded that confidence. Ya Abu Bakr, what do you think of two that Allah is the third of us? What do you think is going to happen? And as they are traveling from Mecca to Medina, Suraqa ibn Malik sees an opportunity to get 100 camels, the bounty. And he races his camel to try to capture, to try to bring them back so that he can become wealthy. And Abu Bakr as-Siddiq looks behind and he sees Suraqa, and he tells the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ya Rasulullah, Suraqa is going to come, he's going to capture us. And once again, the calmness, the dignity, the confidence of our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah will protect us. And as you know, 3 times Suraqa attempted, and 3 times Allah miraculously stopped his camel from processing until Suraqa fell. He rode the camel again, tried again, fell. And the 3rd time he realized that Allah is protecting him. So he shouted out to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Al-Aman, peace, I promise you, I just want to talk. I'm not going to do any harm. So Abu Bakr looked at the Prophet, should I try to protect you? And the Prophet said, no, let him come. So now Suraqa came on his camel in front of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Suraqa had the camel, Suraqa had the weapons, Suraqa had the bow and arrow, and he's coming submissive. And before he can say anything, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam looked at him. And where was he? In the middle of the desert. Where was any power? Where was any wealth? He's fleeing for his life. And what does he say to Suraqa? Oh Suraqa, a day will come when the bangles of the Caesar, of the Kisra, when the bangles of the emperor of the Sassanid Empire will adorn your hands. Out of nowhere, this prediction. And even Suraqa was flabbergasted. The bangles of Kisra will be on my hands? And the Prophet said, yes, that's going to happen. One of the constant themes of the seerah exuding confidence in spite of your situation, knowing that tomorrow there will be victory, even though the circumstances don't show any victory. How can you possibly predict? How can you possibly exude that level of confidence when you have no army, no weapons, no mass democracy, nothing is there? And he's telling Suraqa, you're going to be wearing the bangles of Kisra. And as you all know, barely 15 years after this incident, barely 15 years, and Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anhu, when Kisra's empire falls and all of the treasures come, and it's literally in the masjid of the Prophet, literally gold and silver, all of this there. And in the top of that pile, Umar picks up the bangles of Kisra. He picks up that famous icon that was the bangles of Kisra. And he knew exactly what the Prophet had predicted. So he said, Aina Suraqa? Where is Suraqa? And Suraqa was called, Umar is calling you. So he was rushed to the masjid and he said to Suraqa, go sit in the front. I have to fulfill the promise of the Prophet ﷺ. And in front of everybody, he then put on those bangles on the hands of Suraqa. We learn from the seerah constantly, over and over again, that the Prophet ﷺ, in the most negative of times, he would exude confidence amongst the Sahaba. When Khabbab ibn al-Arat came to the Prophet ﷺ, and do you know who Khabbab was? Khabbab was a slave whose master and owner would take burning coals and put it on his back. Khabbab's whole body was covered in bruises, in burnt marks. And when Khabbab came as a slave in Mecca, and he came to the Prophet ﷺ, and he said, Ya Rasulullah, for how long will this go on? Ila mata? For how long will we be persecuted? For how long will we be punished? For how long is all of this going to come? And the Prophet ﷺ was sitting with his back to the Kaaba. He leaned forward and he said, Ya Khabbab, are you in doubt as to this matter? Are you in doubt that Allah will take care of us? Do you have any shak about this religion? فَوَاللَّهِ, a time will come when a lady will travel from Sana'a to Hadramaut. He's in Mecca. Sana'a and Hadramaut are the furthest cities in Yemen. 2 further regions out there. A lady will travel without any male protection, without any guard. She's going to have a flock of sheep. So she's a lady. She has sheep. All of the wolves of the men are going to be interested in her. And the Prophet said, there will be so much security and safety. She will not even fear that she's going to be attacked. Maybe the wolf will attack her sheep. No human will touch her. And within 20 years, that prediction came true as well. Within 20 years, this prediction came true as well. In the battle of the Khandaq, when once again we learn from the seerah, Allah tells us in the Quran that when the people gathered around you, وَتَظُنُّونَ بِاللَّهِ الظُّنُونَ, you began double guessing what's happening, how is this going to happen? إِذْ بَلَغَتِ الْقُلُوبُ الْحَنَاجِرِ, your hearts were stuck in your chests, Allah is saying. Even the Sahaba, they're like, what's going on? How are we going to get out of this? We are trapped, we're surrounded, 10,000 people, there is no hope. Our supplies are dwindling, we're running out of food. What's going to happen? And they're digging that trench. And they come across that massive boulder that they could not break. And so they called the Prophet ﷺ, Ya Rasulullah, we cannot dig the trench anymore. There's a boulder here. And so the Prophet ﷺ said, give me the axe. Give me the axe. He took the axe himself and he girded his loin to make it tight. You tighten your belt. And he jumped into the trench himself. And he said, Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. And he hit that rock, and that rock sparked a little bit. And he said, with this spark, Allah has shown me the palaces of the Caesar in Damascus, and they shall be yours one day. And then he raised the axe again. And once again, he said, Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. And once again, a spark comes out. And he said, with that spark, I am seeing right now the palaces of the kings of Yemen they used to live in, and they shall be yours one day. And the third spark, and he predicted once again Kisra and the palaces of Kisra, and he said, you shall distribute their treasures one day. What is going on when the Sahaba are at the lowest of the low, when they think there is no hope, when they think they're surrounded completely, and every single time the Prophet ﷺ cheers them up, lifts up their spirit, tells them, you have nothing to worry about. This religion will be taken care of. Allah Azza wa Jal will demonstrate the truth of this faith. Once again, in another incident, they came complaining to the Prophet ﷺ, Ya Rasulullah, for how long will this be happening? And he said to them, Inna Allah ta'ala zawali al-ard. Allah unfolded the earth for me. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spread it out for me. فَرَأَيْتُ مَشَارِقَهَا وَمَغَارِبَهَا. And I saw the easternmost and the westernmost side. I saw the whole world laid out. And I am telling you, Allah has promised me that Islam will reach the easternmost as it will reach the westernmost. And wallahi, how true that is. The very people he said this hadith to, those same people were the ones marching all the way to Azerbaijan, lands they had never heard of. Those same people and their children were the ones marching all the way to Andalus. Their children were 100 miles outside of Paris. They are buried there to this day. 100 miles outside of Paris, we have the armies of the Umayyads buried over there. Who could have imagined this when they're surrounded by who they were surrounded by? And all of this demonstrates, O Muslims, we learn from the seerah over and over again that faith teaches us, Islam requires us, the Quran inspires us, the seerah proves to us that optimism is a part of our iman. We must be optimistic, not just because we believe in blind faith. These ahadith, we read them and we forget when they were told how crazy it must have sounded, how ludicrous for those who don't believe in Allah. They would have made fun. Even Suraqa was shocked. Yeah, what, me? I'm going to wear the bangles of Kisra? How is that possible? He couldn't believe because he didn't have iman. But we have iman. And all we need to do, not only believe in the Quran and Sunnah, look at the last 14.5 centuries of our ummah. I gave a khutbah last month. I don't want to go over all of that again. Go listen to it. The rise and fall and rise of the ummah. I gave a whole khutbah in which I summarized 14.5 centuries of our ummah. One tragedy and success, one fall and rise continuously over and over and over and over again. Never has the ummah fallen down except that Allah lifted it up. Never has there been a defeat except that victory came from places and sources no one could ever have expected. This is not the worst time we have seen in our history, O Muslims. You want to know one of the worst times? Wallahi, things have happened that are exponentially worse, even in terms of numbers, even in terms of humiliation, than what we are seeing now. Look at the invasion of the Mongols. Do you understand? Genghis Khan, and his son and grandson, Hulagu Khan. Do you understand the havoc that they caused? The destruction, the pillaging, the plundering. 1 million people just in Baghdad. Just in Baghdad alone, one of the largest massacres pre-modernity was Hulagu Khan. Mountains and mountains of skulls. Do you understand? Literally mountains. Imagine this room of skulls of human beings. City after city after city. The complete Samarkand dynasty destroyed. The Abbasids brought to an end. The Khilafah did not exist after the Abbasids fell. It took a few decades for the remnants of a Khilafah to come forth, and another century before the Uthmaniyun came and took it. Do you think what we are seeing is new? Colonization. This is the era of my grandfather and your grandfathers 1-2 generations ago. Colonization. When the French and then the British and then the Italians and then even the Dutch came and went to Indonesia. Every superpower came in and literally grabbed whatever they could. One dynasty after another, one land after another. It's not too long ago when 90% of the ummah was directly controlled by foreign superpowers. Directly. Now we can say at least indirectly, we know, but at least there's a semblance of freedom, right? But directly controlled by superpowers. 90% of the ummah. Do you think this is the first time we're seeing this? Algeria, 132 years ruled by the French. More than 750,000 Algerians lost their lives. Multiple concentration camps, multiple jihads, multiple attempts to overthrow the British, the French, 4 generations, no, 5 generations of Algerians. And when were they freed? 1962. Some of you were alive back then. 1962 was finally they came to their independence. Oh Muslims, do not be disheartened. Do not lose hope. Victory is guaranteed every single time. And when victory comes, it typically comes from sources least expected. And when victory comes, there's always a revival and a renewal. There's always a resurgence that was totally unprecedented. And one of the things that we are seeing now, in spite of the physical tragedy, in spite of the loss of blood, in spite of the tragedy of lives, and wallahi, there's no justification, so don't misunderstand me. What we are seeing is that those lives that are being lost, Allah is using them to inspire millions of people to rediscover their lives. Allah Azza wa Jal has chosen the people of Gaza. Allah has blessed them and tested them. And Allah has used them to revive the iman in the hearts of billions of people. Never in our lifetimes have we seen this level of resurgence. Yes, wallahi, the superpowers have failed, but the ummah is well and alive. The love of Palestine, the unity that we are facing, the resurgence and revival across the globe, this is unprecedented. And that is real victory. Superpowers come and go. Dynasties come and go. Nations come and go. It is raw iman. It is faith. It is courage. It is bravery that leaves actual legacies. And when it comes to that reality, then insha'Allah ta'ala, the future is very, very bright. We are seeing this around the globe. We're seeing this even amongst non-Muslims who are embracing Islam. So many people are being inspired by the courage and bravery of the people of Gaza. And that is where the real victory lies. So, O Muslims, my message to you is very simple and very clear. It's exactly what Allah says. فَلَا تَهِنُوا وَلَا تَحْزَنُوا وَأَنْتُمُ الْأَعْلَوْنَ إِن كُنْتُم مُؤْمِنِينَ. Allah does not speak except the truth. And there is no one who speaks more truthfully than Allah. And the Quran tells us truthfully, do not give up and do not become anxious. You shall be victorious if only you have iman. وَلَا تَهِنُوا وَلَا تَحْزَنُوا وَأَنْتُمُ الْأَعْلَوْنَ إِن كُنْتُم مُؤْمِنِينَ. This was true when the Prophet ﷺ passed away and the Sahaba panicked, what's going to happen? The empire almost collapsed and Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu came and unified it. This was true when the Umayyads and Abbasis had a civil war and Allah saved the Ummah. This was true when the Mongols invaded and Allah brought out the Mamluks to save that empire. This was true when the Crusaders invaded and Allah Azza wa Jal brought about Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi. This was true when city after city was conquered and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala then blessed Sulaiman al-Fatih to conquer Constantinople, which was the queen of all cities of the world, which was the seat of the Roman Empire, and Allah gave that to us and it is now Istanbul. This was true when colonization came, when Napoleon invaded Egypt, when the British invaded India, when the Italians invaded into Libya, when the Dutch invaded into Indonesia, and in every single time the Muslims were weak in the beginning, and perhaps militarily they're still weak, but those invasions, they provoked Iman. Those invasions brought about scholars. Those invasions brought about a revival of the Ummah. And regardless of the political realities, in every one of those lands, Islam is strong, Iman is fresh, courage is at all-time high, and the Ummah is alive and strong and breathing, and that is the real victory. So, O Muslims, do not lose hope, do not falter, do not give up. You shall be victorious if only you turn to Allah and live up to that level of Iman. Let us make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for ourselves and our brothers and sisters in Gaza. يا حي يا قيوم يا ذا الجلال والإكرام يا سميع الدعاء يا من بيده ملكوت كل شيء وهو يجير ولا يجار عليه يا سميع الدعاء ربنا ورب السماوات السبع ورب العرش العظيم يا رب جبرائيل ورب ميكائيل ورب إسرافيل منزل السحاب يا رحمن يا رحيم. We ask you, O Allah, to bless the people of Gaza, to make their Iman strong, Ya Allah. Give them the comfort of Iman, Ya Allah. Allow them to feel the sweetness of their faith, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, in this time of darkness, make their Iman a source of light for them. Ya Allah, in this type of despair, allow their Iman to give them courage, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, substitute for their pain every single reward, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, exchange for their hunger, give them food, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, substitute their thirst and give them drink, Ya Allah. Ya Rahmanu, Ya Rahim, Ya Arham Ar-Rahimin. Ya Allah, show us the compassion and mercy that you have upon the people of Gaza, Ya Allah. Ya Qawiyu, Ya Aziz, send your aid upon the people of Gaza, Ya Allah. Ya Jabbaru, Ya Mutakabbir, take into account those that are doing dhulm, Ya Allah, and show us your power, Ya Allah. Show us your qudra, Ya Allah, from those that are doing dhulm. Ya Allah, utilize us to do khidmah to this deen and the people of Gaza, Ya Allah. Make our own tasks easier for us, Ya Allah. Allow us to facilitate that change, Ya Allah. Allow us to see victory swiftly and quickly, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, free the people of Gaza from the yoke of tyranny, from the evil of oppression, Ya Allah. Allow them to live dignified lives, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, we beg you to free Masjid al-Aqsa from the occupation of the apartheid regime, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, allow us to see a free Masjid al-Aqsa, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, allow us to pray, all of the Muslims to pray in Masjid al-Aqsa and return it to its glory, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, as you sent Salah ad-Din the first time around, choose another Salah ad-Din, send him to free al-Aqsa, Ya Allah, and allow us to see that victory in our own lifetimes. Ya Allah, you are the Rahman, you are the Rahim, you are the Qawi, you are the Sami' ad-Du'a. Ya Allah, to you we complain of our weakness, Ya Allah. La hawla wa la quwwata illa bik. Ya Allah, we have no power on this earth other than you. Ya Allah, there is no one we can turn to other than you. Ya Allah, we turn to you. We raise our hands to you, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, show us your mercy, Ya Allah. Guide us to that which will benefit us and the Muslims of Gaza, Ya Allah. Utilize us in the best manner, Ya Allah. Make us instruments of good, Ya Allah. Make us instruments of peace, Ya Allah. Make us instruments of khair, Ya Allah. And allow us to see every single nook and cranny of the Muslim Ummah in peace, in prosperity. Oh Allah, as we make dua for you for the people of Gaza, oh Allah, help the Muslims around the world. Help our Uyghur brothers and sisters, oh Allah. Help the Muslims of the Sudan, oh Allah. Help the Muslims of Kashmir, Ya Allah. Help the Muslims of Burma, Ya Allah. Help the Muslims of West Africa, Ya Allah. Help the Muslims of India against the BJP regime, Ya Allah. Wherever the kalima is said, any single Muslim in the world, Ya Allah, help and aid them and allow us to be one united ummah against those who oppose you. Ya Allah, resurrect us with our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and make our scales heavy and cause us to be in his companionship. Ya Allah, allow us to drink from the Hawd and the Kawthar on the day of judgment and cause us to enter Jannah بغير حساب ولا عذاب. Ya Rahmanu, Ya Rahim, allow us to be in the companionship of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the righteous companions and the khulafa and the shuhada, and what a noble companionship they are. Wa sallallahu wa sallam wa barak ala bi Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa jazakumullahu khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
pray Maghrib. Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair everyone for staying. Inshallah, we'll pray Maghrib right now. So everyone just, we can move to the